Holy shit. I'm going crazy.
Turn this on.
There we go.
Alright, technical difficulties already. Bep.
Oh, my controller's not on.
Hello! What's this? Something that isn't Steam related. Yes. And what's this? I'm joined by a legendary streamer? Crazy.
No, not no legendary. No shit.
Bullshit! I've seen your viewer count and your amount of followers. Let me make sure this sound is playing off on here.
Oh, that's crap.
Oh yeah, it's cool. That means we're all good to go. But yes, 2 momentous occasions. I'm streaming with, if you'd like to introduce yourself to my audience.
I am Usagi the Humor. Hime, I'm a high-branded doggo, and I'm petting the fox. You see me get my arms. Okay.
I would pet you too if I could actually like go over to your chat and actually like put in the pet thing, but it's okay.
It's fine. I'm trying to do it while but my hand tracking is being funky again. Yeah, hold on.
I'll have to watch it. I'll have to watch your thing then real quick.
There you go. Oh, back pat. My hand is back.
Why does it look like you're bitch slapping me?
Hold on. Hold on. Come on.
Oh, I see how it is. Okay. All right. Now the gloves are off. Now it's war. It's Mario Kart war, ladies and gentlemen. And let's just hope Nintendo isn't going to be crazy about me doing this, but whatever. Do you want me to create the room, or do you want to?
Oh, you could do it if you want to.
Sure. Privately with friends. I would say I should probably hide this, but honestly, it doesn't even matter.
And my controller died again.
Now,
yeah,
to use my signature me.
Signature me.
What card do I like using most of the time? Because I used to play Mario Kart competitively a lot with online. Especially when I was friends with my friends, college friends Johnny and Ed.
Mm-hmm.
We would like, dude, why you be live? I'm on the field. Well, I'm sorry. This was planned for like weeks. I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'll go with the pirate ship. What is the fuck?
Okay, let me see if I can find you. Friends. Oops. I hate when I do this. I'm used to, like... There you are. Oh. Zoidberg!
My signature me. It is the me I'm the most proud of.
I'm gonna go with White Yoshi this time.
What is it, Usagi? Her hair is way too floppy to be Usagi.
That's the only hair they have.
It's Usagi on a bad hair day.
Right? That's me every day.
Do we want to do 150 mirror or 200?
Don't matter.
Well, why don't we start with 150 because it's been a while since I played. No teams. Let's go frantic items. Let's just go nuts.
These nuts.
On hardcom, all vehicles, and why not? Let's go with like 4 races to start. That's the standard Mario Kart affair first. It's now time for everyone to respect Zoidberg.
Zoidberg! Oh, you put it in. You're putting it.
So do we want to do any of the original cups, or do we want to do like the DLC ones?
I usually put random. I don't.
Fuck yeah! All right. You see, she understands. I'm always doing random on Mario Kart. Jesus, take the wheel.
Jesus, oh god, have you? I don't know if you watch Gray Still Plays, but there is the time that so you have watched them. Okay, there's a time.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, there is a time where like in Grand Theft Auto, there's I think it's his editor or his mod or something. Alex likes to fuck with him, and he put in Grand Theft Auto the mods that Jesus take the wheel and he can't drive with the shit. Oh, I blow out.
Okay, I'm not feeling any input lag. Good. I'll square that for a minute.
Oh, this is from Mario 64. I dropped a little too much.
A little out of my screen. I might have to turn that down after this race.
Oh, that hit
shit. I fell on the ground. I fell on the dead ground. I fell in the desert. I should probably be careful about that because certain hot sand is bad for the tires. Boomerang!
Kill you, Birdo! Come here, Yoshi wants to lick ya.
Oh, you slippery little.
What'd I do? Oh.
Your freaking banana got in the way.
Oh, that wasn't my banana. That was somebody else. Because now I'm covering your. Oh shit! Ah. Uh-oh, blue shell.
Blue shell. Oh. Oh, you're right behind me. Oh, okay.
Come here. Oh, I don't know if I took his. Oh shit! I don't know. Nope. I don't know if I took his.
Oh, Usagi, you suck. Oh my god. You're shooting your fireballs. Train!
Train! Oh, who's pooping out banana? Ah!
That'd be me.
You're pooping out bananas.
That would be me, Usagi. I was throwing out bananas on Donkey Kong.
You gotta be careful. I'm like the drift queen.
I'm getting absolutely wrecked this round.
Oh, Hammer stole my bomb.
Oh shit.
Bitch.
I'm doing terrible.
Oh shit. I need my banana to cover me booty.
Blue shell.
Uh-oh. And I finished. And oh, it got Wario. It got Wario.
Beginning round not too bad, not too terrible either.
I know.
Get checking out the rest. Oh, you're Yoshi.
Yes, one of my favorite colors is Yoshi, black and white ones, because like that's a hidden character from Yoshi's story.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Also, I'm pretty sure someone can make a horrible joke out of a white-colored Yoshi.
Uh-oh.
I won't do that.
Oh.
Because I'm not Frostar.
Oh wait, is he good? Oh wait.
Yes. Yes. Dry. I hate the stage. I hate it on the GameCube, and I'm gonna hate it here.
Oh.
Because that middle pit always fucks with me.
Oh shit.
Especially in the GameCube where it was a giant piranha monster ready to eat you. I
Oh.
was like, no! It's not like pit! No!
Ah shit.
Alright, time to check up the rust.
Oh shit. Ah! I keep hitting the sand. No! Get your fat ass off me!
Usagi says that she's like in the line waiting for McDonald's and there's someone really big in front of her.
Move your fat ass! Cause this fat ass is hungry!
Okay, that fucked me up. Ooh, I almost got hit by my own banana. That would have been terrible and embarrassing. I'm not gonna lie, on the smaller screen, the blooper is actually threatening.
Neat. Oh, drifting the wrong way. God damn it.
Even though I used to play this game handheld too.
Okay, I'm doing terribly.
You're doing terribly this one. I was doing terribly last round.
Oh, blue shell in the way. Dang!
Oh,
That blue shell disintegrated that enemy. Fuck.
Oh, I got it. I had a horn, thankfully.
Oh, you got a horn to the. Oh shit.
Yeah, I got the horn there.
Nice.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Oh fuck. Oh, damn it! I hit the wall. Yoshi, off the wall.
Christopher Urbano 1410 is now followed.
Get away from me. Go behind me.
Thank
Get
you
away
for the
from me.
follow. Thank you for the follow. How are you? Hey, Froster, heads up. I mean, not Froster. Kaiser. Shit. What? He's probably thinking about me.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. The blue shell of death came for me again.
Eat shit, piranha plant. You can't hurt me when I got the star.
Usagi with a star run.
Got the star zoomies.
Or in the case of Paper Mario, you have the crystal star, which means you're probably going to be the force of death. Go to the police. I'm switching wheels of this. These wheels in this traction is going to end me.
That Lakitu got bananas.
First place! Get the camera. Anyways.
I'm surprised I caught up. It was on your ass, too.
Oh my. But, what happened to you?
Sand.
And Usagi does not do well at the beach, apparently.
No. I get sunburned in the beach. Really badly.
You know what? Legit same.
I get burnt easily, and I tan afterwards. Like, bad.
Like, not like the good kind of tan, but like the kind of tan where it just looks like that you're just itchy all over.
I don't get itchy. It's just that I became a little bit more bronzer than normal.
Ah, got it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit. I need to choose my vehicle quick!
Okay, do it! Hurry! Ah!
Oh, come on.
But my mom, she used to... she doesn't do it no more, but... a long time ago, she used to...
Oh, Hyrule.
She used to, suntan sometimes, and she gets really, like, really bronzy.
Oh.
Yeah. Like, really colorful, like, really pretty bronzy.
So she tans better than you do.
I don't know, because I don't tan. I hate getting tan. So I can't tell you that. Are you good?
Listen. Yeah, I'm Gura.
You good?
Yeah, it's because I copied her me off of her screen with Fawn on Mario Kart.
Oh, okay. Nice.
And I am a lot faster despite this cart build up being an accident.
Oh shit! Fucking ooh, Wario! Oh, it's on. It's on. It's on.
Oh, I'm too fast. I'm too fast for this. This is too quick for my speed.
I'm
This rocket is so ass.
Oh shit! Almost got hit by my own shell.
I am... Call me Sonic, because I think I'm going a little too fast.
Uh-oh. Go shell, then wait!
Oh, you're eating me right now. It's a rupee, really? Rupee ain't gonna save me from death.
Rupee ain't gonna save for death. Woo! Ooh, I jumped over that.
Oh, no,
Take that,
no. Whoever threw that behind me, you are...
What's a banana?
Sure.
Oh, I hit a banana.
Damn it, you didn't come up.
Heads up.
The Master Sword did not choose me. I'm on first, so this doesn't affect me.
Oh, it was Bowser. Oh. Back up. Hold on, I'll give you a shout out. Give me a moment.
Oh, you kidding me? Foryou, I'm not letting you beat me, you fat ass.
See, Wario is like, see? Ow, fuck.
I think he's probably licking his butt at me.
Ah!
Hey, that man almost killed me.
How you doing, Paka? How you doing, Paka?
Hello.
Ooh, I got the 8. Ooh, I got the 8. Throw me thing! Oh.
It's like I'm playing F-Zero all over again for the screen I'm in right now. Oh no, really? It's okay, I got insurance.
Oh shit, I'm not doing too
Oh,
good.
that's nice!
You don't do beauty!
But you are tiny, Usagi.
Are you talking about, like, my model size or real life size?
I don't know, probably real life, I imagine.
Yeah, real life, I'm kind of tiny.
I got it. Let me tell you what happened to me, alright?
Mm-hmm.
I got fucking sniped by Bowser's green shell, like, in an instant.
Oh shit.
Like, holy crap.
Oh.
Okay, hard AI is not, like, extreme difficult AI. How the hell? Alright, let me fix this. Let me fix this error that I have made. I was trying to go for one of the best carts. Let me see the traction on this thing. Oh, my acceleration was higher. Okay. I was like, why was I going so fast?
I'm doing good, Falcon. Thank you for asking. Yeah, yesterday's headache was really, really bad, but it's all good now.
Okay.
It's all good now. I bought more migraine pills because I was out.
How bad were the headaches between a 1 and 10? 1 was like not so bad, 10 is like I'm dying.
Let's just say about 12.
Holy shit, woman! You need to go to a doctor in that case.
Well, some days that, like, I can't concentrate with bright screen.
Uh-huh.
And that's usually when that happens, I don't stream at all because, like, bright screen.
Uh-huh. Well, yeah, well, the bright and contrasting gamma lighting's gonna mess with you if you do that while you have a headache.
Yeah. And then some days I feel like I'm gonna throw up. Like yesterday I was feel like I was gonna throw up.
You know, I have a funny story about that. Remember when I when I had my broken hand? And I couldn't do shit for a while?
Yeah, I remember that.
I was supposed to go back to work, but then right as the day I was supposed to go back to work, back in April, I started throwing up. Yeah, I had to go to the ER because they thought I had something to do with my appendix.
That's not good.
And it wasn't appendix, thankfully, it was just a virus. It was such a bad time, my boss was about to fire me.
Oh, no.
Because he thought I was being lazy and not going to work. Haha, take that, Bowser!
It's like, no.
No, I'm throwing up, boss.
I mean, do you want to see it? Do you want to see it?
No, but I sent him a voice note and I was in the ER, and she even showed my note.
Ah, that should shut up.
But it's like, yeah, seriously. But it's like one of those cases where it's like, such unfortunate timing that not only was I out for a few months because of my broken arm, but then I threw up after on the day I was supposed to return.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah, it was not fun. Especially, my dad still makes fun of it.
Your dad?
Yeah, my papa Sukiyumi, he makes fun of me for every time.
Oh shit.
Because it makes some really, apparently, quote-unquote, funny sounds when I throw up.
Yeah, that is a poopy. Yeah, that is
poopy.
Yeah, that is poopy. Uh-oh.
Then again, this is a great topic, by the way, but like, the feeling of just being sick in general sucks, which is why I don't usually get sick.
Yeah.
It's like, yes, you're off of school or work, but the feeling you feel in the middle of it is not pleasant.
Right. I understand. Yes.
It's like how when I was a young pup, when I was a young fox pup, I used to get sick on every holiday for like 4 years.
Oh no! I hate the feeling of getting sick. I really do.
Likewise. I used to get like stomach bugs or like just really bad like sicknesses every holiday, like literally every holiday. And it got to the point where one of my principals was willing to expel me because I was missing so many days.
Eesh. Oh,
even though it was not within my control.
Right? Sometimes these things need to like to bypass. Sometimes they like need to see like, okay, you're really sick. Okay, fine. You're really sick. Okay, we give you a pass. But they should like, do that stuff.
Well, I mean, back then there weren't a lot of understandings for stuff like that compared to how it is now, and that's something I envy the newer generations.
Yeah. Tell me.
They get a lot more. They get a lot more free passes compared to like people like on our generation, for example, who are given a lot more harsher treatment because it wasn't as accepted back then.
Right.
All right, I'm gonna change it up.
Okie dokies.
I'm going to be. All right, I need something a little bit more oomph. I need something with more oomph.
I need more oomph.
A little more oomphle to reference to any of my Dragon Quest viewers. By the way, Usagi, I don't know if you were there yesterday, but I did announce that I am trying to reach a goal.
Oh, you
while I'm
tried.
streaming.
Oh, you tried to reach a goal. Ah, what?
Yes, I'm trying to get to 50 followers. That's my ultimate goal.
You heard that, folks? Go follow. You see the link. You see the
my
link.
God.
You see the link. You see. Go click in my. Oh.
My goal is to reach 50 followers at least, so that way I know that I'm doing good with streaming. Because if I reach 50 followers, I will do an 8-hour stream of JRPGs.
You heard that? You heard that, folks? You heard that, folks? Go follow the kids in there.
Oh my God.
Follow.
Alright, I'm now going to be Bakiyama.
Oh.
Should get up to 6 races, and everything else should be the same. You know what? I'm feeling chaotic. Let's go mirror.
Mirror.
We're gonna go mirror mode.
Oh shit, we're going backwards. Okay, we're going backwards.
Yes, we're going backwards. We're not even driving in a mirror. We're just basically putting on our brakes and just driving on the track backwards using our brakes.
Yep.
Or reverse. It's like you just have your elbow on your chair and you're just looking backwards as you're driving, which is the worst way to drive possible.
Yeah, I mean, okay, when my old car, it doesn't have a backup camera like my current car now.
Yeah.
I cannot for the life of you do that. I had to literally get my ass up my chair just to look over because I'm that short.
Oh, speaking of speedy tracks and cars, welcome to F-Zero.
Oh shit.
3, 2, 1, go! But oh, we're doing this reversal. This is gonna suck. My memory's better on this track without me here.
Yeah.
But no, for me, my car also has the backup cam. But even then, I am so paranoid behind the road, I will literally not only use the backup cam, I'll actually look over myself.
Oh no, I love my backup camera because I use that shit a lot. Especially because
How I actually believe it.
Because I back up into spots a lot. I don't pull forward, I back up into spots.
Oh.
Yeah. It's easy for me.
Girl.
Yeah, for me it's easier to back into the spots. Unless if the parking lot has like with one-way streets that I have no choice but to pull forward because if you're backing up, you're facing the wrong way. So I was like, I'm not like these assholes that doesn't even work now. So I was like, that's the only time I pull forward. You know, like, uh oh.
No, I'm good. It's not going towards me.
Oh.
Oh, I still get hit by the end of that. That's crap. Alright, we're recording 5. Oh, I can't solve it. Why, Usagi? This ain't battle mode yet. Not out for blood.
But yeah, like, you know those Walmart parking lot that has one-way streets or sometimes it has 2 ways?
Yeah.
Yeah, if it has 2 ways, yeah, I'll back it in. But if it has 1 way, no, I won't do that. Because then I'm facing the wrong way.
Well, how long have you been driving, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, shit.
Hey, I'll make you think. I'm making you think.
Okay, I think I got my license. I know I got my license late in my years. I think I got it in 2013. Oh no!
My Switch overheated. Hold on, I'm putting my fan here. It's probably gonna sound loud on someone's end.
Oh, it's fine.
Or maybe it may not be able to be picked up on the mic. Who knows? Yeah, it's not being picked up on my mic.
Well,
Awesome.
I'll tell you exactly if I can find my...
Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
I don't know why it did that. Like, literally, it's not that big of a deal most of the time. And thankfully, my fan is quiet. Alright, I'm gonna create the room again.
Okay.
That was my bad.
No, you're fine.
Let's get a little closer.
Yeah.
And move my Switch just a little bit closer. So I can actually pick up the air and then keep cool. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna use one of my newer characters I made.
Okay, so maybe, possibly, I would say maybe... Hold up. There's a short. For some reason, I transfer all my videos to shorts. How long ago?
Oh, you're making shorts?
No. My old videos.
Oh.
What I used to have Oh yeah, 2013. I was right. August 1st, 2013. Yep. So 10
wow.
years ago. 10, 12 years ago. Yep.
How does that make you feel?
It make me feel good, but then like just like say like some of these people that been driving longer than I have can't drive worth a shit.
Seriously, but that's usually how it goes. It's either people are driving too fast and they're trying to kill themselves, or they're driving too slow and they need to have their license revoked.
Yeah.
That's how it goes usually, because it's no in between.
Right, and I am like a Nazi when it comes to turn signals. I get mad if people don't use the goddamn turn signal. I was like, it's only like right here. It's only taking seconds out of your time. I was like, use the goddamn turn signal.
More like 100 milliseconds, just to flick the thing and then just.
Yeah, exactly. It's my.
Like, I understand your pain though, because in my area, people are either honking at you because apparently you're too slow, or they're speed demons trying to get each other killed.
Oh no! If I'm usually go 5 over the speed limit, like to keep up with traffic. That's usually what it is, right? To keep up with traffic.
Yeah,
so I usually go over 5, no more than 5, no less than 5. That's how I do it, right?
Same here.
If somebody behind me will honk at, oh no, I will literally slow the fuck down. I say, no motherfucker,
Let's fight them.
I'm just gonna be petty as shit. And I fucking hate tailgaters. Tailgaters are the worst.
Yeah, I completely agree with Usagi. I hate tailgaters, but I also hate it when people are like on their phone when they're driving, because it's so dangerous.
That is my one pet peeve. That's one of my pet peeves. Oh, I cuss people out when they're on their goddamn phones. Especially with, like, you're in front of the person that's on the phone. When the light is turned green, beep!
Oh.
The light's green, let's go!
But yeah, it's like, in my area where I live, so many people use their phones, I'm just convinced that they just do it just because they're, well, I can't say they don't hear because Twitch, but they are self-harming themselves.
Yeah, exactly. God damn, I got a lot of shenanigans thrown my way. Yes, exactly. That's one of my pet peeves. I always say this to my chat. Your life, you only get one life. You can get many cars, many phones. But you only can have one life.
Then you have two, technically.
Y'all. You have,
but
like...
That's a different topic altogether.
Yeah. But I always said you can replace your phones and your cars many times you like. But can you replace your life? No, you cannot.
Nope.
You cannot replace your life or somebody else's life.
Very much.
That's what I always...
Usagi.
Yeah.
Usagi.
No! I don't got no barrier.
Yeah, because I had like 4 red shells. I'm not even kidding.
Damn! Ow! Bleh. I got... Ooh! I almost got starred twice. That was...
that bad?
That was... Shit!
Holy shit, somebody clip that. That's fucking great. I sniped her with so many red shells and she got bumped back to 10th. Christ. Holy balls, man. That's hilarious, actually.
And sometimes when somebody's on their phone, when their windows down, and then when I have my windows down, I said, put your goddamn phone and drive. Oh, I
would have been laughing like, put down your goddamn phone.
Oh yeah, I get irritated when people like text and drive or be on their phones and drive.
My usual pet peeve is when somebody either what's the right word I'm trying to say? When someone flips you off when you look back at the rearview mirror, when someone flips you off when you're behind the wheel.
Oh.
Because you're barely driving too slow, or they're honking a horn going brr, brr, like that, even though I'm doing my speed limit.
Oh no.
It annoys me. It's like, I'm following the law, asshole.
Yeah, exactly. Oh no, in my...
Go ahead.
Now, in my area, it's bad when I live, like, in the school zone. I follow the school zone. Not a lot of people in this area does. And then I have this, like, I have several motherfuckers will go in a middle lane just to bypass me because I'm following the school zone. Oh. Last time that happened, oh, I honked the horn, like, I lay on the horn when they did that shit. I was like, at least I care about the kids.
Somebody think of the children. Please,
Think of the children.
Yeah, at least you knew where I was referencing.
Yeah, The Simpsons. Oh shit, look at the oh shit.
Oh, holy crap, what happened to me?
No.
I got
Oh shit.
I got bullet build, I got fucking starved, and I got lightning.
Ew. It's like driving a
what-
T-Rex?
What Armageddon did I start?
Oop is right, bloody. Oop is right. Oh shit.
Oh shit.
You should have seen the last. You should have seen the last course, bloody. That. Oh, I went from first down to 10, like in a snap.
Because of my unfortunate time with the red zone.
Oh, got hit with a banana. That was a lot of hits. I. Go ahead and give yourself a. Oh, give me a rank.
Yeah, I fell right in the lava.
Oh shit! Shit!
The problem is that my screen is too small
No,
on my end, because I'm used to a bigger screen.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's-
Jesus.
It sounds like I'm like the excuse, but my short distance vision is terrible.
Oh, it's okay.
So
I'm
that's-
like that too. My distance, I can't. Well, no, I can't see far. I can't see. Oh, god damn! I got a boomerang.
So you're not farsighted, you're nearsighted.
Yeah, I'm nearsighted. Yeah. I need glasses to read far, but I don't wear my glasses often.
Ooh, okay, that would have been epic if I got that.
Oh god! I got.
Oh.
I'm gonna burn your tissue.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry, Usagi. Oh shit!
Oh shit!
Oh no, not again! Not again! Not again! There's a car behind us. I hope you're aware of that.
Yeah, I know. I saw that. I was like,
Alright, I might have to do something kind of ballsy here.
uh-huh.
This might ruin
I will.
everyone's immersion from the 20 gate. But
Hey,
what?
it's bloody with his 2D model.
Oh shit, what have I done?
Actually, I
Oh,
can't
no.
change that. Damn.
No.
Oh god, no!
If I change it, it'll fuck
Leave
me up.
man, don't expose me.
Okay, it's
Oh,
getting-
you
okay,
were
it's
lurking?
fine,
Hey,
it's fine.
what? Buddy, how do you know he was lurking? I don't even know people. I don't even know who's lurking.
To be fair, same. Alright, I'm gonna have to. Is there a way to full screen this whole stream? That probably would help.
What is it tracking? My Wabo's tracking, like, my hands are going cray-cray. I know this side is tracking my wires, but why is my other hand is, like, going,
We should be drowning because we don't have any sort of scuba gear for this.
I can't breathe.
It just plays the Sonic drowning sound.
Oh fuck! Oh jeez!
That's a game I should play, some Sonic games, because I grew up with the first and second one.
I wish I could grow up with Sega Genesis, but unfortunately I didn't. None of the Sega games because after I told my dad I want Sega. Don't you got a Nintendo? But it's not the same. We just got you this. We just got you this. But it's not the same.
They're not the same! What is it? Then again, my parents were very generous. They just got me whatever the fuck I wanted as long as I behaved at school. They got good grades.
See, that's not my parents. Well, I love
Over
right.
their budget, then they were unless it was over their budget.
Aha.
So, like, for example, we couldn't buy a new console every single time.
Oh no.
I had to practically beg for my PS2.
Shit. Mine had to come a little later when it's launched. I didn't get like a fully launched game. Well, the only thing I got it launched, I think the launch title or something was a N64 because I got that for Christmas, but everything else was for my birthday.
If you want to go into like the whole history of our consoles,
Bam.
I'm trying to think. My first system ever was a PlayStation 1. Oh no, technically my first console, if we're doing handhelds, was a Game Boy Color.
Oh, you got a Game Boy Color. My sister used to have that.
It was a Pikachu version, basically.
Oh, my sister got it like the transparent purple one.
Oh, lucky her. Those are always nice to look at.
Yeah. This might show my age a bit, but my first console, I have no idea what my parents got. I don't remember. But it's Nintendo.
Well, I hope so.
I have no idea when my parents got it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, the mushroom spurred me.
I'm still a little shy to show. I'm still a little shy to show off, but to tell my age though. But
Usagi, we're both in the same generation. We're good. You're good. My first system ever was a Game Boy Color. It was something I got when I was 5 years old, and it was the Pikachu edition because it was yellow and had the Pikachu ears, and it came with Pokemon Yellow.
Lucky! Meow meow, Pekka meow meow.
I lost it when I moved to Texas, so.
Oh, that's. Oh yeah, yeah, because I don't think my sister has that. Has the Game Boy Color anymore.
Then it was a Game Boy Advance, which I got Mario Kart Super Circuit on.
My sister also has the Advance one.
I got the Advance and then I got the SP later when we moved out of Texas.
Bark, bark, bloody, black, bark.
And then it was a PlayStation 1, which I had to share with my cousin, and I got Crash Bandicoot 2. We didn't get one until later. And Spider-Man on the PS1, which was a lot of fucking fun.
Oh
And
shit!
then from there was GameCube, Wii, Wii U,
Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. Here, alright, get ready, Darchi!
No,
Get ready, knock her out! Oh!
I never will think that I heard him.
Oh, we got him!
Oh,
Oh!
whoa, that person exploded.
Oh my gosh.
That exploded.
What?
No. Oh, Bloody gave a shout out to, like, he's giving people a shout out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't mind me.
No, you're good.
That's why
All
he's
my
my man.
consoles were either PlayStation, because I've owned every single PlayStation except for the PS5. Sad.
Oh, I got...
I want one so bad, though.
It is easy to get now since, like, the Scout version's not being a punk ass anymore.
Yeah, but it's expensive as fuck.
It is. I got lucky that one of my cousins got me one. He was like, "Hey, since you're so good for the family, blah 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 blah. Here's a PlayStation." I was like, "Oh my god!" I was streaming that day when that happened, so I was like, "Holy shit! I got a PS5! Holy shit! Holy shit!"
I'm just waiting for PS5 so I can play like every Final Fantasy game known to man.
Shit.
I'm not even joking. If I got a PS5, I would stream every Final Fantasy game in history that is available.
If he got an Xbox, he probably will get it from Game Pass if they have it on Game Pass.
I don't think they have a lot of Final Fantasy games on Game Pass. I checked.
Oh, they probably got it off the market.
Well, I mean, with Final Fantasy no longer being exclusive to Sony now, thank God, it may make it easier.
Yeah, I heard about that.
I know Final Fantasy 1 through 7 is on the Pixel remaster, which I do have. Oh shit. Final Fantasy 7 through 10 is on Steam. Final Fantasy 11 is impossible to get.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, because it's an online game.
Oh, yeah, okay. I thought it was like another. I thought it was with Van on it. Oh no, that's not it.
No. It's an online game, but you can't play anymore.
Oh yeah, because they took that server out because of the other Final Fantasy MMO they just had recently.
Well, they closed up way before that, Usagi.
I got bombed.
You got bombed.
I got bombed. It was right in front of my face.
I got comboed. I love the one of my guys. I used to pull them a lot.
And then show his thingy. And then show his oh shit. And then show Nikki. Nikki. And then show his clip.
Where are Nikki?
Oh shit. I am like doing terrible at this. Uh-oh, Didi has a blue shell. I saw he has a blue. Didi. What the? There we go. And his hit on me. And now Yoshi's cried because he got bombed.
But yeah, if I reach 50 followers, I will stream every Final Fantasy game I can get my hands on. I'm not even kidding.
You heard him. You can see my title, right? What his name? Click it and follow him.
Actually, no. I was wrong. I'm doing the Final Fantasy Marathon anyway. I will stream Shin Megami Tensei or Dragon Quest if I get 50 followers.
Oh.
One of my two favorite franchises that not a lot of people talk about because Persona, unfortunately.
I'm going to do it again because his thing didn't came up. There it is.
Damn it.
Come on.
There we go.
Oh, it's a remake.
With what?
It's as he's a pain in the ass in the Rebirth. He can't, but this time Don Canelo was on his head. He was a pain in the ass.
What are you talking about?
Oh no, there's a Final Fantasy remake with that Azul Bull or whatever. Don Canelo's sewer pet.
Oh. By the way, we're at Toad Road.
Nice.
And now we have a bunch of toads screaming in my ear. I'm in hell. Just imagine hearing that the whole fucking race.
Oh god.
I can't imagine a worse hell.
Oh shit.
The fact that you even do that voice is A, impressive, and B, I'm scared for you.
I want this. Fucking product line, that's what you get. I had a banana stuck to my butt and he ran into it. That was...
You don't know how small that sounds.
Oh no, when it comes to N64, I'm worse with my bananas. And they don't have this on here, but oh fuck!
Oh fuck me.
K.I. Wyson 590 is now followed.
Fucking toad. Hey, Emerald, hello!
How are we today? Take it out.
Oh.
I got inked.
Oh, gross. You guys hit me ink.
Oh,
Emerald's been saying that to me ever since we met.
What are you, inkling boy? Oh, I messed up. God damn it.
Which
What a slippery.
incoming in 3, 2, 1, huh?
Huh? And what? Maybe she could
You
have
won't
done
take
it.
away my victory, damn you.
Oh, I'm so close hitting Lakitu. And it's Emerald.
I have shells in my ass.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hello there.
But yes, Emerald is here now. Bup, 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 bup.
Oh, Frost can't get his thing to work, sadly.
Yeah, which he said that he cannot get his PayPal to work for How do I explain this?
It's so funny because Leon is like
He can't
trying
get his
to
thing
do stuff,
to work.
but there's like
He's been trying to get it using PayPal and it just won't let him.
Yes.
Really?
Which is
It let
cool.
me.
Are we supposed to do that?
Yeah,
I don't know.
did.
You'd have to ask him. Do you want to join us, babe?
Yes.
Yes,
I'll
that's
catch
right
as
here.
old as the look. How do you find that out, buddy? Wait, you are the mod, so you can look at that stuff, huh? Can you? Okay. He's catching all the lurkers. Fess up, lookers. He knows he can smell. He can smell you.
I meant to press the B button. Damn it.
Smell you.
Okay, we're being snipped.
Watching? Oh. No, I'm in their house. Oh, they are cute. Ooh, woo.
That's responding, babe. Finally, sir.
I know
You
the
are
rest
facing
of it.
Michael.
Bloody's being silly. Silly Buster. Silly Buster. That's why we all love him.
Silly. What do you mean?
Yes, he's I love Bloody.
But it's hilarious.
Yes, he is. He's stinky.
Aha! Shortcut, bitches.
Oh, I saw that. I'm doing the same thing. Even the eaglet. I fell down in the water, and now I'm wet. I'm a wet EFC.
Wet dog smells interesting.
Ew, what dog?
My dog, the only time that she gets the zoomies is if she took a bath. If I take her a bath, she gets the zoomies.
Yep.
That's the only time she gets the zoomies. Oh, I'm stuck in a pool. God damn it. I'm gonna fall.
Luckily, I'm not dealing with any lag.
Nice.
That was something I was worried about in this race. If the lag would fuck with me. Who's Tanuki Mario? I have a grudge against you automatically for being a Kitsune.
Better watch out, Mario. He's after your ass.
Yeah, I have a grudge against you immediately because of high rivalry.
I got by Luigi! Luigi! Why?
I took the shortcut, but I fell.
You got watered.
I got sniped. Yep.
I know, right? I am hilarious. Anyway, so is my white divorce queen and I know what? Hey, what? That got dark.
Nom, 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 nom,
No, no. Oh, I saw that, Yoshi. Oh, there's another. Oh, no. Whoever's in front of me, I saw that shortcut and I followed. Ha ha ha. Any shortcut I see, I get.
Unless you fall in the water, then you're just wet.
Yeah. It became. Oh, that means you need to change trousers. It's all wet.
Oh, damn it.
Oh, I see that. Ha! I didn't do. Oh shit! I made the shortcut, but I still landed in water.
Oh, that sucks. Bananas.
Banana. Uh-oh, blue shell anyway.
Bananas. Not a person, so doesn't affect me.
No. Oh shit.
Fuck me.
Yeah.
And of
Ooh.
course, Michael wins the race.
Bill Michael wins the race. Yeah.
Oh no, okay. You got beaten by Petey.
Yes, I got beaten by the pit. Yes. Oh, excuse me.
Cheers. But I'm glad that the Switch display is actually working and the sound's actually going through, because that means I can play Switch games now.
Hey, that's good. That is good.
So I have every option available to me.
Yes.
Except PlayStation. I need a PS5. Ah, there she is.
I'm here.
Alright, now it's time to switch things up.
Yes.
You know what, babe? Because you're here now, I have to.
Oh, no, don't you fucking dare.
Uh-oh, what do you do?
Don't spoil the surprise. Don't spoil the surprise, babe.
Why?
Uh-oh.
Don't spoil the surprise.
I hate this me that you have.
What?
You're gonna see it.
It's so stupid.
Huh?
Look at it.
It looks like a crab man.
You'll see the name.
Crap, man.
Sexy?
Yeah. I hate this thing. It's so fucking stupid. It has no point.
It's supposed to be, but she's supposed to be beautiful. That's the irony of it.
Bullshit.
Just basically, I made a me that was a female, had had cross eyes and a pink mustache.
Oh, that was war for war stash.
Yes! Markiplier.
I made this so long ago just to fuck with people online. So when they lose in Smash Brothers or Mario Kart to sexy, it's super embarrassing. I'm special, guys. Let's do this. Who's Link? You're about to get screwed.
Who else would be late?
I don't know.
She's simple for that late. Hey, that rhymes.
I mean, she's on a three-way relationship with Lincoln Cloud, so.
Oh no!
Twinks. She does a twink sandwich.
A twink sandwich.
I love that.
I got
Twink sandwich,
disconnected.
part of a complete breakfast. Oh, what?
I got disconnected.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Your shit overheat?
No.
Oh.
Mine did earlier.
Yours
Well,
always
after this
does,
race,
babe.
you can join us, Usagi.
Mm-hmm.
I'm used to doing
Well,
that.
I'm spectating right now, though.
Usagi, you hit me with a piranha plant.
Nah.
my fake, the imposter! Get him! Get him! That's not me!
Just plays the Among Us sus sounds.
Meow.
Wrong one.
Wait, how do I change character? Oh, that's supposed to be me! That's supposed to be me!
It's a
Right
tie
there.
between me and Bowser Jr.
That's supposed to be me. That's an
Bowser.
imposter! That's an
Jr.?
imposter!
Alright.
Oh, that's how you change it.
Alright,
Yeah,
alright,
Bowser
alright.
Jr. is right in front of her.
Matthew McConaughey?
Nah.
Wait, what?
Matthew McConaughey?
I'm surprised you even know who that is. That was before your time.
Yes. I've heard so many references.
Oh
I
no,
think it
blue
was
shell!
my time too.
Oh,
I got hit with a blue shell.
I will at least beat this imposter for Usagi's sake.
yes, beat
Alright, I passed her.
it!
Emerald!
Oh fuck.
Uh-oh.
Emerald!
Oh no. Help.
Oh no, help!
Help.
Oh no, help!
There is no god for you when you're up against sexy.
Oh my god. I found the imposter. The imposter is in front of me.
And I'm right behind you, babe.
Fuck.
If I beat you, that's gonna be the ultimate humiliation.
Oh, jeepers.
Out to the now. Oh man.
I mean,
Really, coin?
I have to rescue my nephew in a minute.
oh,
Wait, what?
little baby.
I have to rescue my nephew in a minute.
Uh-oh, what's happening to your nephew?
He's awake again, and he is
Oh,
crying.
hey.
Oh, he's being fussy wussy.
Aww.
Being a sleepy boy.
Oh, sleepy baby boy.
They couldn't get him to sleep, and I wasn't home. So I'm like, well, wake up my sister. Because I don't know what to... I don't have anything to help you with right now.
You just got schooled.
Went from 1st to fucking 6th in a hot second.
And you also
Oh.
lost to sexy.
Oh.
Earlier, you just say I went from 2nd to like 11th, in a snap.
Because of me, because I hit her with a red shell and everyone passed her.
And then I got bamboozled.
you can join now. You've been Schmickeldorfed.
Yeah, baby, Schnickendorf.
That's not even a word and I believe you. Can you join?
Yes, I'm up here. Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm still stuck on the screen. Alright, I had to humiliate you once, babe.
Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do that.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Oh.
you know what? Why not? Why not?
I accidentally left, but...
New me. Oh, I've used this one before.
Oh, give me another shadow, bloody.
Look at all these comments come everywhere. Stop
Oh,
commenting.
jeez. That's a lot of, I require attention.
What the hell?
That's a lot of goom.
I don't remember the
Excuse
stage.
me?
Oh my god.
What the fuck you just say?
You heard her, babe.
Totally, I did.
Alright.
I just don't remember the stage. What?
I'm gonna go check on my nephew real quick.
Okay.
I'm
Go for it.
spectating.
I'll be racing Usagi in this race of Fall Guys.
Yes. Yeah.
At least that's what I think this looks like.
Think so? I
It
don't
looks like a Fall Guys stage in my opinion.
Yeah, it does.
Oh shit, I thought I was gonna die.
Ah.
I'm also giving Sonic Riders kind of vibes out of this. Linear pathways, oh my god, that would have killed me.
Whee!
Oh my god, who just punched me in the butt?
Not
My pudding was munched. I did not appreciate that.
You got num num num.
You got
Oh,
num
shit.
num num by it. Go figure, the dog would hunt the fox.
Oh, shit, shit, shit. Okay, okay. Ah, come here. You do.
Oh god. Dude. Oh my god. I got hit by my own fire flower?
Oh yeah, it can happen.
I just have never had that happen before. I don't know if this is the best stage for that. Oh god.
Boink. Lay boink.
I was never good at this stage.
What's
I
up?
make strange noise when I get hit in video games.
Yes. Well, I do too. Wait,
No, you just go.
oh, ah. Oh shit! There's a creature and I dodged it.
There's a blue shot coming for whoever.
Oh fuck! No. Here, Clicky too. Here, you want to go first? Oh, backfired!
Because you were too late.
Shit!
Oh, I fell off the course.
Damn it! I fucked myself over. I could have won that. I fucked myself
I'm
over.
fucked over. I'm in 10th place, which is embarrassing.
I was first until you mentioned Blue Show. I was trying to stop the kid. Oh, comic ahead of me. It backfired.
Bowser Jr.?
Bowser Jr.?
If I'm playing Smash Bros. Again, the one character I am never using again is Bowser Jr.
Oh, jeez.
I had a bad experience with him when it came to like his solo mode.
Oh, fuck.
It was miserable. I used my friend mode. Here we go.
HDD Gerdbergerth is now following.
Thank you for the follow. How are we? How are we? Hey, weird. I'm not seeing that it says it though, which is weird.
All right, here we go. Here's the me.
Sound alerts you being funky again. I thank you for the follow. Thank you. How are we? Yay, Rainbow World.
Rainbow Road. Oh god, this one.
Yeah, that's
did
one
you see who I was, Usagi?
Oh, no, I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, you're gonna see here in a sec.
Squidward!
Yes, Squidward. I used this the third most. I used Zoidberg as my main, then I used Sexy for a little trolling, and Squidward because I can relate to him on so many levels.
Well, that's good for you, but we're just having fun. We're not in competitive. So we're...
Oh, no.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
what the
you're
hell?
kidding me.
What the hell did I just do? I just went up. I just went up to the thing. What the hell? What did I just do?
Fuck you, Berto.
That's Yoshi's girlfriend. How dare you?
Or boyfriend. We don't know what their gender is.
Yeah.
It's anonymous.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the worst one to be doing the boot stomp.
Oh, I drifted on the wrong side. God damn it.
I drift on the right side and I still get fucked. These boost panels are the worst.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot the bronze I can eat the blooper.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, babe.
Thanks. I told my brother that if he doesn't sleep, just bring him to me.
Oh, it should be fine, right?
Yeah. That's all
That's a good thing. Yes, that's a good thing. It's always good to enjoy. It is good to have like one of those games that you just want to enjoy, want to relax. And that's Genshin Impact for me. It's off-string games, but it's relaxing. and it's fun. It's fun for me, and yeah, it's one of those me time. Oh shit! Blah, 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 blah. Blue shell on the way.
No. Okay, we're good. I was not about to be hit in the butt by a blue shell. Okay, we're not doing that today.
You're an imposter. There's one first place. Holy shit.
Wow. First when I'm not there, I fucking win. That's bullshit.
I wish you the best, though. I wish you the best to win. Yes.
Ain't that some shit, babe?
Yeah, that's some horseshit.
Yes, I wish you the best. Yes, I wish you the best.
Who do I want to be now? You know what? This goes out to all of my Yu-Gi-Oh fans.
Oh lord.
Seto Kaiba?
No, but I do have them.
Oh shit!
Oh shit, when did you make Yugi?
I made all these a long time ago, babe. I made these around the same time I made Sexy.
I have never seen you use Yugi.
I have Yugi, I have Kaiba, I have Tay, I have Joey, and I have Tristan.
Something behind
seen
me.
you
I
use
have no
Kaiba.
idea what's it tracking.
But I've never seen you use the others.
I also have Bakura, both versions.
Oh shit.
And I have Merrick.
Nice! Nice!
I also have Judai Yuki and Cyrus.
That's awesome, my dude! That's awesome!
Because I love GX more than the original, I'm sorry. Actually, no, I'm not.
I haven't seen GX, so...
Oh, it's a lot of fucking fun.
See, I can't do that because, like, nah, like that one, yeah, but I wish you good luck for getting the next thing. Yes.
Who we wishing luck?
Huh?
What?
Who we wishing luck?
Oh, a new follower just telling me that, they're doing a competing, Mario Kart, and they're gonna win the next, cup, so I'm just wishing them luck.
Ooh.
Nice.
Oh.
Jakes.
Yeah. Water soda. I saw that, and I just followed right behind. I saw it, and I did it anyways. Oh shit!
I saw that.
Blue shell anyway.
No.
Usagi, when the fox is in the lead, you're not supposed to follow his every direction.
It's almost like monkey see, monkey do.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Or from Mario Kart Wii. From Mario.
Yeah, it's a runaway, guys. Quote.
Ow, motherfucker.
Nice.
I used to watch the fuck out of Runaway Guys, so anytime I get a chance, I will always quote them.
And destroy your red shell. Ah.
Ooh! Damn, that was close. Oh, you bastard, whoever did that.
Oh, that was not me.
A red
I
shell?
got
That was me.
red shelled as I got...
No red shell gate.
And someone took my item bags?
That was
But
not me.
yes.
Oh, I missed the shortcut.
I don't know if you use the Wii controller like it does like
Noises are making. It's like somebody stubbed your toe and then hit you on the head.
I just have surgery and it's a great time. I'm way to retire. I am 18.
Oh my god, what is going on in this race?
I don't know.
There's so much chaos happening. Your usual?
I'm sure they will. I'm sure once now let me tailgate ya. I tailgate Emerald to get more ground. I'm not hard enough to get up there. Fuck. Ah! Who threw that banana? Oh, red, blue shell.
Oh no. Oh fuck.
Usagi.
Nope.
Boom!
No!
Yes!
No!
Yes!
I got second.
Yeah! Got you right
But
the
you're
last
so
one, too.
young,
That's great.
so young. Yeah, you should take it easy. You should take it easy. Yeah,
Oh, man.
Take
If
it
only
easy.
someone was clipping that. That is a great way to finish.
Pauline fucking beat me by half a second.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Whoever got first. Whatever bot got
I have
first.
no idea.
Oh no, I see how you did a gold hair. Use the goggles. Like Uncle's like, you're good
you know
as well.
what?
Nice to
You know
see
what?
someone playing it.
know
For...
what?
Yes.
Time to change it up a bit. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, Joey.
Yep. Man with the heart of the cards.
Oh yes, I'm always having fun
Man, the myth, the
playing
legend.
with friends. Yes. Yes.
The man with the gamble deck that I've been using since I was a kid.
Let's see if I can make my eyes go crazy. It
Oh,
was
wait,
doing
if
that
I lose
earlier.
this race, I'm gonna be Seto Kaiba because I'll be salty at that
Oh.
point.
Kinda.
Kaiba.
Kaiba.
I'm using. If I lose this Joy, I gotta be Kaiba by default because of lore.
Mr. Scooter. Mr. Scooter?
Yeah, I always use the Mr. Scooty.
Oh!
It's great for acceleration.
Is that the one day you got the zoomies and you like, oh my god, it's too fast?
No, that was a different card. That was
No, okay.
Girl with Wiggler and the smaller wheels.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because unfortunately, small characters plus big card equals zoom.
I think it's because, like, lightweight. I think because girls lightweight.
Well,
So any
the
lightweight
thing is-
characters?
The thing is, the lightweight characters are the worst characters to use if you're doing 200cc runs.
Right.
Ah,
Usagi.
I think.
Usagi fits right in because there's a lot of chaos happening in the screen.
My Wabro is tracking my wires and it looks like I'm scratching my head. That was not
Ah,
me.
fuck you.
Wait,
But
what?
this was me.
Ooh, I saw that.
I just got terrorized.
I saw that.
I bet you did.
I did.
Would you like one too?
Nope.
I'm gonna be Oprah Winfrey. I'll be Oprah Winfrey in this bitch.
And
You got a
one,
card.
and
You get
one.
one. You get a blue shell. You get a blue shell. Oh fuck.
You get a bomb. You get a bomb. Everyone gets a bomb.
Oh, blue shell anyway.
Oh shit.
Oh, ooh, no. Oh, and it still goes for me. I have the worst luck when it comes to blue shells today. Holy shit. We're doing tricks, baby. We're doing tricks.
No. No. Woo.
So I got the zoomies. I'm on the...
Maybe some other time. But yes, I am thinking.
Oh,
Whoa.
I know. I had to catch myself. I'm on PCP, bitch.
Maybe some other time. But I am thinking like having viewers to join some of these. But yes.
Babe, I told Usagi what my stream goal is.
Oh yeah.
You're not the bot. No.
Oh
No.
yeah.
Payback, Usagi.
Oh shit. Shit.
Who wants to get munched?
I don't got much your ass. Mama. Oh, I see what you got there. You got the piranha. Damn. I can't still. Oh, no, she used all the.
That's what I pretty much say whenever I play Piranha and Smash Brothers.
Yeah,
Who wants to get munched?
Yeah, play.
Bruh. Who the fuck is Daisy?
Nobody. Nobody plays this,
It is bad. And it's. Oh. Yeah.
The damn bot cut me off and made me get third.
And just like Joey in the actual
Yeah.
anime,
That
my
was
luck
a
was
little tough.
terrible.
Yeah.
So now you're
yes,
Kaiba.
Yes. That is.
Actually, you know,
That is.
at some point we should all be the princesses, the different princesses. Like, one should be Rosalina, one should be Daisy, one should be
Ooh.
Peach.
I'd be Daisy.
Pig Peach.
Alright, then I'll be Rosalina. I'll be Rosalina because she's my my favorite female Mario character.
I'd be Daisy because she's a tomboy like me.
That means by default, Kayla is Peach.
I'd pick her anyways.
Yeah, because she's your favorite, isn't she?
Yes.
Because Daisy don't take shit. She one time Bowser kidnapped her and that was it. One time.
Apparently.
And Daisy's
Weird.
like had enough and she kicked him in the boot.
I remember this one video where like he tries kidnapping Daisy and Daisy's like, so what do you plan on doing? He's like, oh god, you're not Peach, I'm out of here. And she's like, wait, no, kidnap me.
Oh my god.
We're all the princesses.
Yes.
Rosalina's always been my my go-to Mario character girl. Even in
Damn.
Smash Brothers.
But the medium character with the princess.
I used to have a crush on her when I was a kid.
Shit. Trying to read chat and doing this at the same time.
It's difficult, I know.
Yeah. I mean, some games I could. In some games, I could look at chat and play game like at the same time with no worries, but not this one. This is a different type of game. This one I cannot do.
Well, the thing is, it also requires a lot of concentration in this one.
Yeah.
Unless you memorize the station in the back of your hand like I do.
Fortunately, I don't. I'll drink like that. Oh boy, no! Ah! I got shocked. I got the shocker. I got shocked. The shocker again, and I failed.
Shocker! I will chase you to the ends of the earth.
I'm not used to this character.
Anyone actually has watched this Spider-Man anime,
I don't do tiny.
Oh god, oh god, oh god,
Oh,
oh
I
god.
saw that.
I think I had the golden Mario. I think.
I think I do.
Oh,
have
shit.
the Golden Mario because I did all the trophies on 3 stars. It was annoying.
I think I did that.
Oh, get fucked, Birdo.
Birdo.
Bird up. Bam, bam, bam.
Emerald.
Oh no.
Oh, my butt. Hey. Damn. Little too rough there,
I hit
Kaiser.
a boomerang. Wait, what? I'm sorry, excuse me?
I get showered.
Oh, that was a great sniped. Oh, oh, okay. No! Damn me.
Oh no! Somebody stole my great shell!
Somebody stole my life.
Oh,
My life.
my leg!
My leg! Oh man, stole my shit. Oh fuck. Oh
Yeah.
fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
You get a boost of that shell. You get a
Damn, double fucking whammy, motherfuckers.
Oh my, babe.
So I should. With the medium characters, so with the princess, they are good with
Let's stretch our legs.
bug, teddy buggy. Oh, okay.
Teddy?
Teddy buggy.
Did you say titty?
Wait, yeah.
She said titty.
I said Teddy.
And I win.
No! No!
Yeah.
Okay, good. I still got 4.
I got 6. Oh, okay, good to know. Teddy.
So apparently, as Peach, Kayla does the best.
I know. You did not like
Told you.
not deserve to hear that from her nasty.
What the hell am I hearing?
My youngest sister.
I still get first, bitches! Rosalina is
Nice.
superior, princess! And unfortunately, DeviantArt
With
has
the
turned
meanie
her
wheels.
into a,
Oh,
to a
okay.
sexual icon for Mario.
What?
I said top for bed.
Oh.
You know what? I'm gonna be...
My eyes went bloop.
Alright, let's see. Let's be... I'm not
Listen,
using Peach
I'm
yet,
gonna
by the
do-
way.
I'm gonna
I'm not
do-
giving into the memes.
I mean, there we see it.
To the memes.
Yeah, I'm not giving into the Bowser memes. Ugh. Anyways. I'm gonna be Luigi next. My boy Luigi.
Oh, I did not unlock the golden
If
Mario.
Rosalie's my favorite
I thought I
female
did.
character, Luigi's my favorite male character.
No, I did not. Huh. I thought I did. I thought I did unlock golden Mario. Maybe I need to work on that.
You know what? Who's up?
Huh?
Who's up for a battle?
Oh lord.
I'm gonna have no comms, it'll just be us.
Where do I see?
Who's up for Bob on Blast?
Ba, 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 ba,
Oh
ba.
no.
I don't think I got that either. Holy shit.
Who's up for Mayhem?
Shit.
Brain your ace.
Maybe I need to unlock that. Maybe.
By the way, getting all the golden cards in this game is a pain. Who chose Splatoon?
Me.
Speaking of Splatoon,
get
I want
into
to hire.
that.
I want to
Yes,
hire. I want
I'll
to
get
hire an
into that.
artist who can make me a logo of my Kaiser character, but as a little inkling, not the humanoid form, but the ink squid form.
Oh,
It's sweet.
card size.
Because that would be awesome. That could be like my profile.
Oh, okay. Maybe I was just thinking that it's called differently. Maybe I was thinking like as it says Eddie Buggy. Hi.
By the way, who remembers Bob on Blast from the GameCube days?
Oh, I'm just wasting all my.
I hardly remember anything.
That's shocking, man.
Well, it wasn't my GameCube. It was my cousin's.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I never had one personally.
Well, if I get a GameCube, you're gonna be
It's
playing it
called a
soon.
teddy bug. It is like a teddy card. Oh, so it's like a teddy bug. Okay.
Titty again.
Put it up here. Let's see where you guys
Easy.
at. No.
Easy. How have we not hit each other yet? Holy
Don't
shit.
fucking
I'm
know.
going around in
I think we're
circles.
just bad at aiming.
We're just running around in circles.
Yes, we are. Wow, shit!
Did one of you get hit?
I did.
You did.
Ah, wow! Oh, so you can't hit your own. Okay, good. I can spam it then.
No, it's not like the older games where you could.
I'm running out of bombs. I'm out of ammo. I'm right out of ammo. I need more ammo. Ah! No. I heard that.
Oh no. Woo!
Luigi, get away from me. You're from Mario, not from Luigi. But I can't take away from Mario if you wish.
Bruh.
Damn! I got fucked.
I keep spamming.
Oh, you mother...
Peekaboo.
Oh my god! This is entourage of Armageddon happening.
Ollie.
We took each
I
other
get really
out.
competitive with this. Oh, you get really competitive with this mode. Oh.
Oh yeah.
A little bit. Oh, you got lucky whoever that was.
That was me.
Ayla. Let's play.
No.
Let's play out. No. I think. Ow!
Got you.
Yeah. That's it. I'm done. Oh, I still got 3. Oh.
Aw. Kayla won.
I win.
Yay!
When it comes to battle mode, Kayla
Me and
is
my
queen.
girlfriend plays
When
it,
it
and
comes to
she
racing, I am
wins
king.
1.
Oh
So
my...
drop the. Oh shit!
What?
HG said him and his girlfriend plays it, and she wins once drop the
Alright,
controller.
I'm going back.
Ah!
No, I'll
Like
see
to
me,
go
Luigi.
drop the mic. It's like. I. Yeah, drop the
Luigi
controller, it's like,
representation here. All my Luigi fans, hype up.
I'm gonna Luigi now.
Luigi!
Luigi! Oh yeah.
You sound like baby Luigi.
And then humps
Nobody wants to pick that fat ass. Like, literally, no one will pick Wario. Not even my friend Latrell. My friend Latrell hates Wario.
Why?
Because he got fucked by him in the race.
Oh.
And I always brand him because it's funny. Ooh! That was a nice snipe!
Let me do it.
You motherfucker.
Oh shit, no!
King Luigi now!
King Luigi now.
Oh no, oh no,
Why
oh no, oh no.
Why does she get some
Who's
ego?
You
She
should not
wants
been
to
murdered by
race
me, babe.
And I tried. Oh! Oh! Oh no! What?
Ah!
I saw you behind me. Uh oh.
Oof.
Inuhime in the house.
Inuhime now.
What's up? It's your boy King Ouija.
That was so bad.
I don't fucking care.
No. Oh. You almost had me
You
there.
got hit, didn't you?
Nope.
You can change that if you want.
What?
Hey, you know what I usually do in these kind of games? Stockpile. That way when I see someone near me, I know where to hit. Also, I love this song.
VTubers are trying to play me and beat me, so when they try. Oh! That's
Yeah, you liked that, didn't you?
That's.
Ouch. Okay, who's being dirty? Who's being dirty?
Usagi.
Nami? No.
Bullshit.
No.
Oh, damn it. That was close. Gotcha.
But you guys have a chance to beat. Really? Also, nah. I think you're more professional. I think you're more professional.
Oh yeah? Oh yeah? You wanna follow me?
That's some bullshit.
You wanna follow me?
Oh shit! No, I just came back!
Oh, that was close! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
Touched your booty cheeks from that.
That was definitely a clench moment.
Punch that sphincter.
Yes! Let's go! King Luigi in the house!
I got second, it's okay.
Bow
I'm
to
glad
your
to
new
play it
king.
for fun instead of being in a stadium. Yes. I never.
I was gonna say something, but I held myself back.
Oh my god, babe.
Let me get my boys out. I want my boys out.
What were you about to say, babe? What were you about to say?
I mean, you don't gotta tell me twice.
Hey, yo!
Terrible.
Oh shit.
Bow to your new king, Luigi in the house.
But I believe that I never been in a stadium or something like that. Whoa! I think
I would say
I
this
did
right
have
now.
the tournament thing once. That was in Job Corps with friends. They played we played what was it? Hold on, I got a brain fart. Smash Brothers. They played Smash Brothers. I made it second place though.
Communication error.
But it was.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
For you too?
Huh?
Did you both get communication error? Should I back out then?
What happened? Did you got disconnected?
Let's back out.
Okay.
I disconnected.
Oh, you got disconnected.
That never
Okay.
happened.
Oh, yep. I just got disconnected too.
Still?
That's weird.
Evie. Hi, Evie.
Not border.
No, you actually,
Oh,
you're
yeah, no
actually
worries.
smart sometimes.
Just stop and
I
play.
have to say, you're
Oh,
actually
you still at
smart
work. You
sometimes.
still at work. Okay. Wait, let me see. I hope you. Yes, my headache, my migraine is gone. Yes.
That's good.
Yes. Because
Who
yesterday
wants to
was.
break the room, or do you want me to?
You can.
Alright.
Ow!
Because you have both of us.
Why the slap? Why the sticky slap?
I'm gonna-
Hydrate. Yes. Thank you.
You know what?
Hydrate,
You know what?
Hmm?
I might as well. This is a tribute to you, Usagi.
Oh,
Is it Link?
Yes.
it's
Twink.
Twink.
I'm gonna be
Link
Link.
alert.
Link alert.
Hey, this Link has done probably more than all of us combined.
Twink.
Where is the fucking Master Cycle?
Okay, Smash Roller.
Ah, here it is.
1 cup.
Time to use
forward.
time to use bikes that I am terrible at.
Got knocked out. Player. You got knocked out. No, I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that.
Where's the Hylian kite?
But
All right, this is gonna be terrible for me.
But if I wish I could be like that so I can win money to help the family. But unfortunately, I'm not.
All right, back to racing, and we're doing mirror mode.
But I'm glad you like at least have fun. And now you're retired and all that stuff. So yes, but at least have fun. Yes,
You know,
playing fun is always good. It's always good.
One of my newer bosses actually was part of the Smash Brothers competitive tournament scene.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we talked about it for like maybe a little bit, but I get annoyed by him easily, so I was like, eh. He's always so loud. Alright, where are we? DK Jungle? Alright, welcome to the jungle! Alright,
You're
we're
a
at the
motorcycle.
jungle. Hey, you know where we are? We're in the jungle, baby. We're gonna die.
You're gonna die.
Oh, I hate using bikes in this game.
I'm not good at using bikes either. I tried doing it. I was like, nah.
Oh no!
Oh shit!
Did you fall off too?
Yes. I don't know. If
No, I know what happens. I hit both of you.
What? How? What?
I hit both of you as you were going across. I hit both of you as you were going across the flower trampoline.
There! You got 2 for.
I got 2 for 1, baby. That's how Link does things. He has 2 versions of Zelda from different timelines.
Sneakies. Sneakies. Sneakies.
I still need to play a Zelda game. I've never played one before.
What?
I played Skyward.
Yes.
I've seriously only played like maybe 1 Zelda game, and it was Wind Waker. Well, actually, no, wait, that's wrong. Recently, I got Link's Awakening DX, and I played that and I beat it.
What? Oh.
The problem for me was that before that, I had never played a single Zelda game.
You should play Ocarina of Majora's Mask.
Oh yeah.
Time limits stress me the fuck out, Usagi.
Time limit?
Yeah, because Majora's Mask has a 3-day time limit, and I'm like, that stresses me out.
Slippy, slippy.
I don't know if I can handle that time management.
There's a thing that you can slow down time. Oh shit. Damn it. Okay.
Or reverse time, so I've heard.
Oh, reverse time. I never. Is there
Like you
a
can go
reverse?
back a day or some shit, whatever.
No! Wait, there is a song of that?
I believe so.
I thought that was a rumor.
I think it's an actual thing, because I saw when I was watching SGP play the game, I believe the guy named Matt, he didn't use it.
What? Because I know when I first played it, I did it by myself. I played the double song of time. That I think it goes forward or slow down. I don't remember. And then I did it backwards. That also slowed down or forward. But I never thought there was, because I was trying to figure out what is there a way to go back. I never figured it out. And the guidebook that I had never.
You trust a guidebook of all things?
Use a guidebook?
Yeah.
You had a guidebook?
I think I did, or you borrowed my cousin's. I don't remember. Get inked.
No.
You got
no,
inked.
I don't want your stinky black ink on me.
Hey, that sounded wrong.
That's what kids use.
Yeah, they use the
Defense
stinky.
mechanism.
Yes, they use the stinky inky. Stinky inky.
Woo, I win.
No! I fell.
I win.
Are you serious? I got blue shelled in 2nd place and I went from 2nd to 7th, man. Okay.
Damn.
Wave the white flag there.
Do you know
All
you can
this
dodge the
motorcycle
blue shell?
sucks.
Oh, you can dodge the blue. Wait, you can dodge the blue shell with a mushroom?
Yeah, but you have to be frame perfect though.
Oh, see, though that thing. I'm not good with glitches and all that stuff either.
It's not glitches. It's like you have to be frame perfect. Like you have to use the blue. You have to use the mushroom the moment the blue shell does the little spin animation. And as it's about to drop towards you, you have to speed real fast.
Oh.
You can also do that with a well-timed speed boost drift. It's very difficult.
Oh, see, I need to practice that. I need to practice because I know you could.
Very difficult, Usagi. That's all I'll say.
Shit, I need to master that. I need
You
to
know
master that.
Salty.
Salty.
You're Kaiba now.
Oh shit! No. All right.
Are
good.
these
All right, cool.
two together? Yes, these two. Yes.
I am now Seto Kaiba.
Yes, they are. Yes. But I know how to destroy the bullet shell. But I didn't know there was a. Oh shit.
You're both a fourth-rate racer with a third-rate vehicle.
Woof.
Wolf.
That'd be your response to Kaiba?
Woof. Woof.
You're a fourth-rate duelist with a third-rate deck. I used to play Duel Links before I got too crazy with the cost for the decks.
Oh shit.
Too much money spent on that.
Oh damn.
I played it while I was on my trip to Europe.
Oh yeah, you did. I'm tempted to play Master Duel again because I heard it's easier in that game now to get the decks you want.
Nope. People
Like I was
try
thinking
to
of like
get
doing
me.
what the three idiots do where they make their own draft deck.
I'm keeping these shelf for defense mechanism. Until the blue shell comes in my way. Oh damn. Haha! Take that, boo!
Which I don't have this map memorized yet. I'm not like Axel, I don't have it memorized.
Oh! Got it memorized.
At least you knew where I was referencing. The name's Axel. Got it memorized.
Kingdom Hearts, yes.
I love Kingdom Hearts. I wish there was a way you could stream without Disney or Square Enix getting upsy.
What, you can't stream that without them getting antsy about it?
Well, I mean, there are people who could stream it, but I believe since Disney is so uptight about that kind of stuff, you gotta be careful.
Oh damn, there goes my hopes of trying to stream that.
I know, right? I'm the JRPG streamer and I want to play it so badly.
Cause I just got, like, almost the
entire collection?
Yeah, the collection from the Game Pass.
It's on Steam now, or it's gonna be on Steam soon.
Oh, shit. But damn, I was hoping to stream 1, 2, and then stream 3. I did stream 3 long time when it first came out, but I didn't finish it.
I win.
And I hit the sign, flop. I hit the sign.
Do the flop.
I remember I met my when
Everybody do the flop.
Actually, let me see something real quick before I get too crazy about what I just said. Kingdom Hearts. Because I'm trying to see if it's on Twitch. Yeah, there are people streaming it on Twitch. So it doesn't seem like it's too big of an issue. Just, you know, good luck trying to good luck trying to play Kingdom Hearts 3 without that copyright of the Frozen song.
Oh, that no. Usually when there's a copyright, I mute my capture card.
Audio.
Yeah, usually when I know like yeah, I usually mute it. I was like, nope, copyright. Okay, I'm gonna be safe to heart. Sorry, but if I know it's a copyright, I was like, nah.
Or just do what Tom Fox does, and whenever the copyright songs play, he sings really loud over top of it.
Or that, yeah.
Like in a very loud Irish kind of way.
Like Jacksepticeye?
It makes it, a little bit, yeah. I don't know if Jacksepticeye ever sings over the copyright music.
Well, he does know how to sing. He does know how to sing. I heard him sing. He does know how to sing.
Yes, he does. So does Markiplier.
I never heard him sing.
Excuse you, I'm not a motherfucker. I'm the owner of the biggest company that'll own everything you own.
Oh yeah? How's the air taste?
Have you tried blue shell?
I thought you were about to say, how's your second place trophy going?
No, I have not tried that. I have not tried blue shell only. Oh, that sounds like a lot of chaos, though.
Oh, motherfucker.
How does the air taste?
Ow. You know what, motherfucker?
No! Get off my... I fell. Just trying to...
I would, but you
squeeze. Trying to be squeezed. That didn't work. Is that a
Oh my
flirt?
god.
What? Banana! I got bananaed.
Ludwig, I suggest you leave. You're no
Oh, shit.
top-rate racer.
Uh-oh. Bullet bill. Fuck. Yoshi got aggressive there.
Reason suck a dick, I could have also said I would, but my blue-eyes waifu ain't here.
Oh my lord.
Nice, my food.
Yeah, because he's so obsessed with blue eyes, he made a jet
Yes.
out of it.
I used to have it, but I don't know what happened to all my card collection.
My mom sold mine.
Ah,
Yes, you did.
I was
Such a
pissed.
dirty move.
that
I was
was
just a kid.
that was dirty. Oh,
I said, Mom, whatever happened to my Yu-Gi-Oh cards? And she goes, oh, I sold them. Bitch, what?
oh, oh no.
Like, I used to hassle the boys on the fucking playground for those cards.
Shit.
Nowadays, getting a blue eyes deck means that you're cheap.
Uh-oh, blue showed me way.
Oh, are you serious? Ooh, okay.
Oh, blue show.
Oh, damn it. Oh, dark points. No, Yugi. No way you should have beat me that time. Okay, that almost hit me, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I hit myself.
Oh, I thought I was gonna run into that. I was gonna like. Oh, I forgot there was a shortcut in there, and I missed it. I'm tiny. I don't do tiny. Oh, that was quick.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I was gonna hit that, but no. Little punk, little Luigi, you fight past me. Anyways, I gotta practice with my trainer for memory card and practice for Sunday. It's nice to meet you too. I hope you win. Have a good night, baby. Yes, don't do what I do. That was bad.
That was bad.
Usagi, if I could recommend any advice, if you do plan to stream Kingdom Hearts, at least make sure that you look up the streaming guideline for those games.
Noted. Oh fuck my beard.
Because they do the same damn thing with Shin Megami Tensei. It pisses me off every time.
Damn. But I hope you won. I'll give you good luck, Chop. How about this? I'll give you. There's your good luck.
This
Don't worry
next
about the
race,
eye.
I will
Don't worry
surpass-
about the eye.
This next race, I'll surpass you, Emerald.
There you go. There's your good luck.
Oh, yeah?
I will defeat you, and then I'll beat Yugi, and then I will be the true king of the games.
Well, good luck getting past my sharp teeth.
Me sliding in. Frost Wolf. Hello, Frost Wolf.
Hello?
Hello. How are we, Frost
I
Wolf?
love how you did the hello from Luigi whenever he enters the mansion.
Hello. Hello.
Exactly. Like, he sounded so confused, too.
I didn't know that.
Mario.
Mario.
Have you ever got his heart down to like almost like dying and then do that? Have you done that?
Mario.
Or there's one point he's like Mario, like his voice cracked.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I was trying to figure out why I love that. That is so funny.
Do you remember the original ending for Luigi's Mansion?
I remember you get a big ass.
The original bad ending for the version of the game?
I don't think I ever got the bad ending.
No,
I don't
like,
know.
it was never a thing. Like, you were given a time limit originally for the game. You had 24 in-game hours to save Mario, and if you did, you get the automatic bad ending.
Oh, that's a bunch of hockey.
And it's so depressing looking.
Oh, I think I see the picture. He looks like droopy and all, and his...
He looks depressed.
Yeah, I saw
Okay.
that. Yeah, I was like, what? They made Luigi that? No, you bad. That was terrible. Why am I going that way for?
I know, but like, there are so many creepypastas based on that one image alone. It's ridiculous.
Oh God.
Like, people are saying that Luigi, after, you know, losing Mario in that instance, fell into a deep depression.
Oh shit.
To the point where he, quote unquote, I won't say it here, but, commercial survivor. You can't say the word on Twitch, you'll get in trouble.
What? Oh.
I'll give you a hint. It involves a rover.
Ah, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I can't say that word. So basically, there's one period that Luigi did that after losing Mario. Because he couldn't handle the grief.
Oh, that...
And I thought, that's a little extreme for a Nintendo game.
That is...
But then again, there's a
Oh, I
shadow
got
of...
disconnected! There's an imposter
seriously?
among us. Yes, there's an imposter among us.
Oh shit.
No. You will not take my victory.
I think
Blue
it's...
shell
what the
incoming.
Fuck? Are you serious?
I think my
Right at the
my
very
internet is
end?
still being funky after that storm
I
happened.
got hit with something right on the finish line.
No,
It was
what I
like a
mean is
crash
I got
game, be
hit
like,
by 2 red
burp.
shells. I panicked, fell off the
Not
track,
having
got hit with a blue shell as I
enough
landed.
Sugaries. Oh, we got another sugary.
Wow.
Another sugary.
Wow, that sucked.
Ooh, I got number 1.
Recorded. What? Here's a question for both of you. Who's your favorite Mario character?
Luigi.
Hell yeah, there we go, Luigi Club.
Hence that Luigi. Because he always
know
got
it's
fast
Peach.
pass.
Usagi, we should both be Luigi.
Luigi. Oh, yes.
God, I'll be outnumbered.
Luigi
A little
hybrid.
bit.
Luigi!
Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum,
Oh,
bum,
excuse me.
bum, bum. Cheers. Bum, 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 bum.
What?
I was just talking to you and then you just went poof.
What the fuck?
Oh, you got disconnected
Go
too.
back in. We're not starting yet. We're not
Yeah,
starting
I
yet.
got
You can join back in.
disconnected again.
At least you
Your
got
Wi-Fi
internet
sucks.
unlike me who
This
lived
has
all
never
my life
happened.
with shit. Oh, I'm sorry to
Oh
hear
fuck!
that.
What'd I do?
Oh, even your name has
Oh.
Berlin on it. Oh,
There we go. I was gonna say.
yeah, Berlin.
All right, we're going back to 150 cc, or we can go 200. I'm just kidding.
No,
Jesus, no.
that's too much.
You annoyed us.
Imagine if I actually did that.
It's like 100 is too slow, 200 is too fast, but 150 is just right.
Unless you were playing Mario Kart for the very first time, then 150 is too fast.
Right.
It's just like the porridge.
Yeah, that's what I was referencing. Goldilocks.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
I can't look at
Wolf,
Goldilocks
though.
the same way after reading the original attention for the original book of Goldilocks. It's so messed up.
I'm your mother.
Yeah.
All of the fairy tales we grew up with are so messed up in the original version.
Yes, it is. Yes, like what, Snow White was totally messed up. She, I think no, was it like Little? I don't know. One of the princesses, they died from wearing steel shoes, burning their feet. They died from exhaustion and that.
That's Cinderella.
Oh, okay. Just yeah.
Well,
It was the stepsisters.
That was the stepsisters. That wasn't Cinderella. They didn't die from it. They cut off their own heels so they would
That-
match
yes.
the shoe.
Yes, that. Yeah. Our Disney.
That messed me up.
Yeah, all the Disney characters, they had to like child-proof
Oh, yeah.
that shit. Yeah.
Well, they had to because the original testing was too fucked up.
Yeah. Hey, you know Steamboat Willie is public domain now. We can all use it.
Not yet. Next year.
Next
will be.
year. Next year. Okay, I thought it was this year.
Because there's a Steam game coming out called Mouse, which uses Steamboat Willie like assets.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like a Doom game too. So cool looking. I want to get it.
And I bet Disney's not happy about that.
They weren't happy when Winnie the Pooh was being used as a horror movie.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
They were pissed about that.
No, my blue shell mechanism, my blue shell replacer.
Usagi,
No.
the Emerald, you ask this now, but this has been going on for years. Like, Disney has a problem with their either what they own or what they don't own is being used for something that isn't in their
I saw that.
original intent.
Did you see me fall in the lava?
Yes, I did. I did.
I got fucked up by the corner.
Okay, that's not supposed to happen.
Wait. Who threw that green shell? Oh, I'm
no,
gonna
fuck.
give you. I'm gonna get you. Come here, bro. Come here, Diddy. Let me tailgate you for a bit.
Blue shell coming.
Oh, shit.
No!
Yeah.
Baby fall in the lava.
Now you're gonna get karma, bitch.
no,
Haha.
don't fall in the lava.
Oh, I almost got num-nummed.
Hey.
Uh,
You know what Zeus said to all his spouses?
Oh no, you're
Get
useless.
fucked!
God damn it.
I am tiny. I don't do tiny.
Hey, you gotta admit that was pretty clever.
Oh no.
Usagi, I don't know if you noticed, but I'm a huge mythology nut. That's Caleb.
Yep, I am too. Ah! What the fuck?
Haha. Good juke.
I fell into
fuck?
Hades.
So did I. Dad?
Daddy? Father, I crave violence.
Father hope. No, my mom.
Luigi one. Luigi number 1. Who threw
At
those?
least one of Luigi's number 1. One of them is number 5.
Number 1.
Oh. Where'd that blue shell come from? Because it bypassed me. I saw that on the map. It just...
Hell, I got fucked.
It is going around, like, in the map.
If you were one number lower, you would have automatically won, babe, because you would have been 8th in Mario Kart 8.
And I was using the
But I think my internet
special
connection
thing.
is still recovering from that storm we had 2 nights ago. That was scary.
I bet it was. I bet you were like a scared little dog huddled up in the corner going...
Yeah, I was. After my phone went off, because my brother called me and wished me a happy birthday. And then after, like, we got off because I was taking my fur baby outside. And then, and then I got back in the, in my computer just watching the weather. And then my phone, beep, beep. I was like looking, I was like, oh shit! And then I hear the sirens, but for some reason, in this state, they call them cows? Which is weird. But I guess, yeah, they call them cows!
The fuck?
Yeah! But it was weird. I call them sirens because, like, growing up in Nevada, I never heard that before. So I hear that.
Coconut ball.
You've been coconut mauled. Share it to all of your friends. Let them know they've been coconut mauled.
Oh shit, I'm going backwards? Okay, hi.
The fact I remember that bit, or I forgot that, but you remember
What?
it, shows that you loved that meme.
That's so funny.
But yeah, I heard there was a supercell, but it didn't drop. Like, upper north from us.
Hey, Usagi.
Bowser.
What is that menacing sound that is trying to warn us of impending doom? Moo. Devil, get away from me!
The lights were flickering, and I got scared because, well, the electricity in this house is very poor, so...
Fuck. Who the hell did that?
But yeah, I got scared. I was scared. My fur baby was scared.
Well, I mean, in times like that, Usagi, here's what you do. You go to a corner, you hug your fur baby for comfort, and then when it passes, you're all good to go.
Yeah. I was in a hallway.
I was stuck on a wall because I had to itch my eyebrow.
I was in a hallway where the first tornado went past by us, like in December. I don't know if you guys heard about that.
No, we didn't know you back then.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
So what happened?
What?
The December thing.
Oh,
The first tornado.
the December 11th, the 2021. Like, we heard about this gonna happen like weeks in advance, because the news or the weather people were like, this is gonna be dangerous, this is gonna be big. So I got scared. My friend was like, it's okay, don't worry about it. I was like, okay, if you say so. So I let my guard down. And as soon as I went to bed, I think it was like 3 or 12 o'clock that happened. And then I heard Mammakins screaming out, get in the hallway, get in the hallway. It's coming, it's coming. I was like, what? I was dazed. I was groggy, I was sleepy. So I don't know what the fuck is going on. I have a fan in my room because, like, I like having cold air instead. I don't like sleeping in a hot.
Same, legit same.
So
That's why, babe, whenever we move in together, we are having the air conditioner on at full blast.
Yeah, it's gonna be Antarctica.
Exactly. There you go.
So I had the fan in my room blowing the cold air from outside into my room. And then after I got up and just looked around, my fan was going getting faster. And I was like, why is my fan getting faster? And then I see lightning outside. I said, what is going on? And then the fan's getting faster. And then the light turned off, turned back on, turned back off. I was like, oh, fuck. So I tried to grab my fur baby out of the closet, but one of my Mama Ken's like, no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. She's fine. She's fine. But she ended up coming with me anyways. And then after I was sitting in the hallway, she's like, it's above us. It's above us. I was like, what? I didn't hear any noise because the liquor store right by us, like across the street, literally across the street, I could see it from my porch. Across the street, got destroyed, and pick up the air conditioning, drop it into the house next to us, that got destroyed.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
That must have been a traumatic experience for you.
Yeah, but luckily I didn't hear shit, because I was still dazed, so I didn't hear. I don't remember what it sounds like. All I heard was, get in the hallway, it's above us, and the fan's going off, and that was it. And ever since then, I got scared if there's a nasty storm that I heard that it says potential tornado's gonna happen. I get scared every time.
I mean, that makes sense. You don't want to fuck with nature.
No, you do not.
No matter what you believe in, or if you don't believe in anything at all, nature is not to be fucked with.
Look.
Nature's scary.
Yes, it is. I said
Damn,
we got.
nature, you scary.
Damn, nature, you scary. I said we got blessed that we got lucky that the house didn't get destroyed, other than the gutters got ripped apart. Got ripped the entire house, but other than that, we got lucky. The tree kind of saved, like, having one bedroom collapsing. Yeah, it had a nick in a corner, but if that power line did not break its fault, it would have been much worse. Yeah. So I would say that we got blessed that it didn't have enough significant damage.
Well, it kind of reminds me of that story I once heard about a tornado in, I forget where it was at. I think it was in Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
But there was like a tornado that was heading towards a single house in the middle of the forest. And it was so huge, yet it went around them instead of hitting it. It hit everything else in the forest but that house.
What the hell? It could...
And it was divine intervention, which I would believe. I mean, good lord.
Yeah. Probably like a
the
multi-vertex.
forest did not get destroyed, but the rest of the forest got destroyed.
Yeah, tornado would be like that though. After I told my dad, because he grew up in Oklahoma. He grew up all that tornado shenanigans and all that stuff. So after I told my dad that it missed us, he said, "Oh, it's a hopper." I was like, "What?" He said,
"A hopper."
Yeah, that's what I said too. I was like, "What is a hopper?"
Exactly what it sounds like, babe.
Huh. It lifted up.
Robbed.
It lifted up, and then it came back down. But when it left up, that's where it missed me and Miss Julie's house. That's where our next door neighbor, like, she's a sweet old lady. And then that's when it came back down, hit the liquor store, and then the house next to us. Oh shit.
That's what we like to call divine intervention, if I'm gonna be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Because your chances of that are super low.
Yeah.
So it's like count your blessings that it decided to go boing over you.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, that was.
Also, I got fucking robbed.
Oh shit.
Bowser literally snuck under me and took my first place.
No.
Damn you.
Damn you the butts. Yeah. Excuse me.
Ears?
But I never want to experience that again.
I wouldn't either.
That's why I'm hoping that we move back to Nevada. I'd rather deal with earthquakes and flash floods than a tornado.
I don't know if we should be saying that.
I don't know either.
I don't think any of those
Those-
are a good thing, Usagi.
No.
No,
they're
it's
not.
not. I know it's not a good thing. I know. Oh fuck. Shit.
I'd rather deal with hurricanes than all of that, but I still wouldn't want it to happen.
My dad gets hurricanes a lot because he lives in Myrtle Beach.
Well, I know that much.
At least in hurricane, you get like time to evacuate.
Yeah, they have evacuation routes. You see it whenever you drive. There's like signs that says hurricane route.
I think I saw that when I was in Florida once.
Yeah. They're like blue signs.
Oh yeah, I did see it. Okay.
Here's the thing. Anytime a hurricane happens in my area, it's like the very outskirts of it, honestly.
Yeah,
That makes any
towards
sense.
the beach area.
Huh?
It's towards the beach.
It's always towards the beach, but it's very rarely it will go on the mainland.
Yeah.
Now you
The
got.
most we would get is just heavy rain.
I was hoping you would use all your red shell.
Kakidori.
Kakidori.
We just get flooding because it rains a lot, and we're in a valley.
Like, same?
So,
Same?
like, we have a part of my town that's literally on an island. It's called the island. That gets flooded, and it gets really bad.
Damn.
Y'all ever wanted to go to the Emerald Islands?
I don't know what that is.
It's the islands outside of New York.
Oh. After this run, I gotta take a major piss.
I've been to Peanut
Time
Island.
to take a piss! What?
I've been to Peanut Island.
What's Peanut Island?
It has wild goats, I think.
Wait, can you scare it to make it? Yes, I want one just to see if it does faint.
Oh fuck.
And I want to name it Billy. If I have a goat, I want to name it Billy. Billy Goat. Billy Goat. Billy Goat. And every time I wanted, I was like, whack! If it failed, and I was like, it fell down.
Oh, you're talking about the fainting goats?
Yes.
Yes!
Damn, I win. Yo, that buzz.
Oh, you sneaky little. Alright,
I know.
Uh-oh, wait, was that you? Did you got into the crossfire?
Crossfire? Yes, I did.
Nice.
Crossfire.
Sheldon, just fart.
Okay,
Sheldon,
hold on. I
Alright.
gotta make lemonade real quick. Hold up.
You gotta make lemonade. Fuck, that's fucked up.
What's fucked up?
She said time to make lemonade, and she had to go
Oh.
eat.
Oh, ew.
Well, while we're waiting for her, might as well switch up with my Miis.
Oh, Lord.
You know what? I'll be this one.
Searching you, boy.
What?
He has my phone.
Who has your phone?
My youngest sister, Sheldon, took her phone.
Rip.
Wow, it was on the floor. You're dumb.
I am now Gabrielle.
You're dumb. How would a dog fucking hit you?
Babe, I gotta ask, does the audio for the Switch actually work? When you were watching my thing, does it actually work fine?
From what I heard, yes.
Okay, good. I was worried. Because if it actually works, I can play JRPGs that I have on my Switch.
Right.
Like Super Mario RPG, Paper Mario, if Nintendo will be nice. Well, you got cold chills?
Yeah.
Thanks for being a part of this, by the way, babe.
Yee. I think the ghosts in my house were trying to fuck with me this morning while I was half asleep.
No, of course they were.
I was in the bathroom getting ready to brush
Mhm.
my teeth. And I had the medicine cabinet open. And we have like this little metal rod thing to unlock some of the old doorknobs.
Oh.
And it just randomly like flew out at me and landed in the sink.
Damn.
And I like looked
ghost-
around and I'm like, bitch, you thought you could mess with me.
It's like, be gone, thought!
God, thought.
No, just gotta do it while making a slap noise, like, be gone, thought!
He didn't fart.
If anyone's watching in my chats or in general, if anyone watches my content, would you like me to do a stream one day of like old Nintendo games? Like for example Mario or Zelda or Kirby. Like let me know. Even if you're not watching this stream but watch the video later, let me know if you would like me to do like a marathon of old Nintendo games on as a streaming idea. Because I would not mind that, even though I would suck. I think it would be a fun idea to kind of give tribute to Nintendo Championship NES Edition coming out soon.
Sadie, shut up.
Babe,
Yes.
this question also goes out to you as well.
What?
I was telling anyone who'll be watching the chat or will be watching the video later, but would you like to see me actually play like old Nintendo games as like a marathon? Like I wouldn't play the whole way through. I would play until I decided to change it up. But I'd be doing like a marathon like for like the first Mario game, first Zelda, Kirby, Metroid, shit like that.
Yeah.
Like a sort of Nintendo All Stars kind of thing as as something to celebrate the NES edition for the championship game that's coming out in July.
What's coming out in July? I got disconnected.
The Nintendo Championship NES edition is coming out on July 18th.
Ah.
It's like a game where you speed run through different challenges, and I'm thinking of doing a stream where I go through like each and every one of these old games, and basically playing through them. Like for example, I would first start out with Mario, of course, because it's the very first one on the NES. Then I would play through Zelda. Then I'd play through Kirby. Then I would play through, you know, shit like that. And hopefully Nintendo's nice enough to let me do that.
Nice and nice.
Disconnection.
Oh yeah, we'll wait for you then. But yeah, that's my goal as one of my stream ideas. Like granted, I wouldn't be able to go through the entire thing in one stream, but maybe I can make it like a few parts.
Why'd you pull your hand away from me, you bastard?
What? What?
Talking to my dog.
Oh.
I was trying to hold his paw and he pulled it away, so I said, "Don't pull your hand away from me, you bastard."
Oh, yeah, Raven does the same thing. She don't like me touching her paw. Unless if she's really sleepy, then she allows me to touch her paw. Yeah.
Well, my pit bull, Scarlet, she
You got a
is
pity?
very... Yeah, I got a pity. She is very ticklish on her toe beans.
Oh.
And if I tickle, like, right in between her toe beans, she'll kick me.
Oh. Raven will get annoyed and she will just cover her paws so I won't reach them.
Yeah, and then Sheldon, he'll pull his paw away from me.
Hi, Dean. How are you? How are you? But yeah, Raven will do that, or she will just like lick my hands and say, "Mama, stop."
I can't reach. Yes, you can.
No, I can't.
Sally Peter Griffin.
My sister was doing that.
Actually, speaking of all that, Usagi, you know what I really wish they would start doing at this point?
What?
Adding the very first Pokemon games onto the Switch.
Oh, like blue, red, and yellow?
Blue, red, yellow, gold, silver, crystal, basically.
Oh, I wish they would do that. I would have played yellow. I would have played yellow again.
I would play Crystal again, because that was my very first Pokemon game.
Yellow was mine. But how is King? How is King? After we're done with this drink, me and Prince gonna go back.
Wait, what?
No, I was talking to one of my best buddies. Yeah, one of my best buddies is watching me stream.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Also, Usagi, you sound like you just ate some really bad food. Like, tastes terrible.
Or like how Yoshi, like when he ate something, he goes, bleh.
I just thought he goes, like the sound of the tongue reaching noise.
No.
Fuck, Retro.
Or Yoshi's Island where he goes,
I'm on the wall.
Yoshi like, No.
Oh, that was close.
What? No. Oh, Yoshi has, Seki has that regime, and I like to say in the chat, lum. And it triggers Yoshi's tongue and licking him. I want to do something like that too, but I need to make a Pickle Rick model. Shit! Oh, I saw that! What the hell? Wait, what the hell just happened?
Me?
I saw the red shell and then it went down. It went down. What the fuck just happened?
I fucked you over.
Can I get
Minute.
Oh, he used to love my attack noise.
He's funny. He's
Hey,
funny.
Emerald, payback. Payback. Oh, no, this is Usagi again. Never again.
Yeah, Daisy got the green shell.
Hold
Shoot,
on.
shoot, shoot,
Come on.
Fuck.
Hurry up before I get to the finish line.
Oh, wait!
Yes!
I got sideswiped by the blue shell.
Oh, damn it, I got hurt. Whatever.
I made it to the finish line before the blue shell would have gotten to me. It never came to me though.
It's
I
cute.
know, but it's like, just imagine the blue shell coming, it just goes dun dun. Dun,
I know,
dun.
that's why I was
You got any
I was like,
clippers?
oh no.
You got
Because
any
I saw it on the map, I'm
clippers?
like, oh shit.
In your inner thought, you're like the SpongeBob who was running
Yes,
with
you
the
do.
trash bag over to the garbage bin at night. Yeah, exactly. when I get access to be able to use like channel redeems, I'll probably use like one of the SpongeBob quotes for one of them. I haven't decided which one, but I'm planning on doing that.
Singapore.
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 Never. I know where Singapore is. Oh wow, that's a pretty stage. Not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, yeah. That was like New York.
Singapore is kind of like the equivalent of New York, sure. Or like the capital of Taiwan.
Mm-hmm.
All places I still want to go to.
Where you want to
Smack.
get
Singapore or Taiwan, because I heard it's so pretty there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh!
Damn!
Someone keeps hitting me with green shells.
Did it went back and got you? Fucking
Yeah,
Cuba.
that was a good snipe. Usagi, you should play Mario Sunshine in that case for how much you were able to snipe.
I have the 3D All-Stars.
All-Star?
Yep.
3D All-Stars?
Yep.
That'll be fun to watch.
I had it on the GameCube, but the thing is that I had a bad copy, because, like, I have a used copy. We'll just say I had a used copy. And I cannot go past by this one Bowser boss. But my brother seemed to pass it. But then when I tried to do it, it didn't work. So I can't.
That's it.
Yay!
Oh, what the fuck?
I was trying to see if one of you will pass by me.
I got stuck.
I saw that.
That was
You
some
kinda
bullshit.
got stuck.
You ain't no
That was
letting
some
no
bullshit.
turds on me.
Oh, I got hit in the corner.
And then you got flowered.
Oh, who the fuck hit me?
What was it?
Cocksucker?
I mean, oh.
That's why when I was in star mode.
Damn.
Damn, shit. It jumped the wrong
Someone
thing.
fucking hit the green shell into my bomb and it hit me.
Oh yeah, and if you have the bomb right on your butt, if somebody hits you,
No.
It
I
was like-
understand Usagi, but that's not what I did.
no. Oh
What
shit.
happened was that I threw the bomb. Someone threw a blue shell. No, not blue shell. A green shell. Ricocheted, hit the bomb, and exploded right in front of me.
Oh shit.
That's some ricochet bullshit right there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on. Sorry, is that payback for Rainbow Road?
Maybe.
Wow. Alright, who can play that game? Who
Oh,
can
shit.
play that game?
Oh, no.
Who can play that game?
I triggered the Katsuna. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, thinking Knuckles.
Yeah.
I'll be
Yeah. That was what I was going for.
Third's okay.
I need to make that my sound routine. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, I was an 8. Do you know the way?
Do you know the way? Fucking Gun and Knuckles. Whoever made that was racist.
Do you know the way?
The meme that forever cursed the guy who created it.
Mm-hmm. What? Really? Wow.
The fact, the guy who made Gun and Knuckles actually, he hates himself on the internet.
Oh, he hated himself for making. Oh, okay.
I thought you were yellow cigar. You
What he
okay?
what he did for a joke ended up being the most racist thing ever, and he regrets it.
Oh, speaking of a meme, did you know what they
It is a
made?
meme.
Do you know what they
What,
made
what?
a toothless plushie? The Death Eats toothless plushie?
Oh, you should still frost that. He'd probably be all over that shit.
I want one! Oh, I got burnt out.
The most basic stage in the entire game.
Wait! That's a Super Nintendo version.
I know, but the Super Nintendo, you cannot deny, it is so basic.
Yes.
Limited processing power. It looks, visually, it looks fun, but it is bland as shit.
Got all the
What
colors.
the fuck? I disconnected.
Oh no, he got disconnected again.
What the fuck's happening?
That's a good question.
I never get this many drops.
No, banana.
Isn't that?
No.
Banana.
Banana.
I love the way you say it. You sound so dramatic, like, banana.
Banana. Oh, my friend. Ooh, banana.
What?
My friend makes fun of me how I say fire sometimes.
Well, how do you say fire?
Sometimes I say fire.
Fire!
Far.
I am on fire!
Far, 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 far.
I am on fire!
No, villagers. Fuck you.
Emerald, you stole my item box. That's free.
Oh, you
It's an
motherfucker.
imposter. Not me.
I gotta beat the imposter now based on principle.
This villager's like laying on poopy bananas at me. I'm gonna get his ass. Yeah, blup.
Reminds me of the misheard lyrics for
Hey!
Disney songs.
Mm-hmm.
And there was one that was the Peter Pan song, but the some lyrics were Batman pooping snakes.
No! Oh. That blue shell that got me because like I was in midway of getting hurt by a banana.
Banana! That was funny when you make some of the noise you make, like. I beat Usagi, Lisa. Let's go.
I keep disconnecting.
It's okay, you and I can get disconnecting.
Yeah. Again? What the fuck? I just spectated and now it's like, oh, communication error. Hold up, what the fuck is this bullshit?
That bullshittery.
Oh, your internet.
Wi-Fi. Why are you listening to National Anthem?
Someone broke their symbols.
Oh, I saw that.
Oops.
Let's see. Who do I feel like playing as now? You know what? Why not?
Internet.
I'll make Usagi laugh with this one.
Uh-oh.
But I'm having a lot of fun with this so far. This is really fun. Alright. It's now
Internet
time.
good, so what the fuck?
What the? Uh-oh.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5,
A
4,
A
3, 2,
I try to
69.
noise. I wanted to say Bob, but that's not it.
Nope.
Oh, it would tell me on who you being. Patrick?
What?
No, this is Patrick. Who are you people?
Is this the Krusty Krab? No, this is Patrick. Is this the Krusty Krab? No, this is Patrick. Is this the Krusty Krab? No, this is Patrick.
I got burnt out.
Man, you're doing the Animal Crossing one without me.
Sorry, babe. No, have you seen those edits where they replace Patrick at the very end with a notice Patrick with like Silver Boot from Dragon Ball? So funny.
What the fuck?
Is it keep disconnecting you?
Yeah.
What the
That's
hell?
odd.
Yeah. Because I have full bars on the internet.
Huh.
Nintendo's like, fuck you.
Even if I like exit out here. Close it.
Maybe that would help.
Yeah. I'm gonna try that.
If I win with Patrick, I'm gonna do the victory screech.
Leo, 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 Leo. Leo, Leo. Order magic conch.
By the way, if you actually own a actual like conch shell, try doing that. Like try speaking into it. You may be surprised when a miracle might happen.
Oh wow.
What? Unable to
You have it?
connect to the internet? What?
I don't have a conch shell. No.
Oh.
My internet is connected, motherfucker.
Uh-oh.
There is an app on the internet though called the Magic Conch.
Oh, magic conch.
I'm not even kidding because I saw the Mario Party boys do it.
Ah, I need to check that out. Get wrecked, villager. Haha!
The villager getting wrecked in his own force? That's unfortunate. Oh, that red shell avoided me, went straight for you.
They want my ass. They want my doggo ass. They always
I
forget that.
knew you were gonna say that shit. I got blown the fuck up.
I saw that.
I bet you did.
And I missed.
Oh damn it!
Aye.
I botched it. I botched it. Yeah, wait, Luigi. Damn you. What the fuck happened to me?
Everything all at once.
Yeah.
I
actually,
tailgated him to get that boost.
You tailgated me, then you hit me with a green shell. Then I got hit with a red shell. Then I got hit with a blue shell. Then I had to pay taxes. I mean, what?
What the fuck?
Then I had to pay the toll to get through the finish line.
Here's my 25 cents.
Wait, what? 25 cents? What a ripoff. You know what? We're going to Rosalina's Ice World. Fuck it. I hope you like snow.
I
don't. You know that.
Oh, another way.
We're going to Greenland. Wait, what?
Oh fuck, Rainbow Road.
Oh no, not the worst one. I'd say this is the third hardest.
The one with the train is my arch enemy.
I like that.
The 64 one?
Yes.
I like that one.
No, my arch enemy is the GameCube Rainbow Road. And I blew out. No, what was it?
Okay.
The GameCube Rainbow Road is so difficult.
Well, I guess the game doesn't want me to fucking play.
Oh, do I get disconnected you again?
Yes.
The imposter got me!
What?
I guess it doesn't want me to fucking play.
Maybe there's a problem with your connection in your area? I don't know.
No. I got full bars.
That's weird.
You have full bars on your Nintendo connection, though. That's the difference.
That's connection.
Oh my god!
I keep falling.
Internet
I
connection
was going too
success.
Too fast, too furious.
Too fast, too furious.
Connection check was successful.
I like the first 3 movies, and that's it.
I never seen it.
It's personal preference at the end of the day.
Mm.
Oh my god!
No!
Hey, don't feel too bad, I did too.
The imposter is like in front of us.
Imposter.
I hit a wall. Blech.
Usagi, you're bleh. Fuck you, villager. Oh my god, again!
Ah.
Yeah, see?
Good shout.
I now have experienced the recording curse because I do so much better when I'm not recording this game.
Yeah, you kick my ass every fucking time.
Who's Luigi? I hate your face.
Pretty sure that's Usagi.
Oh, really, babe? You don't say. It's almost as if we're both like big fans of Luigi.
Oh shit! At you fall.
Oh, I saw that.
Oh! You show the way!
You know
Not me.
Of course, my character, my imposter is in first.
Who's past more people? Who's past more people? Who's past more people? Yeah, baby, let's go! First place!
Over the bill!
Victory screech! Ow, my ass. Zeus, I already won. Your lightning does not mean shit to me. Go back to your depressing marriage.
Oof.
Wolf.
One sec, my door's open.
Oh, my dog will, like, if I leave a crack on my door, my dog will literally put her paws underneath the door and pull it towards her to open the door.
Oh my god.
Yes!
My pitbull, she has like a little bald spot on the top of her head.
Oh!
Because to get in the room, she headbutts the damn door.
Oh.
That's funny. Also, guess who's back? Guess who's back?
Back
Back
again. Shady's
Yes.
back.
No, like literally, look.
Yeah. Like
Guess
right
who's back?
here.
Guess who back? Guess who back? Guess who
Yes,
back?
we're
Oh,
back.
Waluigi Stadium. But guess who's back?
I know.
It's too much now.
Yes. Oh god, you're picking that fucker again?
Yes. Hey guys, I'm back. Let's play some Mario Kart. Also, I love the revamp they did for Waluigi Stadium.
Oh
It
yeah.
looks so much. It looks so much better.
Fuck, I burned down.
Metal Mario.
Ow, that was my toes, you bitch.
What's going on?
My sister. She went to like pat the dog and she missed and hit the top of my toes.
Nice. Get out of the mud, Usagi. This is not a mud wrestling match.
Aww.
What fungus? Excuse me? I don't know and I don't want to know. I've never had it.
What are you talking about?
She goes, how do you get foot fungus?
Am I not taking care of your feet?
Fuck, I got hit with my own bomb.
You got hit with your own mom and you hit me with it. Wow.
Yep. Double whammy.
Double whammy. Oh!
But a double whammy insinuates that you at least fucked yourself over more than me.
Yo, shit.
I did.
Like you took a gamble and it's like you got nothing.
Hey, mate!
We're all neck and neck. Like wacky races, only there's no Dick Dastardly.
Oh no! Pick that Iggy! Or who?
Right behind you.
No, no!
I'm behind both of you.
Oh!
I'm not in play.
Oh, I got a point! I don't want a damn point or something to protect me!
I got a red shell with your name on it.
Nice.
Again, we're not mud wrestling, so get out of the mud.
Well, I want to get dirty.
You want me dirty? Pretty sure there's some people who would be into that.
I've been mudding before.
You've been mudding?
Yeah. Quit touching my fucking toes!
Who's in front of me? Usagi!
Oh, that show! I jumped over that show! Let's go!
Toes away from my dog.
No, you see my foot worms.
Oh, Toe, you pushed me.
Toad pushed you.
He just puts up with you.
At least let me beat Kayla, because then it'd be humiliating for her.
I keep getting coins! I don't need coins!
But hey, you can get your own personal bank, Usagi.
That wasn't you.
That was me. But touching my fucking toes! You have a fucking foot fetish?
Hey, Bear, guess who beat you? Guess who beat you?
Fuck off!
You were beaten by Sexy. Usagi, if you get beaten by Sexy, then you will be next for the taunting.
Uh-oh.
Awful.
Pink. I've been meaning to update the avatar to make it to where the mustache isn't so big. Because it looks like it's not even connected to the nose.
Dragon.
I'm like,
Phoebus.
he's like on me.
Boyos. Oh boy.
I'm gonna check Usagi's thing real quick while we're on the loading screen.
Hey, pee-pee boy.
You're shaking me.
Beep, beep,
At
beep,
least you got internet like. Wow. I'm jealous of how like floaty your VTuber avatar is, Usagi.
what do you mean, floaty? Like,
As in, like, you can literally move anything and it would look realistic.
ah! I think that's because of Wabodo.
What?
Because of what?
Wabodo. I'm not using VC Face. I'm using Wabodo.
What's Wabodo?
It's another 3D program.
What?
Yeah. Let me see. Can you,
Nani?
oh, hold up.
I'm interested.
It's free on Steam.
Oh shit. Jinx.
What? I got a boomerang. What?
You missed. I saw that. I saw it out of the corner of my eye.
When you miss a boomerang and you're Australian.
Damn. Fuck.
Well, it's a good thing none of those are
What?
To your knowledge.
Actually, I know I'm not because I got my DNA down, remember?
You don't know that.
What are you talking about? I literally got my
Wait,
DNA
seriously,
down.
wait!
You don't know that.
What do you mean?
You never know who you truly are.
You know, it's my
Wait.
DNA.
Your DNA don't mean shit.
Yes, it does.
Yeah?
Also realize, I hope you're realizing the amount of trolling I'm doing, so I'm not actually being realistic.
I know.
Oh, I got a
Remember,
second
I'm
part.
a
Oh, I was about to hope to get Amber with my star, but she activated her star too. Damn it. Oh, what?
No.
Hey, guess what, you two? Guess what?
Oh no.
You both,
Fuck.
you both got beaten by Sexy.
Oh my god. I'm a third.
She is victorious.
Oh, you said you were looking at my stream. I could also do this with Wapato.
Are you serious?
Oh, you can. That's cool.
Oh my god. I'm
So
gonna
wait,
try this.
So, is this like a program where you can make your avatars from, or is that for like the motions?
Emotions. It's like VC Face.
Oh, got it.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. That'll definitely be handy. You know what, Usagi?
Hmm.
Here you go.
Are you changing avatar? Are you changing these again?
I watched you the whole time.
No, I'm giving you a pet.
Ah, Betty.
No.
Wait, my pet thing is not activating. What the hell? Oh,
That's weird.
Petties. No. Oh, this is.
Oh.
Oh, that's I pet the viewers. That's what I pet the viewers.
At the bottom.
I pet the viewers. That one I pet the viewers.
It's one of my new avatar. One of my new Miis. It's my Demon OC Roy.
Oh shit.
Yes.
Roy.
I'll give you the petties.
Are you eating the fucking mic?
No! Kaiser redeems petties. That's what I pet the petties. That's what I did the petties and he'll go.
You literally get up all on your mic.
Yes, I do.
Of course he does. You just now noticed this, babe. Just now noticed this.
Well, I've never actually heard the microphone go.
Yes.
My life.
Well, she's using an actual like stand-up mic, isn't she?
Yes, I have a stud. I don't have the mic that goes on attached to the desk. I have the mic that has a tripod.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I could like. I could grab it and do that.
It disconnected me again.
Oh no!
I don't think I can play.
No!
Well, it's okay. At least you were able to play this for a little bit. I only have like half an hour before my stream's done.
Son of a bitch! Somebody stole my blue shell repellent. Somebody stole it. Somebody stole it.
Blue shell repellent?
I used my horn to like disintegrate the blue shell. That's how you like destroy the blue shell if it comes your way.
Not gonna lie, I thought you said boot shell. Boot.
Oh.
Open your ears, woman. You have better ears than I do.
I was keeping my horn for that moment and somebody stole it.
Those are that moment Usagi knew she fucked up.
Yes. A little payback. I don't know who stole it
Who's
though.
in first? Oh, it's the imposter is in first. Unless that's actually you.
It's not.
I love how the imposter is playing better than you in this game, babe.
I felt.
Boy, to win the day! Okay, that was cruel.
Oh, speaking of bananas, like in an N64, I could be really troll with the bananas with the AI, because instead of like doing it around in circles like it's doing, it could literally go behind you like all in a row. And sometimes what I do, I will like literally have like the AI get close to me and I'll just cut them off with a banana.
Nice.
Hello, great to see all of you doing great today.
Boing, boing,
Mink.
boing,
Mink.
boing.
Mink.
Yes, I survived. And thank you
Wait a minute.
so
I got a new
much,
follower.
Professor.
I just realized that.
Oh shit.
I
Who
think.
that be?
Because I don't know. It says I got a new follower because I have 29 followers now, which means I'm almost 20 followers away from the goal.
Yes. But yes, I did have a good birthday. Thank you so much. And I survived the storm. It was scary, but I survived the storm.
Jay. Yay!
Yes, we survived the storm. It was crazy.
How is it? Oh, hi, Demon Jay.
Hello, Jay. How are you doing?
It is Jay.
It do be Jay.
You know what? Might as well be the next best to me.
Oh,
For the irony.
Oh, what the
The irony.
Irony.
Mm-hmm. They did say there was a supercell, but there was a rotation, but it didn't drop. But it was a little bit. I think we'll say a little bit north from us, just a tad bit. But it was the area that I used to go to. But it was in that area, so they said there was a rotation there.
Ow.
But it didn't drop. But after it went from this way, a little bit.
I hope you're having a fantastic day,
that
Jay.
way, it did drop somewhere.
There we
It did drop.
I'm
So
doing
it
good. A
was
little
cooking.
sad that my dad couldn't keep his new kitten because it didn't get along with his other cat. But apart from that, I'm doing okay.
Aw.
I'm glad.
Oh, he got
That
a new
always,
kitty.
that always sucks about the new cat thing. But I'm sure the cat will find a new owner.
Mhm.
Oh, hi, I'm Daisy.
Daisy! Fuck my life, God.
And I'm also now a new character. I'm here. Hello, Flare. I know you're here, Flare. Let me see. I have 5 viewers now. Holy shit. But yeah, Demon J, I got my Switch to actually work with this whole streaming thing, so you might see some more Switch games in the future. I'm on the bus. The Magic School Bus? Wow, that missed me. Holy shit.
Oh damn!
That red shell missed me, hit somebody else.
Mm.
By the way, I love how we're racing and everyone's just eating their dinner.
Right? They're not even phased of us trying to just going past by with the exhaust or anything.
Like, I'm trying to eat here. Well, that's not my problem.
That's not my problem. Oh, do you want a little exhaust fumes in your meal? Okay, here you go.
No, just imagine the Spider-Man creepy Tobey Maguire. I
I
failed
hope
to see the part of that's my
Mario
problem.
Kart is going well. It's always super. Yes, it is super fun. Yes, Mario Kart is always super fun. Oh shit!
I
Deal.
hope that when I have to sit next to a guy I don't know, the Shade Falcon angry emoji. I hope one day, once I get enough followers, I can do like a Mario Kart sort of thing with my viewers. That'd be a lot of fun.
What? I got
Just to get
inked
my
on.
ass kicked. Yeah, I think we both got inked on. It's okay. Let's cause some noise.
Oh, I don't want to get
Some
near
people
to
are
bird
out
up.
of outbursts for a date, and then people on cars and bikes just. You're right.
Yeah. It's
Like-
a belt.
Wow, honey, I really love this cruiser. Oh my God, who are these people? Why are they driving in here?
Right?
It's like, I'm trying to have a romantic date, and this woman I'm trying to hook up with. That's not my problem.
Not my problem. Nope. I
Like
can
said,
never.
I'm quoting Tobey Maguire. Failed to see the part where that's my problem. Iggy.
Oh, that's a Spider-Man, isn't it?
I know how to do
Oh! Iggy or Lenny or whatever it was.
Yeah, one of you. One of you. One
Yeah,
of
it's
you.
like, one of you, all you Koopalings look the same to me except for Bowser Jr. Knew I shouldn't have built this restaurant or racetrack, pretty much.
Yeah.
Alright, 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 alrighty!
Alrighty.
Alrighty then.
Ooh, key.
Gary
It's time
has
to be...
red eyes.
It's time to be... let's see. You know what?
You got it.
I'll be... Time to show off one of the memes I made a long time ago that is so ancient I don't even remember it anymore. How about this one? You're gonna love this, Usagi.
Oh god, which one is it?
Yep.
You'll see the name.
Oh god, I see it. Really?
Yes.
Derp Mario.
Yep.
I made it a long time ago, like back when I was still in college.
Oh shit.
Versions of all my friends. I'm thinking of doing the same thing for you guys. Like making derp and imposter versions of you guys.
What? I got burnt out.
Demon J, derp Bulbasaur.
Derp
I'm gonna make derp versions of all of you.
Oh.
God, okay.
That's sweet. You guys just gotta send me a picture of your me after the stream, and I'll do it.
What?
So you copying my hurt animation phrase.
Bananas.
Wait, you changed your display name on Mario Kart DX? What?
What the fuck?
Jay, what do you mean?
What?
What are you talking about?
Oh shit.
Oh, blue shell.
Well, yeah, I called it Mario Kart Deluxe because that's what it's called.
I got tiny. I'm so tiny.
Wait, Usagi went from being tiny to a midget.
Shut up, phone. Not funny.
I mean, your display name for your character.
What? Was that a hiccup?
Oh, you're talking about my Switch?
Oh.
I'm trying to understand what you mean.
Oh fuck.
I'm also a little slow today, not gonna lie, so...
Hold on.
Oh, no, 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 no. That's my niece's name. That's my niece's name.
Oh shit. Shit. What the? Wait, did I just saw? Wait, I need
Wait,
to.
what?
I need to see that when I'm done. I thought I saw Dirt Mario go.
You did.
Oh,
You
that's
did.
okay. I thought. Okay, I wasn't sure if that was my imagination or not. Because after you
No,
pass
not-
by me,
no,
you go.
It's not your imagination. I could be a pirate. Arr. I could be a football player. Hop, a starfish. Magic, you already are a starfish.
Or like.
Still, well, go ahead.
I was about to say, I still like when that one episode where him and SpongeBob would I think it's like in a nowhere, and then they were eating chocolate bar. He's like, I think I'll eat it now, and then he ate it, and and then he forgets about it.
Right. You took my only source of food.
And
Now I'm going
gonna
to starve. Even though he's a fat ass. Good times. All right, next round. Actually, I'm gonna change. Change now. Anyways.
Fucking can you?
I'll be Uriel.
Fucking can you?
I'll be the female angel I created. What's wrong, Demon J? The shock emoji. I created OCs based off the archangels, so that's what they're all named after.
Uriel?
Uriel. The angel of wisdom.
Ah. Oh look, that's pee-pee. Look, the fountain has pee-pee. It's a pee-pee fountain.
I thought that was maple syrup, but now I cannot unsee it. Thanks, Usagi.
What now?
The fountain of Sweet Canyon at the very beginning. The one that looks like maple syrup or chocolate syrup. She wrote it by calling it pee-pee fountain.
Ew, is it yellow?
No, it's like a golden brown color.
It's this. It looks yellow to me.
You're colorblind. Yellow's a lot lighter than that.
Oh my god.
It's on Sweet Canyon. It's probably like, I don't know, chocolate milk or something.
I like chocolate milk. I like chocolate milk.
Oh, that's nice. So it's dark yellow. Ew. What the fuck? That means you're dehydrated.
See, and I like potatoes. I like chocolate milk. See, and I like potatoes. I like chocolate milk.
Oh my god, someone actually watched Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends that wasn't me? Holy shit.
Oh, I loved it.
I liked the first 2 seasons and it got boring.
I said bits and pieces.
Not my
I mean, the big syrup, not my toilet habits.
Yeah, because when it's dark yellow, that means you're dehydrated.
Really, dark yellow make you dehydrated? Oh shit!
I thought it was like a real pale color that's almost watery.
No, it's dark yellow, you're dehydrated. Lighter is like, you have health problems. This is not a switch-friendly topic, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, look at that.
Do I look like I care? No.
Fuck peaches?
Hello, beauty. No.
By the way, if you were to ever go into the Mario Bros. Universe, what color would you represent? Like, what color would you want to be? That isn't red or green or yellow or purple.
Damn! Okay, blue then.
Blue then? What was your original color?
Purple.
Purple? That's Waluigi.
Oh shit, never mind.
You have just been defeated by the Angel of Wisdom.
And not wise.
Light yellow, too much liquid in your body. Clear and perfect amount of liquid. Dark yellow, dehydrate or build up non-needed liquids. Thank you, Jay. Exactly. I remember that from health class back in school. And now I'm going to be the Archangel of Protection. The warrior, Michael.
Okay, so what about if your pee is like almost like neon? Because it happens like every time I drink with like energy drinks or some shit.
Well, there's your answer right there. It's because of the energy drinks.
Oh, okay.
When you drink too much energy drinks, you might want to be careful about that. That's why I only drink Gatorade.
Oh no, I only drink energy drink once a day. That's about it. I don't.
Well, the only thing I'll drink is tea, Sprite, or water. Anything else is a no-no. Because for me, neon, Usagi, that's called radiation poisoning.
Radiation poisoning. I think I can feel my third arm growing.
You turn the Incredible Hulk.
Usagi smash!
The Incredible Doggo. Usagi smash!
Usagi smash!
Hulk strongest there is. Not to Usagi, you're not. Usagi comes up, she's like the She-Hulk with a dog ear and tail. Like, no, I'm the strongest there is. Prove it, tiny person. Okay, throws him around like he did to Loki.
Oh, that, yes!
Oh, God.
No! Oh, bitch.
That part is funny. I cracked up in that part.
What, in that movement in the Avengers movie?
Yes, where the Hulk just grabbed Loki and just going left to right, left to right, left to right. And then he stopped a little bit. Left to right, left to right.
Oh, fucking throw him around.
Yes.
Puny God. And Loki goes on this whole, like, speech about how he's a god, even though he already did that in the first Thor movie.
What? I got burnt. Wait. Fuck. Oh, why?
What is that emote?
No, why? I don't understand.
The way you said that, Usagi, I don't understand.
I don't understand.
I don't understand your accent.
I don't understand your accent.
Egged. Wait, are you egging me or are you egging yourself?
Eggy? Eggy? Eggy?
Like throwing an egg at your face.
Egg your face. Egg your face.
Who's throwing fire at me like they thought they were like spitting hot fire over there?
Too much fire. Too much peppers.
I ain't listening to your recording in the mixtape.
I got it done. Blech.
Jesus, no understand mind voice. There's like 2 different languages in that.
Ow, what the hell? Ow!
Excuse me. So gassy.
Someone got the burps. Yeah, seriously. Alright. Now we can pick favorites.
in the outfit I always shake. I don't know how Shrek does it.
Another one bites, another one bites, another one bites the dust. Hey Usagi, let's go to New York.
No, you're gonna say that.
We're going to Moonview Highway, aka New York. Damn it, or not.
We're going to Japan. Let's go.
Tokyo. Drift.
Deja vu.
Deja vu.
Oh my gosh. I like how Demon J just keeps spamming all these emotes of some character getting hit with the eggs. And yet I'm not playing as Wesker.
Oh god.
You will give me an egg.
You'll give me an egg.
And yes, I used to love watching Proton Gun streams, so I know the reference.
I stole your mushroom! I was hoping to do that. And I got green shelled.
Egg. You will give me an egg.
Oh, fuck.
Oh no, 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 no. Okay, that was close. That was close.
Shit! Usagi got
Wait, I just sniped someone like a mile away. That was great. Oh, no, 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 no. Wrong way, wrong way, wrong way. No! That's so gosh darn confusing. It's like actual Tokyo.
Oh shit, blue choke.
Have fun.
That wasn't me.
You thought it was aiming for me. But it was me, Usagi.
He wasted his air horn.
All part of the plan. Punch, punch. Oh, that barely missed me. I'm glad. I saw my life flash before my eyes. Who throwing fireballs? I don't want your jalapeno peppers.
I'm sorry, it came right out of my ass.
What?
Do you see?
If fire's coming out of your ass, you might have a medical problem. Oh, what the fuck was that snipe with that green shell? Don't run over Shy Guy. Shy Guy's nowhere near me. We're good.
Son,
What,
how are
even
you?
Jay, is Shy Guy your favorite animal? Not animal,
Shit.
Mario.
Animal?
Pepper?
Yeah, I ate Taco Bell.
Oh my god.
No, you ate Chipotle. That's why your ass is on fire.
I know.
Because you ate too much Chipotle.
I used too much Chipotle.
What did you expect?
Shit.
You had the peds. Peds?
That's good. That's good.
You know what? You know what?
He's still
You know what I'm
running
feeling right now,
along the left
Usagi?
side.
You know what I'm feeling?
What are you feeling?
I'm feeling chocolate.
You feeling chocolate?
I know, but it's just like
I appreciate it because I was
when I
on
hear
his
ped, I hear
ass.
think of those like those oh shit with those candies. The candies with a little face on top of it. It's like
Not
Pez.
Chipotle.
yeah,
Pez?
Pez. I think of Pez, yeah.
Pez dispensers.
Yeah, the Pez dispensers. Those were really good.
Oh, I like to have the activator. I always cock the head and go bling bling. I always mess with the head.
Yeah, thank you, Jay. Thank you. And thank you too, babe. We're now in Hyrule again. Usagi, maybe you'll meet your husband though.
Yes.
Yeah, you're queen.
What? You know, King also said that to Cloud about.
Frost was the one that told me that.
Because I was the one who brought it up.
Twink.
He stole my joke.
Oh, no.
No.
No, there's a damn bite.
Okay, something almost killed me.
I just realized that Demon Jay was speaking French in the chat.
I need a mod.
You just now
You need
realized
a
this
mod?
was like 10 years ago.
Well,
I came with bone sticks.
Yep,
It came with a fan hammer.
Blonde moment. I love how the sound effect for when the items is like
Yes.
like the sound like of what was it? The Master Sword or getting the item in Ocarina.
Oh shit. How the heck am I able to actually to play double dash if I'm not in backseat? Oh, bleh.
You think I'll make it a green shell?
I think I got karma. Just bite me in the ass. Yes. I hit somebody with a blue shell. I hit somebody with a red shell, and then a green shell got my ass at the same time. Oh shit! Ah! I got swiped by a red shell by blue shell. Goddamn.
Usagi.exe stopped working.
Yeah. Mine went burnt.
Need to reboot.
Oh, we put it on the burnt. But ah!
You need to be at Windows 95 for that to work. No, you need to have a Linux.
I don't know how to work Linux.
Exactly, you don't know how to work your own brain.
Oh! There's a big... Oh, god damn it. The fucking Master Sword betrayed me!
Oh, what? Oh, man. Yeah.
There was a ramp. I was aiming on the ramp, and I was a second late.
Hey, just like with Link, the Master Sword did not choose you.
Damn it. Damn.
You were not worthy of its power.
I was not.
Oh, fucking hell, that's great. I can do one more race and then I gotta end the stream.
Sure.
So let's pick our best course. Let's pick the best course. You know what? I see no better way to end it, babe.
Hmm?
I see no better way to end our little fun here than with the Nintendo 64 Rainbow Bro- Ah, no, the volcano, no! Damn it!
I'm
Ah,
the egg,
whatever.
the doggo.
Usagi, pick the N64 Rainbow Road, please. Damn it!
Oh, damn. Sorry.
Whatever. Imagine a random chance. Come on, random chance. Random chance. Oh, well, okay, F-Zero's a good one to end on, too. Big Blue. How fitting.
Rainbow, I knew it. If he said rando, that is the Uno for all tracks.
I was disappointed.
That was the Uno for all the.
Let's do this, Usagi. Final race, you and me.
Yes. Winner takes all. Bam!
Big Blue on Melee was such a pain in the ass stage.
Bam! Bam! Oh fuck, I missed that one. Shit. Oh, that's gonna fuck me over.
I hated this stage in Melee. In the adventure mode in Big Blue, you had to avoid those cars that were like driving really fast towards you.
Yep.
So annoying.
That was a banana. I saw all three lined up at once and I got one of them.
That was mine. That was mine, Usagi. I'm sorry. I was trying to get rid of all the litter. I like that part of the song. Oh, you thought you can get me with that, did you? There's a bell.
Get it! Oh shit.
Oh no. Please be nice. Please be gentle.
Be gentle. Oh, speaking of that, guess what I got from Final Fantasy Rebirth? Okay, you know, like in original, there's a date thing that you have to do in order to get a date with the characters, right? In Rebirth, in Final Fantasy Rebirth, there is the same thing, but you know what I was trying to aim for, and I got it.
What?
I got the romance. Yeah, let's go.
Nice.
Yes.
I lost Usagi. She won this round.
Yeah, let's go.
But I still win the overall
Are you
race.
ready?
So yatta!
Yatta! Are you ready? Are you ready?
Annie, are you ready?
Are you ready?
But unfortunately, folks, this is where I'll end my stream because we're at the 3-hour mark. So there is no one to raid today, so today will be a normal ending, one of the few. But Usagi, I'd love to do this again. Next time, though, we should bring the whole gang.
Yes.
The Chaos Crew racing will commence next time. But since there's no one to raid today, and I don't feel like raiding anybody right now, thanks for streaming, Kaiser. Of course, Jay. I'm sorry you couldn't see the whole thing, but at least you were here for some of it.
Yeah.
So, next time I stream, which will be, I don't know, whenever I feel like it, or no, in all actuality, today, I'll be streaming Saturday. I know that for a fact. Unless I decide I feel like streaming at night, or whatever, like I did yesterday. So, until next time, folks, I'm Kaiser.
I was sucking in Inuhime. I'm Emerald.
And you're the audience. And I'll catch you next time. Sayonara!
But I'm gonna take a break, because Prince and Knight gonna continue.
Alright.
Yeah, we're gonna
Thanks for being a part of this.
No problem!
I will hop off the call for now, but Usagi, I hope you have a good time with Prince. Say hi for me.
Yeah.
and I'll catch you later.
Alrighty. Yes, we should do that. Hopefully, Froster gets the issue fixed, and then we could get Froster's ass in here.
Right.
His,
I'll probably
stupid
call
ass.
him and be like, "Hey, what the fuck's going on with your PayPal?"
Yeah, helping you get that fixed.
Yeah,
Right.
because it'll let me use my PayPal.
Well, until next time. See you later.
Alright, bye. Let me disconnect. Oh, am I already No, I am not. Let me. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to take a little quick break, and then I'm going to get my PlayStation set up. Is it that maybe? Okay. Yes. So I'm going to get my PlayStation set up. Then friends and I will be in it, and then hopefully we'll get to finish the stream or finish the game today. If not, maybe tomorrow, because we're so close at the end. So go ahead and do what you need to do. Take a break. Take your fur babies out. Whatever you need to do. We'll take a short break. Okay. Let's go.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. No, I'm not streaming it now. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Dang, where's my thing at? Yeah. Right. Yeah. Mm. Right. Right. Oh gosh. Oh gosh.
Hope you guys are having fun. We'll start shortly. Get ready for the rest of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Can we finish it?
There we go. And then mute. There we go.
Got it?
Yep.
Alrighty. Hey, Son of Light!
Hello. We meet again, Son of Light. Yes.
Alright.
Oh. let me
Alright.
Do this so you know where I'm at. Let's switch.
Uh-huh.
There we go.
Okie dokie. As it loads. Oh, there I am.
Oh, you can see yourself in the corner?
It's like, now I see it.
Yes. Oh, come on. Was it still? Stop. Nope. Okay, so I have to have this on then? So I can't have both? Yeah. Okay. No. Okay. I was about to say OBS behave. God damn it.
Okay.
Huh?
Yeah, welcome to our possibly final stream.
Yes.
So from what, I'm not sure if you heard last week, but Usagi did say that 14 is the last chapter and we're on 13, so I think today is the day that we're gonna wrap this up.
Yes.
I am nervous on how they're going to end this, so we're gonna have to find out.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Yeah, I am nervous too, because anything can happen.
Anything. Right. Okay.
Let's do this.
You ready to jet?
Let's do this. Okay, here we go.
Yes, got in the tiny buckle. Board the tiny buckle. Okay.
This is your captain speaking. Outside you win.
Shep said I need to know where I need to go.
Because it was somewhere that way, right?
Oh, we're going up or no? Oh, we're going way up.
Like up.
Yep, up. Okay, that's past that. Oh no! Oh shit. Okay, the map is not. I'm going upper north, and it's not telling me where to. Okay, so I guess we're going in blind then.
Yeah, this is
shit.
Pretty tricky.
Yes.
Yeah, we gotta like figure out where to go.
Yeah, because it says question mark.
You know, when it comes to like question marks, you really gotta look around.
Yeah.
I missed that box. Okay, let me see. Oh snap! It is like dark.
Yeah, it's gonna dark. Like storm about to happen. Oh.
Yeah, you see that?
Yeah. The store's about to happen.
Yeah, I'm like, are we doing this right?
Yeah, that's what I was like. Are we going the right way? No. Oh, those purple things are in a thing. You could just. Oh, I did not know that.
Yo, this game like is gonna like end. Like, oh, you're going the wrong way.
Right. Oh, I'm getting brighter. Oh no, yours is still dark as hell. Hold on, wait. Hold on, let me go where you're at. Hold on, when did you turn?
I don't know, but like I'm following these boxes here.
Oh, okay, so that's what happened. I didn't follow no box. Okay, so this way, I'm guessing.
Okay, this is kind of trippy.
It is. It's dark. Oh, what's this? What is this?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. I know where I'm at. I'm at Juon.
Oh, that's what's going on?
That's where I end up in Juon. That's where I end up in Juon.
Hello, King. So, do we continue going to the dark spot?
I don't know. Hold on, I'm trying to remember where is the temple. Hold on, I'm trying to remember where is the temple. Yeah, I'm going towards Juon. I think it's
okay.
Like okay, there's Midgar. The map is probably different from the original too, possibly.
It has to, because ain't no way.
Yeah.
Boy,
let me go this way and then go this way. Let me go follow this continent.
We are just doing this blindly, folks.
Yeah. Okay, I see Midgar here. Let me do this.
Wait.
Because as soon as I get close to Juon, ping right. So yeah, we will know if we're doing it right, because then the characters will say some shit.
Right.
So let's.
Oh. Maybe it's supposed to get dark?
Maybe.
Because I'm running into some more boxes here.
Yeah, I'm running at a little boxes. Ooh, there's one right. Okay.
Did you see some like did you see one that looks like a base?
Yeah, like the purple one?
Yeah, I was like, what are you?
Ooh. Oh, the sky got luminous.
Yeah, and I see that.
Okay, so we're like on the same continent, kinda.
Kinda. Oh look! Oh, it cut. Oh, it did something.
Well, what'd it do?
Okay, cutscene.
Oh shit! Okay, so you triggered something. Okay. So you're in the same continent as I'm doing, like around Midgar area?
Yeah.
Okay, that probably will be there shortly.
So you're gonna have to like make a left and just go straight.
Okay. Oh, there it goes. Got it.
You got it?
So I wasn't that far from you then.
Yeah.
There's your boy.
Okay, so we're on the right track.
Yeah.
I hope you realize this temple of yours is not, in fact, the promised
Okay, I'm
land.
making sure that
No.
Oh my gosh.
Then what is
that
it?
Obius actually says that I'm saying, because sometimes it likes to say, oh yeah, I did set it up. But then...
A watershed
Wait, what are they
for
doing?
all
I'm scared. What are they doing?
Okay, why
But
is
the
it
temple
repeating?
itself
Look at Reno though!
merely the stage.
Oh, that's why he's doing it. Oh shit, that's right. It was I was looking at my... I was just making sure, folks. I was sorry if you had to see double. Shit. Alright, I'm not seeing... I'm trying not to see... I'm trying not to see... Oh, look! Oh, I think this is like an original song gets injured. I'm not sure if he's gonna do this one.
Are you sure this is the place?
What is this?
Yeah.
Quite.
Oh shit. Fancy tap though.
Oh no, what did you cause now?
Oh, what the hell? Wait, so the temple's like, well, if you did take the black material, it does kind of crumbled up into small size.
Right.
What? But this shit, dude. Oh, look at Rufus. Rufus is like, and even Ojo.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's Damn, so that's what a temple looks like.
Guys, look!
I'm looking.
Bitch, what scared me?
All right, mateys, time to hoist the sails.
Hoy, mateys, what the fuck?
And I'm not your matey either.
So it's like right up there straight.
Just roll with it, kid. Y'all ready? And batten down the hatches and hold on tight.
Hold on. Aye, aye, Capitan. Sid is having fun with it. You know he is. He's having fun. Oh, yeah.
There it is. You know, you can't blame Sid for this though. You cannot.
No. I'm pretty sure he said some shit over the years.
Okay, that was weird. I don't know why my thing lagged.
That was weird.
Hey.
Okay, so... Wait, is that the shore that you went to? That's the, okay. How do you
Yeah, it showed the thing. The, what's it called? The exclamation mark.
Oh, it's probably in a nook and cranny. Oh, I see it. It's in a nook and cranny. Found ya. And then put and hold. And then he just spun around like that. What?
Fast travel's unavailable.
There's so
Fast travel's unavailable.
so
Okay.
much tension.
You know some shit's gonna go down.
Yep.
Waves did a number on the old gal. Gonna give her a once-over. You go on ahead.
Sure about that?
I'm a big boy.
I'm a big boy, he says.
He is.
You're a big boy. You're a big boy. That's how you're a big boy.
He's a big boy, all right.
You're a big boy.
Let him have it. Let him have his moment.
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm good on Mega Potion, because, man... Oh, they got the... Bitch, let's go.
What they have? Oh, they got the Mega
Potion.
They got the Giga Potion. Okay, let's go.
We're gonna need some of those, because some shit's gonna go down.
Shit, if they give you, like, that, yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, shit's about to go down. Shit's about to go down.
I got those. Let me...
Oh, I think Cloud's out of 10ers. I think he's like onto 15ers.
Oof.
Yeah, he's up to 15ers. There's no way in hell I could. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna stack up some Giga Potion shit.
Right. I got Mega Potion too. They're pretty helpful, but whew, Giga, man. Giga.
Yeah, Giga. I'm gonna rack up until it says not enough guilt. Damn, I could get 37. I could get 27 of them things. Hold up. What about weapons? Sometimes these weapons that I could craft, so sometimes I don't need them. So let me just stack them up. Let's do 15 for now. That should be enough, because I really don't want to waste all my gills, just in case if I do need to do that.
Yeah, that's me. I don't like wasting my gills too, just in case find something good.
Yeah.
Be like, shit, I should have saved it for this.
Right. Do we need to find a harp to get to the Sleeping Forest in this game? I have no idea.
Oh.
Maybe they might change it. Because they did change that we go to the Rocket Town. You don't even see the Rocket Town. That makes me upset, because I want to see what it looks like in the remake version.
Right.
I was like, God damn it. Oh, whoa, hi. Holy shit, that's even bigger than what I can imagine than in the remake. I mean, not in the original.
All this.
The original is huge, yes, but that one looks even more bigger.
Bigger.
Is she gonna put her face on the ground? Like in the original one?
What?
She kinda did. Finally? Wait! Her tears did that?
Yeah, her tears did that.
What the fuck is happening?
We who are born of the planet. With her we speak. Her flesh we shape. Unto her promised land shall we one day return. By her loving grace and providence may we take our place in paradise.
Oh, she's crying.
Oh, no. This isn't the promised land.
Does she know the promised land, or does it even exist?
Look around. It can't be. Not with all this sadness.
I think she knows, because ain't no way.
Yeah, there's no way in hell. She probably knows.
You know, that face she makes like, I know some shit, but I'm scared to tell y'all.
Yeah, because it's gonna hurt you, or another universe is gonna happen or some shit.
Good?
Right?
Yeah.
Who we gonna be fighting this time?
Right?
Because all them Turks are there. Like, oh no.
Shit, right? Even Reno is back. He's gonna get his ass another whooping.
Damn.
Oh, another Mega Potion in that treasure chest. Nice. What is that thumpity? Are you making that red? With your pop hats? Oh, speaking of that, did you see the video that I sent you? Like if you picked different characters?
Oh yeah.
Did you hear what Cloud said about Red's pop pads? There are stuff. What? Nothing. Never mind. I thought it was cute. It was like he was a kid when he goes in that thing. I thought that was cute. Oh, do we have to be a sneaky bitch around them? I really don't want to. I would just want to go. Oh, you know what? I am not doing that because I am terrible at being a sneaky bitch. Oh, I just missed. Okay, no, you're going after this dude. I am not doing that because being sneaky is not my strong suit. I'll tell you that much. It's not my strong suit. I am not sneaky when it comes to video games. I just want to barge in and just get it done and over with. Especially when it comes to like shooter games, like, you know, when you're supposed to duck down, duck the cover, and then shoot. No. I go all in. Ask questions later. And then my partner will have to heal me a lot because I do that shit. Where's Vincent at? Vincent, where are you at? Oh, there's one. Oh, they got reinforcements. Whee! Oh, I thought he fell. But no, that damn thing fell. God damn it. Vincent, where you at? Oh, no. You got whatever that is. No, hell no. I think it's you, because whatever that is, I don't like it. Are you saying suppression or whatever you said? No, I don't think that. Right. So you know what?
Oh, you guys are tough.
Yeah, they are. And there's so many of them. Yeah, any last words? Barrett, you got Cure, right? Yeah, you got Cure. He'll clap for a bit. Thank you, Big Daddy. Bitch! Oh, you're annoying! Bombs away, yes, bombs away your ass. Bombs away your cheeks. You're immune to this shit? What the fuck? Yeah. Oh, you know what? You're gonna get toasty. Where are you? There you are. Hey, not immune to that now, are you? Oh, fuck. Oh, the soldiers that are in the circle, you had to hit them with magic. That's some cheeky ass shit. That's bullshit. Nah, freeze, motherfucker. There you're done. I see Aerith fighting. I don't see Tifa or Vincent. Oh, okay, I know that song. That's where also from the original one. After Temple, but like battle-ish kind of, because we're in a battle. On target. I see your ass. Motherfucker. I see your ass. You know what? You're gonna get toasted. I think you fire my ass, I fire your ass. Oh, you're weak against that. Notice. So they're weak against fire. Okay. There's more coming?
Yeah.
Break. This is like my third lemon break on them motherfuckers. No, second. Third? I don't remember. I miscount. Okay. Where is Vincent at? Where's Vincent at? Vincent, where? I think he's going on ahead. God damn it. Okay, I am done with my thing. Oh shit, that was tough. They just keep on coming. Just keep on coming. You know what? No. Barrett. Heal everybody. Oh. Yeah, do another one. On yourself.
Oh, I see what you're doing.
Yeah, you see what they're doing? They're being cheeky ass. Cheeky ass. Dry ether.
You gotta really pressure them.
Yeah. I think that's good. Oh, more treasures. More bucks to destroy. part that I want to see in remake, because like in original, Cloud get a little cuckoo.
Yeah,
he gets a little crazy, and then after he looks at the what is that thing called that the Egyptian used, those glyphs, hieroglyphs?
The what?
Those the symbols that the Egyptian used back in the day. I forgot what they call hieroglyphs. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So he just laughed hysterically, just like looking at that. I want to see this part. This is the part I wanted to see. I want to see this part. I want to see how he gonna go cuckoo, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Right.
Oh, you went the other way.
Oh, you caught up.
Can't go out that way. Oh. Prince, look at my screen. Tell me what's wrong with this. Tell me what's wrong with this.
What the hell?
Are you seeing that?
What is this?
I guess something's wrong with the rendering, or
Yeah.
the little pieces is floating. Not supposed to. Oops.
Right. I don't know.
A little mistake. Oh, do I miss the box? Oh no, I didn't. I don't miss the box. I did not miss the box. So you went up that way. Let me see if there's anything up this way. Oh, another bridge out. Okay. Oh, but there is treasure here. And then box to destroy. And left. Oh shit. One of them survived.
The, stairs.
Or at least this one doesn't have the rocks or it's like out of place.
Right.
That's silly.
Yeah, I'm looking around too, just make sure.
Yeah, there's 2 treasure on each side of the thing, but you can't go to the bridge because it's out.
Right. So I guess we do just gotta go to the middle, huh?
Yeah, we're just gonna go upstairs.
Yep. Oh wait, I see.
I wonder if your side is doing that too. That's on the left. That I was looking at. Oh, what is this monsters? Oh, hold up. Hello, what the hell? Oh, hi Vincent.
Killed these men.
Oh.
This is one hell of a mess.
You can say that again.
They didn't have Aerith. We get a free pass, right?
Oh wait.
Oh, and now she's getting headaches?
But half of me is Cetra, right?
Oh, she does have healing. Okay, I'm like.
I tried.
I'm over here like, wait.
No free pass for us.
Now, I know I came with you all this far. I ain't about to go in there.
Sid is about to bail. He's like, I ain't going in there.
No, don't apologize. You've done so much for us already. We'll always be grateful, Sid.
He said, I ain't going in there.
You'll need a way home. So when you're ready, I'll
That's silly. He said, I ain't going. Let me save that, because that, yeah, like you said, that fight was big poopy.
Yeah, I'm like, let me save that right here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, X potion?
Oh, yeah, X potion, yeah. Oh, fuck, I just got... Let's see if there's anything around here before I go to the door. Any treasures hiding in any nook and crannies? No? Okay. And I go. Eddie? Oh, I had to hold it. Shit, I was tapping on it. Oh no, those damn robots! Are you kidding me? Oh. Vincent does not like that.
The ancient has entered the temple.
And he is doubtless close behind.
Vincent did not like that.
Oh, yes.
why he just come up again.
I hope you're watching, Dad.
You see what Vincent did? Oh, Roche! Oh shit! Oh, he don't look too good. He don't look too good. He looks even more.
This is getting bad.
Yeah. Shit. Oh my god.
Rose did not deserve this.
No. Despite that, how much an asshole he is and he's annoying. No, he did not deserve that.
He was giving Klaus a credit though. Like, Rose
Yeah.
didn't deserve it.
Yes. Is he? Are you following, dude? What are you doing? What are you doing? What? Why is he looking at me like that? What's he doing? What are you doing, dude? Oh, you're going back and forth? Okay. I'll leave you to that. I don't either. I don't either. Oh, I wonder if we got to see those little...
When freaking Hojo injected Rose with that shit, I was like, oh god, you're gonna kill this man.
And yeah, and he suffered degradation. He suffered from degradation. But this degradation is a little different from what Angel, Lizard, and Genesis is going through. It's not the same. Oh shit. Okay, so we gotta go around jumping down, got it. Boing. I wonder if we got to see those little wizard little pin dudes and we had I hope we don't have to chase them. That'll be annoying. Oh, hi. Oh, soldiers. Hi, what are you doing? Hi, boys. Oh, fuck, you got that thing.
Dude, Yuffie's good.
Yuffie's good? Okay.
He's fucking good. Yeah, you know, for moving the field.
Uh-huh.
She can take him on.
Oh, she can?
She can, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Don't have any issues with that.
I usually use, like, elementals to get rid of them or go from behind. But good to know. Good to know that you can take those, shieldy.
Yeah, remember, like, throw your stuff at them and then perform your little air combos and you're straight. Yes, set up lights. You called, Son of Light?
Okay, my connection. Okay. That's weird. My OBS chat thing was reconnecting. Okay, that's kind of weird. Oh,
I think brothers who going first.
Let me do this. Can I see it from? Okay, I can see it. Okay, so it's all good. It just connecting. That's kind of weird. Okay. Ooh. Oh wow, this thing is. Oh what? There's books upside down. What the fuck?
Whoa. Look at it. The ancients built all this just to hide something? That black materia's gotta be worth a fortune!
Wait.
Oh, not another word about the black materia. We can't let Shannon find out.
Like Kate hasn't already told him. Doesn't matter.
Oh,
if they
nah,
know
this is
or
getting
not.
trippier and trippier.
We just need to find it first.
Usagi already got picked up. Oh, wee!
Hold up.
Wait, I got picked up. Hold on. Oh, wow, why are they upside down?
I'm starting to think we checked our sanity at the
Yeah.
door.
They're upside down. What the actual fuck the fuck? I got picked up. Whee! As we speak. Oh, can we turn to yeah, I was about to say, I can't look at it upside down like that. I had to be right side up. I'm sorry. I can't.
Are like how you're walking, they're right side up from their view, but from
in our view,
they're upside down.
There you go.
Cut the
Hey, I got
Hey,
I got
Elena is a brat. That's what she is.
Yeah, she is.
Sir,
But she's hard as hell.
They're here.
No shit.
I say we
Rip off
send an
looking.
ambulance and take 'em out.
Especially with that glitch that I happened. Especially that glitch that I encountered. That was a bitch.
So we will split up and search. Reno, Rude, pair off. Elena, you're with me.
Sir.
Look at my boy Reno though. Like, yo.
Mm-hmm.
Reno. See you keep your priorities
Okay,
straight.
so where do we go?
Copy that, boss.
Oh, he's in trouble because he got his ass whooped.
Okay.
That's what you do for missing my clout.
Yeah, me too, Bear. I have a baffling too.
Into the labyrinth.
This temple's daunting enough without Shinra and the Black
This
Rose
is
complicating
weird.
things.
Because look at that, there's a bug up there. So it's like just as confusing as the original, because the original is like nook and crannies, blah 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 blah. This is like
Oh yeah, too. Look around. There's more treasures and stuff. Oh, what's this?
Oh shit.
Okie doke.
Stuff together.
Oh, more. Oh god, I'm scared.
Scared of what?
They gave us more Giga potions.
Oh hell, shit about to go down.
You know what that means? You have to get more Giga potions, man.
Shit about to go down. Bam.
My shoot gun at work, and I'm hella ahead. Oh, nice, bro.
Awesome.
Enjoy your day.
Exactly. You deserve that.
I'm roasting motherfuckers today.
Oh, I didn't know that gate opened. Okay. Oh, hi.
Roasting mood.
Oh, Virgos.
Let's go.
Ah, shit. Careful with this. Oh, I'm a frog. Shit.
Oh, damn. That changed me hella quick.
No, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Ow. Oh, you gotta do it now, you damn frogs. Careful, there's frogs about. Oh. Yeah. I think that's where I'm at, too. And whatever this monster is, he a poopy monster. Yeah, there you go. There you're down. Oh,
Like, stay down.
crap. There's frogs afoot. So how are we gonna get up there? I'm just...
No, we got these frogs.
Oh.
Oh, turn it to a frog. Hello,
Yeah.
King.
He needs a kiss from Tifa.
Don't say that.
Oh shit, a soldier down, soldier down, soldier down, soldier down! Okay. Oh, what's this thing? What is it? What do you do? What do you do? I touched something. Oh, whoa, gravity? Okay. What is this? What is this? What are we doing?
Whoa!
Oh shit. Oh, this won't give me emotion shit. Oh god.
Wait, okay.
Oh, okay.
No, turn around.
Whee! We're floating! We're floating!
Trippy.
We
That
just get turned
is
upside
trippy.
down?
Yeah, we did. Oh, I hope we don't do this the rest of the day. Oh, that's good. Okay, good. I was hoping that we won't have to play like that. Because my mind will get confused. My mind will get confused. So, is this the right side? Because the water just... I don't know how this works. I don't know how this works. My mind, my brain. Ah. Oh, hi. There's a...
You gotta really, like, look to see how you're gonna do this thing. Jeez. So these
Pointing
guys are
away.
not stand.
Okay, the rope guy's pointing that way?
All these confusing.
So many lives lost.
Gravity said F that. Yes, it did.
Yeah. Gravity? Who needs that? Gravity don't work here. Gravity? No such thing. Gravity? What? Who's that? Oh, I can't stand flying enemies. I can't reach them.
Yeah, that's why I got Yuki on board.
Oh shit.
At least the girl can throw.
Ow. That's okay, I got fire. Burn!
Burn.
Bloof! Oh, that didn't do shit much. Oh, fuck. Bear it, bear it, bear it, bear it. Help, 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 help. Help, help. I didn't do nothing yet, phone.
Here we go.
Are you weak against thunder? Bloof. Oh man.
Do it. Ready? Do it.
Okay, I got a stagger. I got an X. Where's it at? Where's it at? No, you wait your goddamn turn. Almost there. There you go. That's the only thing I can get it to do it. To get it down.
Oh.
I think the ropes for people are pointing where we need to go.
I'm starting to think that's a hello treasure.
You think so too? Do you think they're pointing the way that we need to go?
What is this?
Oh, it's a weapon!
Jeez, Cloud.
What was that for, Cloud?
No one who enters the temple
Is
comes
it?
out, according to the captain.
I did. Where are we going?
Yes, it is.
Line up there? Alright. Alright.
Wow. Look at this weapon, bro.
Hold on, hold on. I'm at where you're at. Hold on. Oh, I see it. I see the weapon.
Oh.
Excuse me. Cyber? Yeah, that sounds like a Cloud's weapon to me. Dude, that's pretty.
That looks sick.
That does look sick. It almost looks like the gun blade, but a little like a sniper.
Right, but the problem is it takes your attack down.
Yeah. But it's okay, because I can modify it. Attack power goes up to 5. And then max MP. Now, let's do not do that. Let's see.
See attack damage.
Yeah. Oh, I'll do this way. There we go. That should do it. Ooh, that means I have enough room for materia. What kind of materia should I give you? Do I have anything that I can give you? Nah. That's all good.
Ah. Yeah, see, that one was 288. This one's 258.
I'll keep it or not, because I like the looks of it. Can I go through the hidey hole? Nope. Can I go through the hidey hole?
So I'll figure that sword out later.
Don't get down there.
I keep my 288. In case we gotta run to this man in his coat. I'm like, I'm not doing this.
Oh, it's glowy too. This sword is glowy too. Nice. I like glowy stuff. Ooh. What? I like destroying gems. What the fuck? Hey, Prince, hold up. We'll take a look. Look at this. Look what Yuffie and Tifa are doing.
Wait, why are they floating?
What is going on? Why are they doing this?
Dude, I think your game's bugging.
I think my game is bugging.
Okay, I'm gonna...
They're fixed now. Are you two girls are feeling okay? You feeling all right? Tifa just looked away from me. I don't think she's fine.
Nah, I don't think so either. Especially all this shit.
Oh, it's a rope dude. Where do we need to go?
Hey,
that
yeah,
way?
You're right. They are point. Yeah, I think you're right.
Oh, I'm in front. Ooh, who turned me to my front? Yeah, I think. Oh, stop attacking me where I'm up front. Stop, leave me alone. Where's Tifa? Oh, them are trolling me, dude. They won't stop attacking me because I'm a fucking frog. Motherfuckers. Oh, I gotta destroy them motherfuckers because they can turn me into a frog and they keep hitting me. Fuck you. I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that shit. No. Okay, good. Now I need to deal with this flying motherfucker. Come here. I got a surprise for you. Get your ass down here. Bitch. Nuh-uh. You're not flying away from me. Nuh-uh. God damn it. Bitch. Oh, that took a lot out of me. Elixir. Yeah. Let's do Cloudy Elixir. I know that's my last one, but right now I don't give it. I don't care right now. I don't. I got a Giga. I got Giga Potion. I should be good. Oh, I got a rupee. Fire? Oh, emerald too. Oh, fire. Oh, I can go into fire. I can't burn my ass. Damn it.
No, why do you want to do that?
Oh, okay, someone just got the zoomies while they go, what?
No comment.
No comment. What the fuck? Okay, where are we going? We're going that way? Okay. Are you pointing the same way? Yeah, you're pointing the same way. Okay, so I guess we're going this way. Oh wait, before I go that, let me go up here.
What the?
Anything? You see that? You see somebody got the zoomies? Oh, there's a treasure, but there's enemies. Ah, no, it's not a weapon, so I'm bypassing that. It's fine. Going upstairs because they tell me to go upstairs.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, fuck that. We're gonna listen to these guys.
Yeah, exactly. That's
like y'all are being nice to us, so we'll do what you say.
Right. You're not throwing those shenanigans on us. No, it's not a trap, right? Right? Hi, Aerith. What are you doing up there? Oh, I'm about to say, are you two bugged again? But no, okay, you two are not bugged again. I was about to say something. Okay, time to go upside down or right side up. I don't know. Oh, so this is two. Okay, there's two ways. Oh, shit. I don't know. There's three ways. Oh, look, there's a. Okay, where are we going?
When you like, come on.
Where are we going, dude? Okay, he's not. Okay, so I had to go where he's at. Okay. That one will give us the treasure. Scarf. Oh, okay, so what?
Here.
Okay, can we go down here or see is anything around here? Oh, there's no way to. Okay, so the other way is the correct way. Okay, this way is just to give us the treasure.
Yeah.
So this way, right? Yeah, that's where the hooded guy is at. Yeah. No, I want this way. Okay, where are we going? That way. Ooh. Oh, I guess we gotta climb. Okay.
Holy heck. Okay, that is definitely...
So we gotta climb. I hope you two don't get bugged, because last time we climbed, that's what happened. You got bugged.
Oh, okay, so, yeah.
Oh, I see what he's pointing at. Okay, so we gotta climb.
Oh, so we're climbing up?
Yeah. Climb it up. Oh, there's a stairs over here. That doesn't make sense right now.
This game is trippy, yo.
It is getting trippy and trippy. Oh yeah, there is a waterfall going sideways. So we're going the right way because it triggered them talking. So we're going the right way. Red, would you stop trying to get up my ass, dude? You're literally like stuffing my asshole.
Well, let me. I don't trust this. Some shit left and right, and I'm like,
right.
In case some bullshit happens.
Right. You know, I'm gonna do the same thing, cause yeah. I don't know what those hooded guys lead us, but they are leading us to the right way, but we have no idea what's beyond the way.
He pointed this way.
Oh, there's another hooded guy. If there's anything else around here that I'm not gonna miss. Any treasure nook crannies? No. Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, we got
down here. Oh, there's people over here. Okay, hold on. If there's anything behind here that we need to be... No, okay, we'll just come back from the... Wait, okay. Where are we going? Hooded man, where are we going? We're going down there? Okay, we're going down there. Oh, we're going to fight them. Come here!
We've got company! Hold up here!
Get their ass in here.
Nope. You got the beam on that sword. I want that beam. Give me that beam on your sword. Give me those. Ow, No, not after them. I want after this dude because he has the beam.
Yes.
He has a beam. Or no, I want him.
I went up to I would never do with the shield because it will mess you up.
Toasty! Toasty! Oh, lemon bread. Come here. Limerick can go slice, slice. Slice, slice, motherfucker. Slice, slice. Ah. Okay. So where do we need to go from here then?
Yeah, pull that gold thing.
Oh, okay, this thingy.
Yeah.
Got it. Do we need to pull it? Where do we need to put this at?
There's a vine here, on your left.
There's a vine? Oh, you mean here? Right here?
Hold on, let me look at your screen. Yeah, right there.
Okay. Got it.
You gotta climb that.
Got it. Oh, yeah, yeah, okay, I get that. Thank you for telling me that. Yes, I already know that. It just now tell me that, oh, you're supposed to push it here. Yeah, yeah, I just knew that. I knew that.
What?
This is the only way we can catch up to the others. Now jump, goddammit! Okay, just give me a moment, sir.
Give me a moment, sir. Oh. Did he just... Okay, they just falling off the river. Okay, they falling off the river. Okay.
Way to go.
Oh.
Okay.
So we're doing this too. Okay, so we're doing this too.
Yep, you gotta jump down.
Oh shit. Oh, I see a treasure before I go jump. Before I go down, I see a treasure. Call it my name. I ain't hit it yet, phone.
You know that there are two
more.
different Shut up! Don't say that.
What? Don't say what?
Oh my gosh, give me props, for real? There's 2 of them?
Oh shit, wait, there's 2 tracks? Oh, I just missed one.
No. You know what?
Hmm?
You're lying, because what?
What? Well, what?
Now you're freaking me out.
What's going on?
No, my friend says, did you know that there's 2 different Sephiroths in this game?
Yes, I believe that.
I'm like, you know what? I'm scared of that.
Yeah, there's 2 Sephiroths. It's the one that, like, in the ending of Remake, that's the original Sephiroth. That's the original Sephiroth.
Sure. I was like, where's the other one then? That's what I'm over here like, wait, this makes no sense.
The other one we're facing right now, but the one that, in the end of Remake, that's the original Sephiroth. That Sephiroth is telling the other Sephiroth to do things that where he made a mistake. That's why that's why he's showing up early instead of later. So yes, there is 2 Sephiroth. Yes, it is. Okay, so we go. Oh, these motherfuckers. There's a fucking frog. I don't want to deal with this goddamn frog. That frog will mess me the fuck up. I'm skipping you. Bye bye. Adios. Fuck it. I'm skipping. Oh, hi. Where we need to go, dude?
Sephiroth, I feel bad for. Stop! Hey!
Oh, we're going that way. Going up this stuff.
The psychotic one. You're good. Oh, well, there you go.
Hmm?
We're fighting the psychotic one. Of course we are.
Yeah. The psychotic.
You can't you in your mouth, I swear.
Okay, do we need to go up or go turn ourselves around?
I think we go. Wait.
Yeah, there's a vine up here. Or let me make a check what this vine is at. Where does this vine lead?
Okay, so I guess we do climb.
Let me see. Do we do climb or it may be what? Oh no, we don't climb. We don't climb.
Okay.
I think after we turn this puppy around, then we need to climb.
Turn what, man?
Okay, so turn this.
Wait.
Oh, this is like 2 parts. Okay. So let's. This.
Okay, so this is where we fell at.
Just lead us to anywhere that we need to go.
No.
Or is this a dead end? Or this is like I can't.
No. You just jump? Okay, so anyway.
Oh, okay. So I did this right. There's a ladder. There's another. Oh, there's no way down there. Okay, that was no go. Oh, more enemies. Okay. Treasure. Oh fuck.
Do it. You're up. Ready?
No, don't make me fall.
Wait, how'd you find the thing?
What thing? It's in
The
there.
thing you do.
Yeah, you go around. You see that thing? Like you go around in there.
Where? You on here?
Yeah, it's in there. It's in that building. You had to go around and. Yeah, it's up there. Yeah, it's up them stairs, and then the guy will point you another stair. Yeah, there he is. Then he's going to point up there. Yeah.
And take it we're going sideways?
Yeah, I went down to see if it does anything. So far, I'm still going, so I might think that's the right way. I don't know yet. Oh, no, that's just the treasure. Okay, don't go sideways. Don't go down. Just go sideways.
Sideways, right?
Yep. Yep, just go sideways because there's an enemy and then there's a treasure. That's it.
Alrighty.
I thought the stairs will lead somewhere. Nope. That leads to dead end.
Of course it leads to a dead end.
Yeah. Oh, I thought that was a treasure, but no, that's not no treasure. That's just the thing.
Okay.
Get down.
Ah! Okay, so this way. Oh no.
No, where's he pointing at?
These fools over here. Lovely.
Gee.
Oh, how's my... You know what? I'm debating if I should switch to teeth on this. Or... Yumi's been pretty good so far. Like,
oh. I went back to the way I was. Okay.
Oh, whoops.
Yep, whoopsies indeed. Oopsies indeed. So I'll go to sideways again.
Or in case some BS happens.
I didn't do shit. The fuck? So I go upsies?
Did you figure it out?
I think I messed the thing up. Hold on.
Oh,
Let me see if I go up.
Yeah, it's gonna be like a sideways. Yep. No, the other way,
Aha!
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Yeah. Oh, I do.
You're going the right way.
Right.
Yeah, look what he's pointing at after this. This is where I'm like, oh, lovely.
Oh, you're going down there. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's okay. You know what? I'm gonna prepare my ass. I'm gonna save it. Oh.
Cured, I saved. I'm like, oh boy.
Yep, I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna cure everybody. Yep, because that's gonna be one hell of a mess.
I'm like, well, just in case.
No, I want to use. How do I use? I don't want to craft. I want to use my potions. I can't use my potions. I have to craft. Oh, that's a bunch of bull hockey. Oh, you only could do it here then, huh? But I don't want to do that. I could always craft more of these, so there's no big deal. The cloud is full. Red's about to be full. Everybody's full. Okay, let's hammer down. Now let's get them fools.
We hold this position until the Turks send word. Take your gear and be ready to depart at a moment's notice.
Who is this? Oh, shit. I was about to be sneaky and get dealt at, but never mind. They're all the way up to Ed?
I thought it'd be more than
hold on, let me see where all these are. How many are they? Oh, wow. So they're all, they in the alphabetical order? There's Ed. All Ed. So that means, how many is that?
No more
So there's 15 of these motherfuckers?
They're not bad, surprisingly.
No, they're not. Thank God. Back. Right. Back. Wow. Kill. Die. Oh, the big was right here off there. Oh, okay. After I'm done with this scene, okay.
Yes, after you dump the soldiers, go upstairs and they'll be a bit.
Okay. There's a... use all...
I know, also, well, in case we trigger a technique or something. Like, we don't know.
And then there's a bench. God damn it! Haha. I destroyed his soldier D.
It's okay, I mean, like... We have enough potions.
Yeah, I was just using my regular potions just to save the hard-hitting potions.
Yeah, I barely use the Giga ones, because, you know. Now, final boss battle be.
Right. Okay, now before I save, let me Oh, everybody got 15s. There's oh yes, there's a 15er. Okay, okay.
Oh, what's this? Okay.
Ooh.
Ah, shit. I don't like this.
Why? What?
No, I'm looking at the stuff to increase their ship. I'm over here like, oh man, they got a lot of good ones. I only have 20.
Oh shit. Yeah, it looks like we're in the 15ers right now.
Yeah, we are. That's the shitty part.
Oh shit, there's a 10 right there.
Me, okay.
Oh wait, before I miss anything, let me go look over. Let me do a
that one's
sweep.
unlocked. Chance of entering battle. That one's a 10. This is a 15. Wait, what? Oh, this is Tifa's I'm looking at.
Yeah, sometimes I get confused about the colors. I was like, wait, whose color is this again?
Okay.
Oh, it says it up there. God damn it.
So the strength.
Let's do this.
Probably.
I think I'm done with everybody. Yes, I'm done with everybody. Okay. This must be potion store.
Why do I keep pushing that damn thing?
Oh, Prince. They got
say what?
They got 2 giga potions for sale.
You know what that means?
Yeah, shit's about to go down.
Crap.
Shit about to go down. About to get crazy. It's gonna get gnarly.
Damn.
Oh, did I destroy all those? I probably destroyed
All these decisions, man. Why are you doing this?
Why are you doing this? Why are you trolling us? Why?
Okay, that looks.
Wow.
Hold on. Let's see. Anybody else have something? Push it. God dang it.
Oh god.
Man, I don't like this.
I don't like it either. That means shit's about to go down.
Yeah.
Oh shit, what did I just do? Oh fuck, hold up. I hit the bad button. Hold on, I hit the exit. I had to escape by accident. Hold up, there we go. I'm sorry, I had to escape by accident.
You're good.
I need to do this. There we go. Oopsie daisy.
Oh man. Okay, so we're here.
Ow! Why the slap Silky? Why the slap? Ow! Jojo! Hello, Jojo! Hello, Jojo! And I'm gonna get Silky Wookie.
Ah! Okay, I got a second. Catch my breath. Hello, welcome Raiders, welcome. How are y'all doing this Wednesday evening?
Okay, 1 second.
It's Wednesday, my dude. No, you're good.
Y'all I mean, you guys came from half-ash, but...
Oh, what are you even doing,
Mamma mia.
Jojo? You're doing something.
I got real thrown off there. Welcome, we're just getting through Neon White. I've been...
Something happened. You're like, how are we? How you doing? How are you? And why you stepping in the tiki suki? That hoits. Well, that's a. Right? Where is your clip? Hold up. It was doing that earlier too. Shut up! I got you. I got you. I got you. Thank you, Jojo. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Jojo.
Little boy. Well, little boy is gonna end the stream.
I take that clip. Because you're a good boy. Yeah, you're a good boy. But thank you, Jojo. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Jojo. Hey, why? No! Why? Suki, why?
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Alright. Ready for this thing?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, let's see the damage.
No, you're fine, you're fine. No.
I just thought about it just now. God damn it.
What have you thought about? What?
This is funny. That sword looks crazy. It does.
Again.
Oh gosh, here we go.
It's so cute. Can't keep him up.
No shit, Barrett. And the door closed. Who are we fighting? Oh, that's what we're fighting.
But I hope everybody's doing good. Oh, fuck. What the hell?
Excuse me. Wait. Whoa. Hold on a minute.
That's cheating. That's cheating. Oh, what? Nah, that's really cheating. Oh, he won us. He won us. He's like, you come to me. You come to me. You come to me. Oh, hell no. Wait, is that Behemoth?
Look out!
Oh, no. Oh, fuck.
Wouldn't be a labyrinth without a guardian, right?
So...
Wanted to tell being girl.
Yeah, that is a big boy.
Focus, guys.
Yeah, that is a big boy. Oh, it doesn't red. Oh, red dragon. I think I seen this one in the original.
I think that was an original.
Yeah, I think so too. And the original was a big. And he is a big boy. Oh fuck.
Oh, ouch. Oh, call me now. On my way. Hold on, y'all. I'm so sorry. Give me a second.
No, you're good. I didn't hear it, Tiffany. Oh, fuck. No! I heard it. Damn it! It was a delay. That was a delay. That was a delay. Oh, fuck. Oh, boy. Oh, fuck you. That was a little delay. Damn it. I thought I just had a brain fart. No, that was a fucking delay. That was a fucking. Oh, fuck. That was a fucking delay. Blah, blah, blah.
With me. Now.
That. Nope. I wonder. No, I can't do a fire because he a fire breathing bitch. Red, you got Blizzard. Pull his ass off. Pull his ass off.
With me. Let's go.
Oh, weakness against. Well, obviously. Oh shit. Damn, this motherfucking shit. Here, my ass. Barrett, you have regained. Oh, you have regained. Yep, you're reader, whatever it is. Do it. Ah, let's go.
Let's finish this. Let's go. I'm waiting.
Do all abilities. Smackdown. Bam.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back. second phase. Oh shit. Oh no, not again. Oh, he got his ass upside down again. That's cheating, motherfucker. Oh hell. Yeah. Oh, he can do lava. Oh, that's hella cheating. That's hella cheating. That's hella cheating. That's fucking hella cheating. Oh! He let out a big nasty fart. Oh, get your ass down here. I can't get you back. You know what? Red.
Ready? You're up.
Let me break, yes.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Shit.
Ow, fuck.
No, Yuffie.
Let's dance, asshole.
I missed. He went up there. What the fuck? I missed. God, oh, that was a waste of frick. Ow, fuck. Oh, I'm melting. Oh, I'm melting. Owie, 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 owie. Ow, 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 ow. There's no way in hell. Oh, shenanigans. Oh, whoopee shenanigans. I swear to if you end before I get home in an hour, I'm gonna kick my own butt. Hi, Ami. Hold on, let me give you a shout out real quick. I don't. Well, I don't know. Don't even talk to me. Ow. Ow. Okay, now you're down here, you motherfucker. No. I can't see. I can't see right now. Oh, fuck. Stop numbing me. I don't taste good. Nope. Ow. I said nope, but he... Oh? Are you playing Mario Odyssey? Oh, no, that's Sunshine. No, no, that's Galaxy. Oh, you're up there again. Oh, stop breathing at me.
Oh, that's just me.
Yeah, you see, he did it again. Oh, where am I changing? Oh,
hang back.
No, I can't do that because then I will miss again. Pull his ass down. Pull his ass down, Ray. Oh. What the fuck? Get out of the net. Oh, that's not a poopy again. Get your ass down here. Oh no, he's doing the lava again. He's doing the lava again. Shit. Oh, you motherfucking piece of shit. There's no way in hell you can dodge that. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. I almost died. Both of my characters almost died. Oh, this enemy is much. I'm going to try to end him quick.
Oh, shit. Y'all better move.
There's no way in hell you can dodge the lava. There's no way in hell.
BS. That is fucking BS, honestly.
That is. There's no way in hell you can dodge that. I tried. There's no way in hell.
Oh.
Get him! I'm using Giga Potion. Fuck that shit. Cause this motherfucker, man, he is kicking my ass!
Oh, jeez.
Uh-oh, third face. Oh, okay, what do you got now? Oh, I thought that was the third face. Alright. Oh, you're flying in the air again. God damn it.
Oh,
Wait.
I got shit.
Oh, who's got Shiva? Who's got no Titan, Phoenix? Oh, none of you got. Shiva.
Oh.
This right here is the power of the plan.
It's okay, Alexander should do it.
Oh. FPS.
He cheating. He be cheating. Ow. This motherfucker me cheating. And he likes to stay in the air.
Yeah, that's the problem. Oh, get out! Oh, shit. Oh, too late. Oh! Wait.
It's better if you got a summon. It's better to if one of your characters got Shiva.
Ah, she's doing that shit again. Hold up. You're gonna need it.
Oh, you're.
I'm glad I cured because I would have been fucked.
Oh god, not again. Oh shit. Who needs a cure? Red needs a cure. Okay, so make a potion red right now. Oh shit. Ow, fuck. Oh. Ow, I'm burning. Oh, I'm burning. And I need to cure again. Cause that lava ain't no joke. Oh, you son of a bitch. Come here. Oh. Okay. Come here. Cause I got a lemon break for ya. Hold still. Bitch! Let's go! Son of a bitch. Oh my god. You a tricky little dragon. Fuck.
He is.
Damn. Okay. While you're doing that, I gotta go pee-pee.
Alrighty. Oh. No, wait a minute. Yeah. Oh shit, you're doing that thing again. Oh, she can't.
Okay, I'm back. Oh. That's what happens when I drink energy drinks and then with water, I pee a lot. Ugh.
Oh, man.
Ooh, at least he got it because he dodged with me once.
And then he dodged my last swing.
See, he be cheating. Oh, the chocobo's gonna finish him off. Because I saw it, there's a little smidget left. Chocobo's gonna finish it off. Yeah, there it goes.
That's not happening.
Oh, shit. I thought that was Behemoth, but never mind, it's a red dragon. Oh, I'm trying to finish it. Woo! Oh, you see that? See his tail down. Tifa just gave him a hemorrhage.
Oh, that old trick?
Come on.
Tifa just gave. I was like, nope. Let's go. We're not doing this. We'll celebrate later.
My limit could have finished the freaking dragon, but it literally just dodged its last swing.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. When I first did it, it dodged and then it went up here. I was like, oh, you son of a bitch. I thought I had him. I thought I had him. I was like, you son of a bitch.
Thank you, Chocobos. Thank you, because that was ridiculous.
That, I'm just gonna say, I ain't doing that shit again. That lava, dude. That fucking lava. There's no way to dodge that.
If you had seen how that happened, he was like, slash, slash, zip. I was like, nigga. You just fly off.
Yeah.
Not today.
Yeah, not today. The dragon's like, oh, you want to do the last herd of it? I don't think so. I don't think I could get that thumbnail of that dragon, but I might have to get that from
You know what? Okay, I'll use it. I'll use it because they are low as fuck.
Oh yeah. Oh shit.
I'm gonna have to at this point.
Yeah, I wish I have an elixir that has to do that. What a
Yes,
dry
you did. You have to get that dragon.
Yeah, I'm just gonna use all this like I've been doing until it gets full.
Yuffie's pretty good.
Not spells.
Oh wait.
I'll be mad if there's a bench nearby.
Don't say that.
Fuck.
No. Do not jinx it. Do not. Ooh. If there is, I'm gonna just toss this controller.
Me too, both. We can both see our controllers like in the opposite side of the continent, just yeet.
Yeet.
You yeet it towards California, I yeet towards New York.
No Aerofan girling cause girls same.
Shit.
Well, what is happening here?
Oh, let me do this real quick, cause now we're gonna do like that. Let me do high potions now. Okay, I think it's good. I think it's good.
Usagi, I'll beat your ass. I'll beat your ass, Usagi.
Uh-oh.
You jinxed it.
Motherfucker.
You
Motherfucker. Shit. Ah!
Ooh, pasta sounds good, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Stormy Wisp. Oh, what's go? Oh, goddamn! Now I see what you're talking about. God fucking damn it!
Wait, what in the what?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I guess they don't want. I guess whatever it is, don't want the soldiers to be over there.
Yeah.
I think the live stream's angry.
Oh, that sounds good. Y'all make me hungry.
Yeah, I know, right?
That's how it feels.
Hey, Aerith, do you think you could explain that we don't mean any harm?
Oh, excuse me.
I don't know. I mean, I'll I'll try.
Oh, she got them power bits. Oh, look at that.
Oh, I see you.
Is she doing like Yuna?
Basically.
Doing ascending?
I think I've got this.
I mean, that is pretty.
She's doing a Yuna.
Yeah, it's up for Yuna though.
Mm-hmm. That is pretty though.
It is pretty. Oh shit.
There's one part I just saw on your screen. I want to try to see if I could get it. Screenshot every four. Thumbnail.
Did it just?
Right there. Good. There you go. Ah, fast as shit. Ah, fast as shit. Boy. Oh shit! I guess the planet did not like that. I think it's Angie. Oh shit, the Angie. Paying the Angie. Oh fuck. Is it Angie or is it accepting it? Oh, I don't know. Oh, I think it's accepting. Oh, but it separated us!
It did.
The materia is our priority. We have to get to it first.
Last time Cloud's hair was like that floppy or that down, he went cray-cray.
Cloud.
They're with Aerith. They'll be fine.
Yeah, this is getting crazy, y'all.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's getting a little crazy, cray-cray. I may have to buy a mega potion because, like, that bullshit, that bullshit. That fucking bullshit. Oh, I don't got no SP. Okay.
Bro.
Oh, mega potion is on sale. Oh, no. I'm gonna get by 10. Fuck that shit. Yeah, that's fine. 99, that's fine. Whatever.
Oh, that's what's going on.
Oh. Huh? Oh shit. Oh, these are wasps? What are these? Oh shit. What is it, King? Again, I can't reach that motherfucker.
Got the old shifty eyes
You're done.
Oh, and I. Come on. Oh, dang. Now you need to go down.
Okay, is this thing only goes in circles? Yeah, it's only going in circles, huh? Okay, how do I get where you're at? There's a spiral thing. Let me. Oh, there's a door here. Oh, how do I miss that door? Oh, hi. Whee!
We're all gonna die. Hey, get your shit together.
Yeah, by me. Oh, damn it. Oh, there's a robot here. No. your hands away from me. I don't want you.
Whoa.
I want the robot.
Yeah.
I wonder if the plan is angry because they know that what the VTubers are doing with her live stream. I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna destroy your barrier. Ah! I should show you better. Ooh, is that Tifa's weapon I'm seeing on the screen?
Yeah, that is.
Nice, nice. That was this, not that. Oh, right here. Woo!
Oh. Definitely that. Weapon ability damage.
Wait, equipment. What? Oh, here it is.
Oh, you can hear Sephiroth. Oh boy.
Oh, you can hear Sephiroth music behind that? Oh no. You know what that means? Wait, she got 3 slots! Ooh. Limit break, damage. Critical 5, 10%. There we go. Wait, does everybody else have? Everybody has 3 slots! Let's go!
Oh.
Recover MP. No, I don't need MP. Oh, counter. Yes, please. Oh, shit!
Hey,
oh, yeah, I heard Sephiroth just now. Oh, yep.
You heard it, right?
Uh-huh! You know what that means. Sephiroth is near.
He's near.
Let's do gauge for that one. Yuffie. Let's do lower break. No, critical? That's the critical damage. Yeah, let's give you critical damage too. Okay.
Sorry, Cloud, you look like a damn roach. Killing me.
I still can't take that place serious though. The way that he like spoke those lines though.
Right?
I had sympathy. Like, dude.
Oh, here we go. I'm like, where the fuck you go?
My sword thirsts for vengeance. Oh, that killed me. Oh, it's like, what? Really? I like how Barrett. I know why he does like that, but I like how he climbs. I like how Barrett climbs. He just go hop. Oh, Tifa and Barrett are morphed now. They're morphed. Okay, they're off each other. Okay, I was about to say y'all two get a room.
Please don't pull off bullshit. Please don't pull off bullshit. Please don't pull off bullshit.
Uh-oh. Damn, Barrett, I didn't know you got teleporting powers. Goddamn. And he just went. Bloop. Okay. So where do we need to go from here then? We climb down. Now what else do we need to go? Oh, this way? Oh, this way, okay. And I don't like doing this on the side.
Of course your ass turned to a fucking frog.
Oh, shit. Planet Angie. Planet Angie. Oh, please don't break. Brakes don't break. Oh, fuck. It's gonna break. Don't break! Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I'm doing good. How about you? My migraine is better. I had a nasty migraine yesterday. That was a big poopy migraine. I hated it. I'm better now. I got these bugs in the air again. That's good. Ah, frog! Do it! No, get away, get away, get away. No, I don't taste good. I don't taste good. I don't taste good. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Say no! Leave me alone! Son of a biscuit. Oh, I gotta end this quick before they turn me a frog again. You eat your goddamn turn, you stupid ass motherfucker. I'm a frog again. Oh, fuck, 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 fuck. No, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. No, 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 no. I thought one of you died already. No, leave me alone. Stop eating. Okay. Yeah, you're supposed to die already. Okay. There you go. There you go. Stop. I want this. Stop. Target. No, stop. Stop. Okay. There you go.
That's the way to do it.
I need to heal like badly.
Yeah, is that bad for you?
That thing keeps turning me into a goddamn frog.
Ah, shit.
It was poopy. And I thought I saw my life before my eyes. I thought I was a goner. I thought I was lunch. Might jinx it again. There better not be another bench because I used a lot of potion. And then, oh wait, up. But that's good to hear. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, don't go in there. That went current. Wind current will drag you out to the, I don't know what. No, 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 no. Can I just bypass him? I don't want to fight him. I want to bypass him. Ooh,
Yeah,
treasure.
Oh, wait, I see something. I see that.
Oh, okay, I see. Oh, so we gotta go over there. There's no way. There's nothing. Oh, okay, so I gotta go back. I gotta go back. Okay, well, I'm gonna go back without triggering them because they're a bunch of poopy nuts. They're a bunch of poopy nuts. Poopy, whoopy, whoopy nuts.
I'm trying to do like this.
Uh-huh. Wait, how do you get over there? Seriously, how do you... Oh. Go around... Careful. But... Excellent.
When that current dies down, then go for it.
Oh, just like the original one! Got it! Just like the original one. Yep. I know. Just like the original one. Just like the original one. I bet you there's gonna be a lightning strike somewhere. Or a lightning current.
Maybe we can block it with something nearby?
Okay, so we're gonna block it somewhere nearby? Oh, that. I see what we need to block. But how am I gonna get up there? I have no idea.
Hey, that might work.
Yeah, but how am I gonna get up there? How am I gonna get over there, Tifa? That might work, but how am I gonna get up there? You tell me. Can you get your ass over there? Is there any way to get over on this side? Oh, there is. I just had to be quickly about it. Okay, go. Haha! That shit, boy. Fast as shit, boy! Now this won't do anything, right? This will stay, right? Oh, fuck. There we go. Off it goes. Oh.
Got it?
Oh, okay. It stayed there. Thanks.
Yeah, it stays.
I was worried that it's gonna go. Oh, can I bypass them? I don't want to fight them. I want to bypass them. No. Stay asleep. No, you don't see me. You don't see me. Yeah, we're gonna climb in. Whee! Ooh, more stuff. Oh, there's a treasure over there. I don't think I can do my sneaky sneak. It's okay. I'll bypass it. Robot!
Damn, pizza.
Shit. You ain't getting me that time. Yeah, robot. Oh, you don't have a shield. Good. Oh, but you have that. But you're weak, so... Night, night, motherfucker.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Ah, wow, what?
What the actual heck? Oh!
Oh, shit. More inky pen, more panda being inky. More panda being inky.
Run, 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 run.
Oh, that's not good. That's definitely not good. What do you just say, run?
Yeah.
That's not good. That is definitely not good.
That was crazy.
This way. Okay, so they went this way.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck, it's collapsing.
Worse and worse.
Oh, shit. Yeah, run.
Don't gotta tell me twice.
Like
Run,
this.
run, 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 run. Run. Go, Clark, go, go. Holy. Oh, there's no way to turn around. Yeah, we got this further. There's no way turning back, because our way turning back has been kaput. That has been kaput. That has been kaput.
Yo, this is crazy, y'all.
This is getting crazy. Crazy and crazy by the minute. Oh, 2 giga potions. Oh, shit. They give us... The treasure gave us 2 giga potions. Ooh, more stuff to destroy! Martha. And you know that if you hear Sephiroth's song, do you know what that means? Oh, hi. Oh, do you recognize those swords? I recognize those swords.
Hostiles.
That's what Zack used to wield before he got the Buster Sword.
Yeah, that's like, oh shit.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so they're a second class soldiers. Like Pencil. I think Pencil was up there. But Zack doesn't do the beam like that though.
Yeah, shooting beams, I'm like, ooh.
Yeah. That's the beam. Ugh. Stop shooting your nasty PP beam at me.
Damn, Tifa. Come on, look, give me up. What? What? Oh,
what?
Shit.
Let's finish this with me.
Whoa.
And this because they're annoying. Blah. Okay, there's dragon. Now I'm gonna do this. Gotta. Ah, you're down. Now run away. Go away. Piece of shit.
Shit.
I don't want to die. Please.
Oh shit.
It's not death.
It's not.
It's a homecoming.
A homecoming? What is he? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh damn!
Oh gosh, here we go.
He went cray-cray again! He went cray-cray again! Oh, he went cray-cray again. You don't look too.
Keep moving.
You don't look too good.
There.
He went cray-cray again.
Hey kids, sorry we're late.
Better late than never. Still owe you both for Sector 7.
Could say the same
Oh.
for you.
Alright, I need to do something real quick.
It's a shame
Okay, I
we'll
can
have
see
to
that.
settle up later.
Oh, now I'm with them.
Oh shit! That explosive! Now my OBS, the stream track keeps reconnecting for some reason.
This up next time.
Get back here.
But it's fine. It's good. Oh! They're trying to lock this in!
No, it's time.
Time?
Yeah. Now we're going through Aerith.
Oh. Oh, you feel the controller?
Mm-hmm.
Tick tock, tick tock, tick.
Yeah, so now we're going through Aerith's point of view.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad Brad is with us, cause man.
Right.
Did it work?
Did it? No, it did not. So the pen is still angry.
Okay, just in case some shit happens.
Yeah, cause Red needs to heal.
Right.
I really screwed up.
Okay, Mega Giga, we're good on
Don't beat yourself
those.
up.
No
First
one
time
really
and all that.
died. Let me see.
Just gotta keep at it. Start
Oh, wait,
right
wait.
now.
I just
We'll
saw
get
her
through this,
fingers. Her fingers
Together.
just clipped through the weapon.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Massive retry.
Well, that's because that's not the original weapon. I mean, the default weapon. I mean, the default weapon. So let me. Wow, this is all trippy though. That's fine. It's fine. Okay, let's see. That, and then this. That should do. Let's sit my ass now.
Okay.
Let's buy some shit.
Okay, now we're with them.
I got nothing to do that.
You said Roof's is real bad. You know what?
Who said that? Oh. King?
I don't. Yeah, King said it. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so.
Reno? Okay.
Oh, so we go through this door. Okay. Oh, water!
What's this?
We can swim in it. Drink it.
What's happening?
What's happening indeed? Yes, what's happening indeed? Oh, I'm about to say that can she feel Zach that time?
Right.
Let's find Mountain Dew. Let's go. Yes, let's find Mountain Dew.
I think they're gonna teach me how to be at one with the live stream. Attuned to
Yes, let's find Mountain Dew.
Freaking Yuffie.
Oh, she's trying to grab it. Too bad she ain't blessed by Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What is this? Okay, Earth.
Oh, hold up. If I need to read that, hold up. I need to pick this off real quick. Let's go.
Oh, okay. So I guess you step on these things?
Guessing?
Why'd you have...
No, she's just looking at it. Okay. So I guess we're going everywhere to find these things?
Oh.
Oh, more stuff to read, okay.
So... He's channeling. Ah, shit. Okay, hold on. I was doing something. For some reason it's not. Okay, how do you do this?
You click on it and then you click on it.
Yeah.
You look at it, you click on it, and then rotate it.
Yeah, there you go, there you go.
That's a bit tricky.
Yeah, it is pretty tricky.
Wait, is her run animation is different than the remake one? Yeah, they changed her run animation from the remake.
Okay, that's what you gotta do. Come over here like
getting
on
all
the thing, but you
booties. I'm getting all booties. Get the booties. Get the booties. Get the booties. Okay. Oh, hi.
Maybe you're low on life stream or something?
What do you mean by no? Never stop being a poopy butt. Need more spiritual energy to cry. Okay, so I can't do this.
Yeah.
It's not letting me do that one. She's like, no, you can't do that. I was like, what do you mean I can't do this?
So how? Okay.
Yeah, you need more energy.
Yeah.
So how are we gonna do that then? Oh, there's two sides. Okay, I didn't know there's two sides to it. Okay, so this one? Can we do it this one? No, not this one. Okay. Oh, get off of that. Well, look over here. Look over here. Look over there. Look over there. Aerith, right there. There you go.
I think you might need more spiritual energy.
Okay, so you can't do both of them. Okay. So you can't do both. Gotcha. Where's the other ones are? I'm going back. Am I? Yeah, I'm going back.
Oh.
Oh, you figure it out?
You fight some enemies, you gather energy that way.
Oh.
See,
That kind of makes sense.
Yeah, you see there's like this green aura thing, and then you gotta pray for it.
Oh, that kind of makes sense.
Yep.
You're trying to force
Yes.
the enemies going back to the planet. Got it.
Oh. Yep, and then there are more of these green things.
Aha.
Yeah, so you find some aura. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, so I need to fight some bad guys, some baddies. Got it.
Yeah, bad guys, and then gather some green energy there. Okay, that makes sense.
It makes you wonder how that thing tastes like. Okay,
now we should do it.
Oh. Oh, even you could destroy the crystals that also can make you do it too. Okay. There you go. I don't think that's enough though. Hi. Oh man, not these ruggos.
Here goes. Hey, can you take over for me? We'll regret this. Come on, do the flip.
Okay, get rid of this. Oh, you son of a bitch! Yeah, frog, turn me a frog. No, let me. No, no, I don't taste good.
Oh, what is this?
Right.
Bro, hold on a minute. Ready?
With me!
Where's the front? I want to destroy the front first. There you go.
Hold it.
Aha. Oh, that can be hefty some. Okay. I wonder if that's enough. I doubt it. Well, there's nowhere else to go, so I think that should be enough. Which way did you went?
Huh?
I was like, which side did you went?
Which side?
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean which side?
There's two ways to go.
See.
Huh?
Your screen showing purple.
My screen showed purple? Oh no.
Yeah, on Discord.
Okay, how about now?
Nope.
Oh, what? Hold up. How about now?
Still no luck.
Are you kidding me?
Hold on, let me try. 1 second, 1 second.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
I did. Oh, sorry. That was me. That was my fault. Okay. How about now?
God dang it. Hold on, I gotta do it again. Hold on.
You shit, that's right.
Okay, there we go.
Is that? Yeah.
Oh. What? Huh. I don't.
Oh, you didn't have it been there? Oh.
I don't think I've been there.
Oh shit, so I guess we're taking different ways. Okay.
I think so.
Alrighty.
What is that?
Wait, can I do it from here now? Hold on, then we can go over here.
So it's gotta be this way then. Wait, where? Oh, right here. Okay.
Come on, I just had it. Come on, Aerith. Oh, I had to lean forward, okay. I thought I had to click it. No, I had to lean forward.
A bit more of that planet power.
Oh, okay. So let's go this way. Then, to get more energy power. Did she just literally just go woof?
Yep.
I wonder if I could take out the energy and then put it into there. I doubt it. Oh, there's a way in hell I could go over there. Yuffie, use your ninja stars to just go. I doubt it. Oh, wait. Maybe I could go on the other side? Oh, oh. Oh, oh. Bad. Boing. Oh. I just went around in circles. That was a bunch of poop.
Really?
Yeah, I just went around in circles. That was... Okay, can I extract? Oh, stuff the prayers. Okay. There, that should, give me the enough energy that I need for that. Oh, I thought you had to click, but no, you had to lean forward and then do it. Okay. Did she like revert time or some shit? Is that what she's doing? Yeah. a time lady? Oh, hi. That thing
You
is
don't
huge.
think anything bad will happen to them, do you?
So long as Cloud can keep it together.
Yeah.
Tell him to snap out of it.
Yeah, Cloud was... Yeah, definitely Cloud will, be snapping into... Yeah. No, he just went cray-cray. Again.
Oh, no.
Oh, mid-cray-cray. Mid-cray-cray. Or to say, he's not fully cray-cray, but he did make cray-cray. Mid-cray-cray. Oh, weapon. What weapon is this? Oh, it's Aerith's. I just replaced her thing. Ah, okay. Oh, wow. It looks like a fishing reel. What the fuck? Let's see. Attack damage. ATV. And... Sure, let's do that.
Okay, so there's a thing there.
Like goosebumps. So I guess we got no choice but to fight if we see enemies to get some spirits, whatever that we need.
You can do it.
Yeah, just watch. Ready? And that's how it's done. Ready?
Tagging out.
Oh damn! Ancient dragon, get your ass down here!
You good?
Because Red can't reach you, but Aerith and Yuffie can. Oh damn, if you hold that, they'll give you that much power? Okay, then we hold it, Let me see how much I get, and then shoot!
Hold on a second, yo.
Yeah, you good.
Get your butt over here. Coming.
So far I don't hear Sephiroth is the theme. Let me do like that until he gets back. Smack!
Okay, that's what I was doing.
Okay. Whoop. Nope. Oh, some of these are gathered around here too, so you don't have to fight much. Got it.
You
Can I
have
get-
enough?
Bah.
Probably not enough. Nope. Yep. Yes, you do.
Ooh, excuse me.
Find some.
Where you at? Oh. Oh, I just have enough for that. This is crazy. What?
Oh, you cannot go down.
This is nuts. How is she? What is this like? Is she reverting time? Oh, that's a big ass thing. Oh, wait a sec. That's a big ass orb. Oh, I got that. Okay. Shit, that almost gave me a hat.
Energy.
These little ones ain't doing shit no more. But I guess better than nothing. Any little helps. Oh, there's another big one right here. There's two of these. Gimme. Thank you. Yay. yeah. Out. Shit. Is there anything in this pool? Do I need? Oh, no. This pool is deep. Nothing in this pool? Nope. Okay. Nothing in the pool. Nothing in the pool. Okay, so how do I get out of here now? Oh. Go up there. Oh, what's this right here? What's this? What's this? Ooh. I think we might need to go that way. It's just that one has not been touched. Oh! That one.
Got so much crap going on.
Alright. Big BB brain. Don't worry, we got this mother big BB brain. We got this big BB brain.
My brain, man.
It's going to explode. Oh, okay, so we're close to that now, but nah, I'm guessing not enough. But let me just use the one I have. So at least I know where I'm standing at. At least like the quarter.
Reach out for the energy.
At least like a quarter will give you like almost a half.
Right.
So that's at least a good thing you don't have to. No, if it gives you like less and then hi frogs.
It's your turn. You're in good hands now. Come on now. How about you show?
All right, my time to shine. Together.
Or otherwise they will be like in a pickle. It doesn't give us that much. Afraid of that shit. Whoop. Get the delicious Mountain Dew. Mmm, delicious. Scrumptious.
Will that be enough?
It's the power of the doo-doo. Oh, look, hi. You're lonesome. Come here. Mine. Anything here? Any green orbs? Any great? No, okay. So, see now? I wonder if this will give us what we need. Oh, you're ahead of me.
Oh, really?
Yep. I have not got all of them. Not yet. Oh, well, about a split second or so, like maybe about 5 seconds. Holy crap, indeed. That is a little too much for her.
How about we take a quick breather?
Good idea. Can't go letting our girl wear herself out.
Okay, but just for a bit.
Just for a teensy bit.
Oh.
Teensy weensy bit. Just a teensy bit. Bear's kick thing. Whoa, hello. Ah. What's it doing? What's it doing? What's it doing?
What?
That's what I'm saying. What's it doing?
I'm getting
what? Excuse me?
Well, at least we have a way out.
And what? He just turned to a frog.
Bro, wait a minute.
Oh, that one's. Oh, that one's. Oh, no. Oh, no.
If something gets in our way, kill it.
Why did they turn into that? This Earth is something? Is it Earth is doing?
I think so.
Oh shit! I'm a frog. No, no, I'm a poopy frog. I'm a poopy frog. No. Tifa. Okay. I was about to say, Tifa, give me a kiss. No, he's dead. Tifa, help, Tifa. Son of a bitch. Get off me, man. I want those damn frogs. That frog's annoying. No, don't you dare. Bitch.
Let's go.
Let's go. So we get out of here. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Hey, we got ourselves a bench.
Thank God.
Man, this thing is intense.
Look!
I'm looking.
I see him.
That's not fuck music though.
Yep. Getting closer.
Yep. Oh. Doink. Gimme. Doink.
Okay.
Let's do these. They keep giving us mega potions on sale, dude.
Yep.
Oh, they were all fibers. I can't do shit without fibers.
For real?
Nope. Because, oh! I was about to say, no! I thought I heard a frog. No! I did hear a frog. No! Leave me alone! Stop! Biting me! Leave me alone! Damn, when you're a frog, they just don't want to leave you alone!
Yeah.
Let's finish this.
Oh shit. Ah. Your turn, asshole. You know what?
Any last words?
Wee! Oh, he the monster glitched on the corner and he was like freaking out. Yeah, he was like.
Oh. Excuse me. Hi, soldier boys. Cloud is being mighty quiet.
Huh?
I said Cloud is being mighty quiet.
Yeah, he is. Oh God! What? Bye. Damn!
I get the feeling we're not welcome here.
You know those soldiers are dead. Yeah, he's quiet. That's not a good sign.
Oh, you're being really quiet, buddy.
I know he's not a talkable person, but that's not a good sign. Oh, hi. think we need to put that in the path that we need to go. Can't go past through there. Okay. Is there anything that we need to? Oh, do we need to climb? No. Do we need to go over here? Do we need to climb anything?
That's what I'm looking
in particular. Because these rubbles, this thing will not go because there's rubbles around.
Gotta do something.
Where do I need to go? Hold on. Give me.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you can bash them? You can bash those rocks?
No. I wonder if I gotta move this here. What am I moving this to?
Here? Is that? Oh, it looks like this thing has something that I can push it here. Let me see something. Let me see. I'm gonna push it over here. Just letting me push it. Oh, there we go. Oops. There we go. Found it.
What'd you do?
Okay, you know where you grab the thing? Right here?
Uh-huh.
You push it right over here where there's a gap. Right here.
There's a gap?
Yeah. Okay, now see where you're on the screen at. Okay, where's that at? Hold on. Okay, you know where you found it, right? Yeah, that gap. Yeah, where you're standing on. That one.
Oh, so it's gonna be right here.
Yeah, push it there. Yeah. Push it there.
Alright, I was like, what?
Yeah, that gap. Yeah, push that thing over there. Hold on, I gotta look. Wait, I gotta take a look at this closer. I'm sorry, I had to look at this closer.
I was like, where the hell do I?
Oh, come on. Go closer. Closer. Too close. Well, that's fine. I'm messing with the camera. Look what I got him.
Oh, I can't even see. It's doing that thing again.
What? Why does it keep doing that?
I don't know.
Oh, this screws me in the poopy butt again.
I love Discord.
Yeah.
Need to link up with the advanced team.
Ooh, what's all this? Ooh, another treasure. Ooh, there's a weapon. What weapon is this one for? It's gotta be for Barrett.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Ooh.
Oh, I like the sound of that because he said, ooh. Oh, no. Yeah, puppy jumped him out.
Weapon has it easy. The fuck?
Right. Overload charge. Opening ATV bonus. There you go. There you go, Daddy. There you go. Guess I always give Barrett the good shit.
Let's go. Nice. You're up. Do it.
Damn! He does that staggered pretty quickly with that gun of his.
Yeah?
Yeah, he does.
Just like that.
Yeah. Nice. I'm not going the right way for this because I went upstairs. Hold on, let me see. Let me go downstairs and look around the other side because I had this one. This is the right way. No, that's the right way. Oh, okay, so we gotta find another one to... Oh, okay, that's where I see in that fork. Okay. Okay, so it's upstairs. That one is upstairs.
Yeah, it's upstairs.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Okay, now how are we gonna get this puppy down there? Get over
Oh, that
there.
was no. Yeah, Barrett's weapon's good.
Yeah, you see how fast that thing is?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh.
We could try using that.
Okay, so it's that thing, but there's another thing down there, so... Huh? I'm confused.
Alright.
So let me go back downstairs and see, and let me do that thing, because I saw that thing. Because I thought that thing was it, but apparently not. Because it's like the tower. So, let me see where I need to go. Where did I just need to go to? Where does this need to go to? Because I can't go to Rebel, there's the gap there. Okay, there's no way to get through there. So, I guess they through that gap.
There's a thing at the top.
I think what
You look at my screen?
Huh? Yeah.
Look at my
Yeah, oh yeah, I triggered it. I triggered a little voice dialogue up there.
Okay, I was about to say, like, wait.
Yeah, I'm trying to see where this one goes. Maybe I just go yeet over here. Whee! Oh, okay, so I guess we need two?
Where the hell trigger? I gotta fight this? Okay, wow.
Okay, let's turn this puppy around. I think this one should knock down the other one, or has a bridge to go over there. Blah, 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 blah.
Tower doesn't look too sturdy. Think we can knock it over?
We can knock it over. What strength? Oh, no, no, no. He also a big boy. Damn. Shit. Oh.
I say we put this big asshole to work.
Yeah, you think? You know what he reminds me of? Either two enemies. One that Zack fought in Crisis Court, or the one that Titus fought.
Titus, I was thinking that.
Yeah. I think the longer I hold that, the more damage it takes, but it's kind of risky doing that though. So what are you gonna cover and check? Nope. What are you doing? What are you doing? Ah, hell. You charged up your goddamn sword. Oh, it's on fire.
Oh, shit.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna give you a shocker. Oh, it's weak against thunder. Okay. No. Noted. It's weak against thunder. Noted. Barrett got some for you too. Zap zap. Tifa, what do you got? Oh, you got cure. Okay. Nope. No, not fire. You have another chakra on. Zap. Barrett, you do another zapper on him too. Wait, let's see, BC. What a wind do make you look. Ow!
Gonna enjoy this.
Nope. Ow! You got me anyways! Shit!
Buzz off.
Thump! Oh, he knocked it down! Oh, he knocked it down!
Yeah, he did.
Whee!
Worked out pretty good, huh?
Oh, we're still not over yet. Oh, yes. Now, I didn't see if he was weak against air. No, I don't see that. I don't know. Oh, big boy angry. Big boy angry. Nope. Ow. Bitch. Okay, that doesn't doubt. I'm angry. What? What? Oh, I just got a smidge it. Just a smidge it. Zap. He got a little smidgen that just put the lightning, just thunder, not thunder rod or thunder grudge, just thunder, and he just went black.
It's like, yep, just go down, buddy, go down.
Hey, go down, motherfucker, go down.
Okay, so we dropped that. So I
To
think
here, I'm guessing, like over here.
by that ledge, right?
Yeah, by that ledge, yeah. And then oopsies! And floop! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Say oops.
Don't know about you, but I'll take it.
Barrett just said oops!
Then he said oops, and he was like, I'll take it.
I said oh shit. I was about to say oops, but Barrett took the words right out of my mouth. Ah, that's funny. No, you leave me alone! I gotta climb up this thing. Okay. Oh, wait. This way, this way, this way! Okay. Bop. That's funny. Barry says, oops.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Barrett don't say anything about heights, because, you know, like, in a remake, he's like, don't look down, don't look down, don't look down. Maybe he got over his fears. He's better than I am, because I still won't get over my fears. Hell no. I'm still scared of heights. Fuck that shit. Going up. Yeah, right, it looks good. Okay. All these rocks up left. Yep. Yep.
Oh, okay. Wait, but... Oh, okay.
Are you ready? Ready. I thought I saw something in the corner of my eye. Thank you for the Betty. The Betty's so cool. Betty's so cool. Yeah. Oh shit. I don't want to fight you. Can I just bypass you? Please? You know, I'm gonna go behind here. Oh, crazy ass motherfuckers. No. Oh. Hey, dead man. Oops. Just like what Barry said. Oops. Oh, look. A bench. Set my ass here, thank you. What's 3 to... Oh, no. Giga potions on sale?
I'm not even there yet.
I think you're close to it. I think it's around that area. I just bypassed him. I don't want to fight him. I was like, no. Don't want to do that right now.
Oh.
Because those motherfuckers will turn you into a goddamn frog. And I don't want that. No. No, thank you. No, thank yous.
A guy can take him.
Oh, Reno Ruder fighting somebody? Okay, I was just gonna wait until you get over here. Because I think I hear Reno Ruder fighting somebody.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
You said there was a bench? Oh, yep, okay.
Yep, there's a bench. Set your ass. And Kart doesn't need to use the cushion. Because it's that type of bench that he's like, oh yes, I can rest my ass here with no problem.
Alright. Oh, yep.
Hi, Lito. Hello, how are we?
Okay. It's that bad. Okay.
Shit. Yeah.
Did all that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's hang back. Get ourselves some popcorn.
Just take him out.
Man, I swear, you are close.
Nah. Wait till you hear Barry says something. I'm gonna save this right here, because, like, was gonna play some games, so overall good. Oh, that's nice. That's what you gonna play. What you gonna play? Is that a frog? I just saw a frog. Oh yeah, I did. Did you hear what Barry said? We're gonna watch some popcorn.
Yep.
So we're helping them?
Yeah.
It better be thankful that we're helping instead of fighting. No, don't just do that. I don't want no kisses from you. Kisses stink. Thank you. Ow, fuck.
You ready?
Oh, fuck no! Leave me alone, leave me alone.
Damn.
Oh, Rude is like, help me? Okay. I just played Bounding Isis, but I broke one. Oh!
Do it!
Nice! Nice!
With me!
Oh no, not the front! Damn!
Thanks. Hey!
Well, that's...
room, will ya?
Oh.
Well, that's because... Oh, that's because Rude likes Tifa. That's why.
Not too shabby.
And now we're fighting them. Okay. Oh, Barry.
Okay, that was a dope cutscene.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Reno, you know what to do.
Kick-ass, take names.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna fight him. Okay, where are you? Come here. Ah. Yeah. Oh, no. You know, I can charge my shit too if you want. Look, watch. I charge my shit too. Bah! See? I can charge my shit up too. The longer I charge up, the powerful it gets. Ow, fuck. Oh, I hate when Reno does that. Oh, no. Fuck! Damn it. Oh, I am paying. Oh, come on, stop! Oh, I stoned him. With parrying! Yeah. You know what? Come here, Reno. And then, blah! Oh, you dodged that shit, and I held that long too. I held that shit long too. Oh, I don't have poison shit. Do I have anything in my inventory that I have? I don't know why, but someone told me it looks like Andrew Tate. I can't unsee it. Who's Andrew Tate? Oh, Tat? I'll probably butchered that fucking name. I'm sorry. Golden Needle. Oh shit. I don't know what that golden needle does. I got a grenade. Oh, son of a bitch.
Oh no!
Son of a bitch. Stop. Oh, I hate when Reno does this.
Oh, nice.
Ow, fuck. No, I want this one. There we go. Come here, Reno. Come here, Reno. Come here. Oh, you want some? No, I'm not targeting you. But I can get you still. Oh no, pyramid? Are you? No. Oh. Okay, where are you, Reno? Where are you? That does it. That does it. That does it. Bitch. Whoop. The second phase. Oh, whoa, what's going on here? Oh no! How takes the squad their best weapons. Ah, okay. I might have to look it up though. Wait, was that Aerith help Cloud to get back? Yeah. Oh shit. Now you motherfucker. Ow. Son of a bitch.
Come on. Whatever. Let's go. I'm in.
Come here, Reno.
Reno's down.
And then black.
Let's finish.
Get out of here, Rube. Reno's almost down. No, I got shocker. No, fuck. Oh no, Road Toter Super Saiyan. God damn it. Alex, no. Oh, I don't have enough for actually, you know. want to do this so that way I can get... I did not say that. I wanted to do this so that way I can get... Oh, I still can't do it.
Let's do this shit.
Let's do this shit. What? Third phase. Okay, let me get up. Let me get up, please. Let me get up. Okay, you're getting on my nerves now. Oh my god, let me get up! Oh, come on! They won't let me get up!
Really?
Yeah, they keep kicking my ass. They won't let me get up. They keep kicking Cloud's ass. Dude, like, what the frick? Leave him alone! Yeah, they're like beating Cloud's ass, like they will leave him alone!
Oh, God.
They just gang up on Cloud like school. I know, right?
He's doing.
That's why I'm trying to get rid of Reno. There's shit. Fuck! I have no idea what was that about, but they just gang up on Cloud like.
How are you doing, Kitty Sore?
Fuck that shit. I'm getting Titan.
Have fun.
Oh. Oh shoot!
Come here, Rude. Come here, Rude. I'm waiting for Rude to come over here. The longer I hold this, the stronger it's gonna get. So I'm fine that it's not. Yeah, I'm holding it as long as I can. Come here, Rude. There you go, there you go. Come here, come here, come here, come here, you asshole. Come here. Okay, you can stop turning into a Super Saiyan. Get your ass over here, bitch. He's charging his smash attack. Yes, he is.
Wow, so it's doing like this whole back and forth thing.
With me.
There you go, Titan. There you go, Titan. Get him! Get him! And smack! Boom.
I'll pay you back.
Okay. Burn you, Tushy. Still help me. Mr. Clean. Bloof.
You said Mr. Clean.
Come on.
No, you just have a smidget. Bitch! That's what you get for ganging up on my husband, asshole! Cloud did not deserve that!
Ready to settle up? 'Cause I've been waiting for this.
It's okay, Cloud. It's okay. It's okay. My motorcycle's over here. It's okay, Cloud. It's okay, Cloud. Your wife was here.
This is for Sector 7.
Now, quite frankly, who do you think will win against that with a fist? Barrett's fist is a lot bigger than Reno's. Or Root, sorry. He can smash his hand like in two with those fingies.
It's them.
Oh look, we're back together.
I'm so glad you're all okay. Right back at ya.
I don't know.
We're lucky you didn't crush us.
Okay, we gotta do stuff
Oh, we're going back for their thing. Okay.
though. Yeah. I feel like I gotta really gather her up.
Yes.
Well then, shall we?
You sure?
Yep. Can't keep Cloud and the others waiting.
Okay. Root has been using his fist since the start, but Baron fist is larger than Root's, and so I don't know. I mean, yeah, Barrett's hand is larger than Root, so not gonna be. Ouchies, ouchies, ouchies.
Make sure I'm not missing nothing.
Okay, let's see. Oh, we need to do this bit. Okay, let me get a little bit in there.
I think we're gonna need to top up.
Yeah, I know, Yuffie, shut up. Oh, we're just doing that because, there's a little scrap.
I think we got it.
Okay, so now we need to find more of these Orbeez. Oh,
up there.
Where? Oh, yeah, okay, I did a little smidgen of that. Okay, guys. So that means the enemies has respawned. Do we need to fight again?
No, just break some stuff and look for the green thingies.
Oh, break some stuff. Okay. Oh, I got some pretty thingies here. Okay. Can I do it from here too? No, cannot. Okay. So then let's do. Okay. Where do you break some stuff? I don't know where to. Oh, there's stuff I need to break. Maybe in here? Oh shit.
We got some fighting to do.
Ooh, stuff to break. Yay! And there's smack. Oh, but then it gave me none!
Oh.
Ooh, stuff to break.
Get out of there.
What else? What else I need to break? What else I need to break? But anyways, I'm gonna go. Still need to finish Integrate because I can't play it on a PlayStation 4 and I don't have a PlayStation 5. So good luck and have fun. Hope not to see the cause getting up on the pool. I know, right? That was uncalled for. They getting up on my husband like that out there. But thank you for joining, Lito. See you later. Thank you for coming by. We love you. We miss you. Ooh. See ya. I pray this PC comes up. Yeah. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on it. Bye bye. I'll do heart, because there you go. That's partial. There you go. Oh, I just said, there you go. Do a little heart kick. Ooh. I need to fight. Oh, wait, right. Yeah, give me that. That's the name. More stuff to break. More stuff to smash. The smash, let me smash. Oh, the smash. Mm-hmm. It's a bad we can't transport energy to another station. That would be awesome. Unfortunately, I don't think that could happen. Nah. Ooh, smash? Nothing. Damn it! I was hoping that some of the monsters respawn, but I guess that's not the take. Oh, this is the one that I can't figure out how to get over there. It's okay, I don't need it. I don't need it. No. Go back. Maybe this little smidget might do. Oh, I don't want to get down there again. I don't want to get back down. Oh shit. Oh wait, do I need to go to the other side of this? No. I don't know how to get down there. I don't know where I get down there. Oh shit, I'm lost. Damn it. Oh, there it is. How do I miss that? I don't know. There's the fucking stairs right there, right under my nose, and I fucking missed that? What the fuck? Oh, the actual fuck. I don't know. Fuck. It's happening here, but let me put this little smidget. Oh. Okay, where is it? There it is.
Looks like this isn't enough.
Oh, there's another one over there. I did not see that one there. Shit! Oh, good golly grief. I can't find anywhere to smash or...
Did you fight some creatures and everything?
I don't know where they are. Oh, I don't think I've been here yet. Oh, no. Oh, wait, here they are. I don't even been here yet. Found it. Yeah. We'll see how long I can hold that. Oh, just like Cloud, if I hold that long enough, the stronger it gets. Got it. I want to see how long I can hold it.
This one's for you.
Yeah, okay. So it's like cloud. Okay, the longer I hold that, the stronger it is. Got it. Give me that to go. And bloop. And then bloop. Oh, hail the Mondo.
Oh, there's more over there.
Oh shit! What the hell?
Why do?
Oh damn! That's a lot of soldiers going in that wind. Almost like a tornado. Holy shit!
Oh, I can't.
I've got it this time. You'll see.
Oh yes, bench. Thank you very much. And then bloop. Okay, that should be enough for that one I wanted to go. I'll do this one later. I want to go do this one. There might be a treasure somewhere. Because we have not looked at... Okay, we got Cloud, Red, Tifa, Aerith, Barrett. So we have not got Yuffie's or Red's weapon yet.
Red's weapon's hiding somewhere.
Red's weapon's hiding somewhere?
Yeah, it's in here.
Thought so.
It's in, yes, somewhere in this area.
Thought so. That's why I tried to unlock all of it so that way I'm not missing it. Oh, this one takes a lot. I'm not fucking myself over. That one takes a lot. Okay, I need to find somewhere where I need to bash more shit.
Oh, you. Hey.
Huh?
Now I gotta fight these.
You say you gotta fight what?
Now I gotta fight these slimes.
Ah. What's Gugacron doing? Stop it. Stop, Gugacron. Stop. That Gugacron's acting funny. Or is it your stream that's doing that? Hold on. What the actual fuck? Wait, something's not right. Something's not right. I think something's wrong with your streaming.
Mine?
Yeah, I think it's glitched out or some shit.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, it's lagging.
Yep, it's lagging all right. I wonder how long it's been doing that.
Just now.
So I wonder how long it's been doing that.
Just now.
Okay, let's give it a second. Well, I'm glad you caught that.
Yeah, no problem. Let's see what those are. Okay. So I can take them. Okay.
I wonder why it's lagging right now.
Yeah. Oh, so I can take them out. Oh, okay.
You just finished this.
Mm-hmm. So I wonder if I could take the other ones out like that, too. Refresh. There we go. You're back.
It's doing what?
It's back.
It's back?
Yep.
Okay. Sweet, sweet.
That's a little hookup.
Okay.
That was weird.
Yeah. Guess I had to pause it for a moment.
Yeah. That was weird. I guess it's just a little hiccup.
Yeah.
Can I do this over here too? Oh, I cannot. I cannot get them back. Oh, okay. Once it's done, it's done. Oh, okay. But yeah, you're good. You're good now. You're good now.
Yay, 'cause I'm like, listen, I did all this. Don't mess up now.
It's probably the capture card doing the same shit that is mine doing or something. It's probably like the frame rate just like hella dropped.
Yeah. It's like, hold on, let me catch you.
Alright. It's all good now.
Yay.
Yay. Okay, since I can't do that, let me, because I don't have enough of that, let me do this one down here. I have enough for this. Oh, I do have enough for this. Barely enough, but I do have enough for it. Yay!
Okay, this was the longest chapter ever, man.
Yeah. Oh, this should give me enough for to do that one thing. I see you and me like a fight. Ooh, a lot of Obies here. Ooh. I wonder if that's enough to do over here. On this side.
We gotta find a path. I'll sit my ass down for a bit. And then here. Oh, I barely have enough. Well, I want to see what the other side has. The other side is, so give me that. Give me that back. No, stop, stop, Aries, stop, stop, no. So I want to see what that does. Gotta get up there somehow.
So let me do this, so that way I will have enough. enough room. This far away thing is like needs a lot of energy.
Right.
Because I see enemies there that I can do a little Oh, I missed one. Come here. There you go.
Oh, here.
Hello, Mas. Oh, I see a materia.
Help a girl out. Here I go. Coming. Get him. Ready?
Damn. Oh, my frog. No, I don't do frog. No, stop. Stop. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Oh, I hate when you're a frog and they just want to chop your ass up. Get him and then heal. Get him and heal. Get him and heal. Get him and heal. Aha.
Oh no.
Oh no, I was doing it again. It's freezing up again. Prince, your stream is freezing up again.
Dang it. We're trying to...
Ooh. You sound like a robot. Oh, that's not... That doesn't sound good. Is your internet connection okay?
Yeah, it's full. Yeah, cause like you're going like in and out, like almost like a robot.
Can you take over for me?
Gosh. Okay, hold on.
Okay, no. Oh. Floating death. Yeah. Yeah, floating death. Uh-huh.
What? You blood or what?
Did he say we? There we go.
He's okay now?
Yeah. Oh no, it froze again. It froze again.
What the hell is it freezing?
Yeah, that's what I want to know. Why? Where's it go? Why?
Okay. I paused the game though, so should we do good?
I said that you did the VR, the feedback screen.
Yeah, I did.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's messing up.
Really?
Yeah, it looks kind of choppy.
Is OBS being fucked up thing today?
I don't know. Alright, hold on, let me,
Yeah, sure.
See, it's fine on my OBS, but on Twitch, it's not.
Yeah.
Oh, now... Going on and off. Okay, hold on, let me just... Okay. Come on, let's finish this. All right.
Okay then.
Yeah, now it's acting right.
I'm your good to go.
Yeah.
Okay. Ready? With me!
You've got this. You won't regret this.
Okay, if this keeps going on, I'll probably just restart my OBS. Because I honestly want to finish this.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Let's see how this goes, guys.
Yeah.
We are getting there.
Yes, we are getting there, yes.
Like, this is a long chapter. It took us nearly 3 hours.
Yeah.
Well, I'm 15.
We ain't stop until, like, we finished it. Oh, damn! You forgot that shit. Oh, you're way over there. Okay. Yeah, it seems like it's back up because I can see the pause button drop or the pulsing. I mean, yeah. Now it looks like it's back.
This is what you get for crossing a ninja.
Oh, motherfucker! Now I'm gonna be red. Because I got that motherfucker down.
This one's for you.
Oh no! Oh, it did it again, but then after I got close, it finally it did it again.
Gosh. Girl, Yuffie, pay attention.
It's like, Yuffie, please. Please. I have enough with OBS not paying attention. I don't need you to do it too. Okay.
Bring her ass down.
Looking crannies that could go smash. No smash. Got it. Oh. Thank you. Going up. And more upsies. Break! Break.
Huh?
And break. Oh, I was just saying, break and pray, rinse and repeat. You.
Oh, now they getting serious.
Uh-oh. I don't think I go that way. What? Uh-oh. There's another stone floating again. Ah!
Oh, jeez.
Oh, no. I'll take a picture since, like, Discord's being a fucktard. Oh. There we go. Up there. There you go. I took a picture of it. I don't know why I keep getting these bugs. If I go up this way, will I go down? No, I will not get. Oh, I will not get down. Hold up. Oh, wait, is it over here? Oh, it's over here. Yes, it is. There's anything else in here that I probably missed. No green Orbeez. No Mountain Dew Orbeez. No, oh, wait. Oh, that's not it. Fuse would be there for a second. IG! How are you, Jay? How are you? You feeling okay? You feeling okay? You feeling better? This should do the trick. Can I take this back? No, I cannot. I don't think I can take none of these back. Oh, I thought Yuffie like jumped and then fell off to the abyss or some shit. I was about to say, oh, bye Yuffie. But no, she's fine. Let me go rest my butt down. Is we all trying to finish it? Trying to finish today? Yes. Oh, I don't think I've been up over here yet. No, I have not. There's all the Orbeez. Little scoundrel. How dare you? I've been running around. And these Orbeez don't say anything. Like, I'm here. Come get me. Little bastards. Oh, they will go down there. Yikes.
Keep that down.
Oh, good. I don't know if you heard Kaiser Reed earlier. Yeah, I heard about that. Yes, I heard about it. I'm sorry to hear that, Kaiser. Oh, yeah. He's probably thinking about me.
Sorry, I gave her a bath and then I showered. Okay, King, no worries. Things started glitching all of a sudden, so...
Yeah, it's doing it again.
I'm just over it.
Yeah, it's doing it again.
Yeah, I'm over it. I just want to finish this fight.
You might have to reset your OBS after this fight.
Yeah.
Oh, beam. Ooh, yay. Yeah, I heard about that, Jay. I'm sorry to hear that.
What happened?
A little zappy zap. A little zappy. A little zappy. Oh!
So it's their fault.
Ew, that thing has like multiple eyes. Okay, now you're back. Now you're okay now. So, where do I need to go now? We might have to go about this way. Doesn't want to go down that way. No. That's why we had the feeling this cat and the crew only get along anyways.
Dude, something's happening. Something's happening.
Oh, shit. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Jake. Yeah. And sometimes it sucks, but it happens. It happens. Well, hopefully next time when you guys decide to adopt a kitten or something, I hope it will be better next time. It froze again. Yeah, it froze again. Oh, wait, never mind. It didn't work. On my phone, I can see it fine, but on my thing, it's not doing it. Okay. Okay, never mind. Now it's doing it. Now it's glitching out again. Yeah, it's glitching out again. Yeah, it's glitching out again. Oh, this eyeball like motherfucker. Oh, I can't stand it. Oh, you're immune. You're immune. You know what?
What are you
shot.
doing?
Ah!
Of course it won't let me see. Okay, well, I'm sorry it's glitching, guys, so give me a second. Let me, we're gonna have to stop the stream for a second and come right back.
Yeah, because I just came back again, but might as well just do that just to be on the safe side.
So, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay,
Because yeah, I never had this issue before.
Yeah. Go ahead and do your thing.
You won't regret this. How about you show it?
Alright, guys, so I will be back, okay?
Gotcha right where I want ya. Ready? That'll burn 'em.
A lot of damn bugs. A lot of damn bugs.
Double round of quick time.
Berserker bees? That's a lot of berserker bees.
Time to get some blood.
That's a lot of bees.
I plugged it and unplugged it.
You plugged in and unplugged it?
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Alright, now let's see. Oh, I can't see your screen though.
Oh, wait, let's see if I can put it back up. Hold up. And... You see that?
No, it's doing that again.
Oh my god, why is it being a poopy butt?
I don't know.
Everything's being a poopy butt right now.
More of us, like, what? We're trying to finish up Final Fantasy. Why are you being stupid right now?
Yeah, right. Why is it being stupid? Your OBS don't want to work, and my Discord don't want to work. It's like,
We're
nah.
gonna have to...
Dead.
This is lame.
This is lame.
Okay. What the hell's happening with my screen? Hold on.
I would do like that. After you come back up, put it back up.
Okay, hold on. Bro, what are you doing? Why are you doing this right now? Ugh! My screen's all crazy.
Oh no.
Yeah, I gotta resize it.
You've got this. You won't regret this.
Did you fight these heck eyes or something? They remind me of like from Legend of Zelda, but with eyeballs.
Oh, where did you fight this at?
This is like right here. Like doing all these beam thingies.
Like, well, unfortunately I can't see.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, like, you know when you do that thing and then it got interfered because of these monsters, like, on the three things and then it's going red?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I find it those monsters. So many circles.
Okay. Let me see. Wait, is my thing even on? Oh yeah, it is. Okay, yeah, sorry guys. Had to turn it off and turn it back on. Hopefully it's better now. All day
right, well, we're trying to finish it.
I know, and I'm sorry it got choppy on the cutscene where y'all can really enjoy it. But, so, did I say that? Usagi, are you sure 14 is the last chapter?
That's what I'm looking at the Google. Unless they make those two chapters, like, oh.
I think so, because, like, this is a long chapter.
Yeah.
Doing all our stuff. But I think they probably combined it.
Yeah. Oh, that should be the last of it. Yes.
Has to be, 'cause this is long.
Yes.
Let's get back to it, shall we?
Because it did that for the remake.
Oh yeah, they did that, huh?
Yeah, they did all this shit, and it turns out to be the last bit of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Jay also said for chapter 14, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I think this is it then.
Yeah.
Cause I'm like, that's a lot happening.
Right. I'm gonna say, because I ain't dealing with that shit again. That was poopy.
Yeah. Just in case I did, because listen, my mind just wanders off. Let me just.
Yeah, you and me both. You and me both.
Where angels fear to intrude.
And now we're going back there. Whee! Ooh! Treasure. And it's a weapon.
Oh,
it's
here
for
we
Red
go.
13, let's go!
I see song. But I don't like this.
Okay, let me refresh. Let me refresh
Oh!
this. Oh, what?
Well.
Okay, let me do this.
Oh shit!
Oh shit.
No way!
There you are. Do this. So I can keep an eye on it, just in case if your thing going choppy again. Yeah, sure, we're going with that.
Bro, what the fuck?
Uh-oh, something's happening. And I promise I'm not looking.
What?
But you honest, you can look. You say, Usagi, it is fucked up. Wait, let me set my ass down here. Finally made it to chapter 4 of Judgment. Only 70% of the game left until I can play Lost. Oh yeah, I was playing Judgment also, Jay. I haven't finished it because again, I get sidetracked a lot of shit.
Nah, is this really happening?
Uh-oh. Yeah, Judgment is a good game. Yeah, Judgment is a good game. Uh-oh. What's that rumbling?
Look!
I'm looking. Oh. Oh, oh, so it is. Yeah, you were right. It is Aerith that saves Cloud from falling from, you know, whatever that's going on.
Yep.
It's okay.
It's my favorite
We'll get
Yakuza
to
game.
them.
Oh, nice.
Just need to find the path.
Even though I'm only 4 chapters. Yakuza games are long as hell. It's just Yakuza is long as hell.
What the hell?
Oh. Oh, I need to go through here. Because I have not. Whoosh. Okay, where do I need to go from here? Uh-oh. Okay, where do I need to go from here? Check. I wasn't paying attention when the door was locked in, so I don't know where to go. Ah! Open that. We need to get through there. So down here? And then we go jumpy jump. Oh no, we can't go jumpy jump. Oh, it's right here. Oh, I say we go jumpy jump. Oh no, we can't go jumpy jumpy. No, we can't do jumpy jumpies. No way. Jumpy jumpy's bad. We go folly folly. And die die. And go boomy boomy. No, Yakuza game could beat Zero. Link, though.
Shit. What?
So I realized that to finish the game after I felt like the entire and immediately start Yakuza. Oh, I beaten Zero and now I'm in Kiwami 1 right now. So
Oh
like,
gosh, I got one trial to deal with.
oh shit. So yeah, I heard Yakuza games are very long.
They should have been here by now. What's the holdup?
Oh, I hear Elena and Song. What the hell? Oh, y'all two. Hi.
Come on.
You chickens!
What?
Yuffie, shut up!
Sir, it's time we made a stand.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
No problem. No problem.
What is?
You saw the flags outside, didn't you? The Promised Land belongs to Shinra now. Sorry, Ancient. You snooze, you lose.
I thought there were 6.
Anyways.
Oh dear.
Yuffie had
Did
to
you three
open
get
her
lost?
big ass mouth.
3 is still greater than 2, you know.
And? So what if
Chicken.
it is? Between
she
me and
says.
Sung, we got the strength of an army.
Spare the ancient.
I'll try.
Oh, now we're gonna fight Elena and Song? Seriously? I have enough with Elena, because of the fucking glitch. I already have enough with
Spare
that.
us both the effort, Jen.
No!
Yeah, Elena got my
Remember that I tried.
She's a lost cause.
What the?
No, I want Yuffie, because I could do the same things like I could do with Cloud. Hold it. Come here, Elena, come here. Until she does that shit.
Wait, what? I'm confused.
Oh, what are you confused about? Ow, shit. Ow.
No, this is like a weird.
Uh-huh. I hope I don't catch a glitch again, because that was poopy.
Yeah, right? Wait a minute, I noticed something.
What? What do you noticing?
Hey, I don't think there's health bar.
Oh, there's health bar.
There's no health bar.
Oh. So does that mean that there's no death? Here it goes, damn bitch. And I got Cure. Here, Yuffie. Shot that bitch. And then poison. Oh, I got Biogun. Nice.
Elena.
Second phase.
With me.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Bouncy, 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 bouncy. So, red.
Oh my god.
Oh, I think I've already done it already. I'm not sure if it was effective or not.
Yo, this is crazy.
Is it? Oh no. I hate when I do that shit. I'm back. Welcome back on me. Good God, that took a while. Yeah, I know how. It's fine. I know how it is. I know. Are you poisoned? Are you poisoned, bitch? Poison. Damn! Oh, I got them both. I got them both poisoned. Let's go. Elena's almost dead. Let's see. Abilities.
Damn, they got some shit.
Red, would you mind reviving Earth? She did.
Oh my god.
don't practice song yet. Get Elena, because she's annoying.
Oh, you're in that fight now?
Yeah. I got lost. I'm not gonna lie, I got lost.
Dude,
Oh my god, they're doing the same shit to Cloud. Now they're doing it to Yuffie. But Yuffie break free. Bitch, no, hell no. Oh, that song, I wanted Elena. You leave Red 13 alone, asshole. Now, Red. Now we can do this, Red. Now we can do this, Red.
On my way.
Here we go.
Bitch! Take that, asshole. You know what? Phoenix.
Remind him who's in charge around here.
Bitch, man! Now who's getting up on you, bitch? Now who's getting up on you, bitch?
The hell?
Bitch!
Yo, this got deep.
It did? Oh, shit. Okay. I just beat them.
Okay.
Oh, Elena and Song was a bitch.
Getting past me.
We were.
I'm a Turk. God damn it.
Oh, shit. Oh. Oh. That bear just went floop.
It's them. I'm so glad you're all okay.
Right back at ya.
Uh-oh.
We're lucky you didn't crush us.
Cal don't look happy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, that.
Dude.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Shit.
Oh, no, I'm scared of you.
Oh, no. Oh, shit. Shit, is Sephiroth controlling him again?
Cloud!
No.
Damn, he almost got Elena. The fuck?
Yo, he's getting trippy.
It's not death. It's a homecoming.
Not death, but homecoming? What are you talking about? What do you mean, Cloud?
Oh.
Stop. Please.
Cloud has gone crazy a little bit.
No time for this, like you said.
Oh, wait, do I go
One of them's still ahead of us.
What
Right.
the fuck?
No time.
It don't even tell you where to go. What the fuck?
Oh, that's that. Oh, Cloud almost killed Elena. That's kind of scary. Yeah, you can close that door for a minute. Yeah, do that. Do that for us. Close that for a minute. I'm pretty sure Elena needs to change the pants. Oh, hi, Vincent.
What the?
I'm pretty sure Elena needs to change the pants.
Suit a Turk.
Yeah, now Vincent's angry. Yeah, I think Elena needs to change the pants. Vincent, bark. Right, bark. Yes.
Wait a minute, where'd he go?
Vincent, yeah. Vincent, my boy. Vincent, my boy. My boy.
Okay.
Oh, more makeup potions. Uh-oh. Okay, let's see what this book. Okay. Oh. Oh shit. Okay. So what is this? What this one? 15. I don't think I have any more 10ers. I think they're all 15ers now. Yep. Okay.
Bro.
Excuse me. Oh, this looks red. Smash the box. Or smash the box. Smash, smash. And I get stuff. Get stuff.
Where the heck?
Ooh, hi. I touch. What is this? What is this lead? Oh, lead me down. Okay. Whee. It leads me down. Okay. Only this door. It's only this door. Okay.
Oh my gosh. That makes sense why they did it like that.
Built like a maze. Remnants of battle.
Yeah, it does build like a maze.
It's not a temple. It's a fortress.
A fortress. Oh! I just saw Sephiroth's wing.
Fiends? Worse.
No way! Shit!
Humans feared and coveted the power of the ancients.
Sephiroth's stab song?
Slaughtered them.
Oh, hell.
Don't be afraid.
Oh, shit.
It's not death.
Oh. See, that's what Cloud said. That's what Cloud said. That means that Sephiroth was controlling Cloud. Oh shit! And Song got his, and this Song shot him. The fuck, dude! What the hell? Sephiroth is one of the Sephiroth's stab song. No, no worry, folks. He ain't dead.
Oh, this is dark as fuck.
He ain't dead yet.
You okay?
It's not me you should be worried about.
You got a cape. You just got stabbed.
This place. Is it the promised land?
No, it's not the promised land.
I'm sorry, but I don't think it is.
But don't worry, Song is not dead. Or at least I don't think maybe in this timeline, maybe the parallel universe. I don't fucking know.
Always did take my word for it. I never hated you, you know.
This pedestal's a key. One only an ancient can use.
Oh, wow. I know he got wounded, but I didn't think he was that wounded.
A report to make.
He got stabbed and he said he got a report to make. What the hell? Dude, you just got stabbed. Chill out. You need to stop.
I need you.
You need to stop. Dude.
Oh. Oh my gosh.
What's wrong, baby?
I'm gonna touch it. I'm gonna touch it. Ooh, glowy. Ooh, glowy. Oh. Are we gonna choose these doors?
What's it say?
It does it by itself.
It does it by itself. Okay, so you can't choose.
Go through it.
Ah.
But watch, their health bar's not there.
O warrior, weary though thou art, inward must thou now turn. Reflect on thy long and bloody path, and kindle life's fire anew.
I don't get it.
Forget not thine ire, for it shall remake thee.
What do you mean by remake thee? I don't get it. Oh, everybody got their own thing.
Yeah, they got their own
Rolling out
thing.
the red carpet for us.
Sorta.
Wait,
We're
does
each
Cloud
supposed to
got
face
it?
some
Got
kind of
one?
trial.
I can barely see it.
Cloud doesn't have it.
I guess you get to sit this one out.
Oh, that. Why Cloud doesn't have one?
I'll wait out here.
Oh my gosh.
But make it quick.
Well, no point delaying the inevitable.
Oh my gosh, this is a tearjerker. Holy shit.
I don't want to
See
know
you on
why
the other
Cloud
side.
doesn't have one.
Where do you go? Where do you go?
Oh, okay, so I guess we're doing Aerith's? Wait, can I see where Cloud's go? Oh, he's just standing there.
You can't go, can you?
Can I talk to him? No, but I can push him. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I can talk to him. Why did it not tell
I
me
don't
that?
have anything to prove. Get going.
He said he doesn't have anything to prove. What's that supposed to mean? Maybe not yet. I don't know what that means, though.
What is this?
What is? I talked to the statue? Okay. I talked to the statue? Okay. Amen. Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, so everybody's like facing the statue. Okay. Oh, red does not like that. Oh, it's probably the stench is getting to. Oh, now we're red. Oh, now we're red. Oh, okay. Oh, looky.
Subject located.
Can't be real.
Oh shit! Where am I getting shot at? Oh fuck.
Yeah. Over here.
Just run. You don't fight, just run.
Yep. Wait, dude.
Yeah, you don't have to fight anybody.
Okay.
You're pretty much just doing, their shit.
Oh, okay. But even though I'm getting hit.
Yeah.
No, leave me alone. Leave Red alone. What the fuck? Is this the laboratory?
What the fuck?
Is this the Shamrock laboratory? Oh, that's fucking Hojo. Oh, no! Oh! Son of a
Easy
bitch!
now. That is a valuable specimen.
Wait, is that Red's 13th memory? Is that Red's 13th memory? Is that how they captured it?
Yeah.
No. 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 Fuck you. No. Fuck you. Ow. I'm dead! I'm already dead! Oh no. Easy!
Come along, number 13.
No! You're not gonna take me. Easy! Hold on, I'll give you a shadow. Hold on. I'm dealing with this right now. No. No. No!
Make sure he's strapped down tight. Such a fine red coat. A rare specimen for my lucky 13th test.
Lucky 13th test? What?
Henceforth, you shall be Red 13. Shall we then?
Oh, is this supposed to happen? Did I fucked up? Uh-oh. Ay! Oh.
Hold still, my pet.
Oh, that sucks! Oh, that's... Okay, so that's how he got his tattoo. Okay. Oh! I don't like seeing Red like that! I don't like seeing Red torture! Dude! That's terrible!
Ain't it?
That's fucked up! Oh no, it's Tifa's turn. I think everybody's going through their memories. I think by the looks of it. Oh shit, it's Nibelheim. Oh no. Is she gonna go live through that horrific time when it got fired and her dad died by Sephiroth? Oh hi, it's young Tifa. Turn the camera around, would I? Oh. Okay, so we're climbing up here then?
Cloud?
Oh, look, there's a teenage Cloud. Uh-oh, there's the fire. Yeah, oh god.
No!
Oh no. No. Uh-oh. Okay, so where I need to... Oh, she's reliving her memories now. Oh wait, where is this young Cloud going? Where are you going? Uh-oh, where's he going? Why did he look dazed? Why does he look like he looks dazed?
Don't go that way.
That I don't like. Oh wait, he disappeared. Oh, Cloud disappeared. Oh. You know you can run, Tifa. Okay, just bulldoze your. Okay.
God dang it, Aerith.
Oh no.
That's so damn sad. Oh gosh, he's...
Oh, what is this? What is this shit going? Oh.
Oh, poor thing.
Uh-oh. This is where we saw just like, oh. Oh no, she's reliving that memory. Oh, no. Oh, that's sad. Why are they showing us, like, bad memories?
Monsters.
Yeah, there are monsters.
Sephiroth. Soldiers. Mako. Shinra. I'm sick of this.
Sick of
all of this!
Yep. Oh, damn.
Dang it.
People had to relive that again. Had to see that shit. Again. Oh shit. What is that? Something purple. What is that? Now we're Yuffie.
This is fine. Not scary at all.
Ah, that's how I always said. I was like, this is fine, not scary. No, not scary at all, but it, yeah. Oh. Climb, Yuffie, climb. Oh, wait.
Police while we're in Shinra territory.
Oh, I forgot his name. Oh, yeah, she just said his son. Okay, where do I need to go? Oh, I'm gonna climb up.
Boss, want to try treading a little lighter this time? No point fighting if we don't have to. Boss, I don't think we'll be back here anytime soon, so make sure you're ready for anything, okay?
going around in a circle with this thing? Yeah. Okay, so we're going up, upseas. Oh, what? No, I want this. I want this little dilly. What is that? Oh, there's just a memory unlocking. Okay.
Wow.
For us.
Oh, yeah, that was a quote when he died.
Yep.
You got this.
Oh, oh shit. Oh, okay, I can't go there. Okay. Okay, I wasn't aiming there, but okay.
What the?
Where do I need to go? Oh, do I need to go this way? Yeah, I do. Okay. Yep. Yep. There you go. Oh, look at all this goop. Oh, them goops. Okay, I don't think I can go in there. Oh, they're underground people. Or I think that's what they call it in Dirty Servers. Not, yeah, Dirty Servers. Okay, so I need to get up here. Oh, I had to push the button. Duh, there's a button.
Sona?
Oh, don't tell me that. Is that what I think it is? Oh, no, it's Nero! And then he got the dude! Oh, that's fucked up. Dude, that's fucked up. That's hella fucked up. Wait, is that...
If you won't come and claim him, I can always keep him from myself.
Is Nero is in those things? Because, like, he just said that. Nero's just one mysterious motherfucker.
Seriously.
Oh, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. Oh, we're gonna do Barrett's. Was he wearing a jockstrap? Yeah, I think so. I think he was wearing a jog. I think so. Well, his arms are back. And he's just looking at it, he just like squeeze, squeeze, squeeze.
What in the hell?
I believe so. And now we're gonna do Barrett. Oh no, don't tell me we're gonna relive when he lost his arm.
Bro.
Hey, Barrett, welcome home.
Nah, I don't think I'm gonna like this at all.
Easier thanks to that reactor.
Bet you're aching for a nice hot.
Okay, what do it? Oh. I hope not. I don't think he could handle. Wait, is that Barrett's wife?
Yeah, she's pretty, ain't she?
She is. Oh, those eyes. Oh.
What's wrong, baby? You okay?
She is pretty. I like her eyes. Oh my god. Oh. Oh.
What's gotten into you? All right, let's get you inside. Someone's clearly had a long day.
Bro, what is going on here?
Okay.
Oh, I know he misses her. I know he misses her dearly. Oh, okay, and now here comes the fucked up part.
Doing my application listening for the fingerprint. Okie dokie.
Oh, yep.
Do your thing.
That's where his arm got caught off by Scarlet. Yep.
Oh shit.
Myrna! Myrna!
Oh, that's fucked up, dude. That's fucked up, dude.
Oh crap.
You gonna toy Barrett's feelings like that? You're gonna toy Barrett's feelings like that?
Where are you, baby?
Oh, I had a feeling this shit would happen.
Oh, am I going the right way?
Coming.
Oh, yeah, okay, I'm going the right way. Oh, no, is that his wife on the ground right there? Yeah, bash it, Barrett. Kick it! Onto the fish!
No worries, King. Your stuff's important.
Under!
You can watch it later.
Mm-hmm. In the VOD, yes. Oh, no.
Alright, it's all recorded. Bro, what the hell?
Wake up! Don't leave me.
Oh.
Not again.
Oh, he said don't leave me, not again. Oh, no. Dude, when you said tearjerker, oh.
Yeah, I told you, tearjerker moment.
Oh, I hate fucking tearjerker moment. I'm like a bitch when it comes to that shit. Oh, that literally almost had my, where's my goddamn tissue? That's fucked up, bro. That's fucked up.
Shit.
No, that's hella fucked up.
Stopping at Sector 4 Undercity. Sector 4.
That had me tearing up a little bit. Not gonna lie. Okay.
It's going to be okay. Okay.
Oh, now we're doing Aerith's part. Oh, this is where she was a little kid.
Yeah, that was sad.
Is it gonna be another tearjerker?
Oh, fucking minute. Bro.
Oh, wait. Oh, I had to look. Oh, I had to look at the. Oh, I thought I was. I don't know what I was doing.
What if we went on an adventure? An adventure?
Oh, I had to look at the butterflies? Oh, look at the pretty butterflies. Oh, I want this one, because this one's closer. I want that one.
A big one.
I heard you like tearjerker. Oh, do I have a suggestion? Oh, no! I don't know, Easy. I don't like tearjerkers. I almost cried hella hard at the end of Stray. That almost took me out. That almost took me out. I mute my mic because that got me good. That got me hella good.
I think I would. And let's go.
You should play the First Life is Strange. First Life? First Life? Is that what the First Life is Strange? I might have to... Life is Strange, the video game series. Oh, okay. Let me... screenshot that. There we go. Ow.
Bro, this is getting cray.
It is. Everybody's going through their memory. They had to go relive it again.
Oof.
Our adventure.
See that? Oh, the music is getting creepier and creepier.
Wait here,
Oh
alright?
shit, though.
I'm gonna find a doctor.
Yep, hold on. Ugh.
Hello? Go on.
Oh, she looks so cute. She looks so cute as a kid. I'm gonna find a doctor. Where's the doctor at? Hello, Dr. Usagi. Sorry about yesterday. I'm slipping my. No worries. Yesterday was, what was it? Yeah, yesterday was canceled because I had a bad migraine. I had one of those migraines episode again. So no worries, it's all good. I had to reschedule it. But I think everybody wants it in the weekdays, but Crimson, well, she comes back. Let me do this. Yeah. But Crimson say that his days off are Sunday and Monday. But I want to see if we can do it Monday since everybody said they want to do it in the weekdays. If not, I can ask Crimson, then we could do something for our well, I did a birthday stream. That yesterday was supposed to be my anniversary. I have 2 years. 2 years. But yes, no worries. You didn't miss my anniversary yet. Not yet. I plan to reschedule it because my migraines had just spoiled it, has ruined it. Man. Well, it's poopy, but oh, they're back. I can't find a doctor. Doctor. No, it's not doctor. Where did you went? Where did you went? Because I can't go past through the crowds with a doctor trying to find a doctor. Prince?
Huh?
Where did you go trying to find a doctor? Because I see a group of crowds and I can't go past by them.
You can't what now?
Go past by the crowd.
You gotta ask them. It should be our something. It should trigger the thing on there.
Okay. Let me go back to this.
Yeah, there's that crowd that you can't go past, and it should trigger your button command. I'm over here playing the game and I forgot to put my mic back on.
Oh, thank you for understanding, Famos. But I'll let you know once everything's all said and done. Then we could play Goose Goose Duck. Yes. Yeah, I can't even get close to them without her backing up. Hello.
Can you help me?
Oh, I had to zoom in. Oh, no, he just walked away. Okay, there we go. Oh!
Yeah, stay down, brat.
That was mean. That was hella rude.
Alright, hold on. Go ahead, Toro. You don't have to tell me that. Okay, just do it. No, just do it.
They just knock her down and just call her a brat and laughing at her. That's not right.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Is there a doctor around here?
All this?
I'm sorry, honey, but I don't know. I'm not from this part of town.
It feels like I messed myself up.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I could help you look, though.
No, thank you. I have to go. I don't want to leave my mom alone too long.
Your mother?
Yeah. Unfortunately, she's dying because Jennifer shot her. So we're going back to her mom.
I'm sorry, Mommy. I tried.
Oh. Elmira just disappeared.
Huh?
Oh, come on, don't do this, Sarah. Don't do this to me.
I know, right? I know. I'm over here like, excuse me, why are you doing this?
God damn it!
No. God, scare me. This has to be it then. Yep. I forgot. Got it. Fucking got it.
I really, really tried.
You gotta really look. Got Yuffie's weapon.
Oh my god. I'll cry. Oh, thank you for the lurky promise. Thank you for the lurky. Oh, what's that?
This music is tripping me out. I don't like it.
Return to the
Man.
Oh, what is that? Oh, that's the white materia.
Don't cry, sweetie. I'll always be with you. Always and forever. But you can't go.
I had a feeling her weapon would be here. Can we save that? Save that progress.
What about our adventure?
Oh.
Miss, do you need help?
Please. Take her somewhere safe.
Oh.
Bitch. That door almost made me jump.
Huh?
The door almost made me jump.
Oh shit!
I'm like, whoa!
Oh, cause the music make you like up on your toes, huh?
It's not safe here.
Okay. I feel like I'm going the right way because I'm seeing all these
Mommy!
Oh, don't you cry, please, Aaron. No.
Do we gotta fight this? Okay.
Oh, so they were looking for her. Were they?
Hey, she's over here.
Oh shit.
Mom!
Dude, this child is like... I want to do this trial. For real, see, if it can bring me back old bad men, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Now everybody's gonna be all sad and moody. That's not right. This temple tricking you. That's not right. Oh, okay.
Gishichi rated your channel with 8 viewers.
Hello, thank you for the raid. Okay, let's get into it. Thank you for the raid. Okay, hello. If you guys don't know me, I'm Usagi Inuhime. I'm a hyper energetic dog. And we're trying to finish this game today. We're trying to finish this game today. Let's hope. But we're pushing it. We are pushing it. Today! Yes. But thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for the raid. What's up, Driver Alert Nation? Nation. Oh no, not the clip with me roll.
Two sides of the same coin. Our bodies may disappear when we die. But our spirits
Bro, what is
live on.
this?
I am joining with me Prince, my good friend that I know from high school.
And in time, give rise to new
Yes, hello, hello.
Yes.
In time, yeah.
But yes, we're trying to finish this game
I get
today.
it. I really do.
Because we're so close to at
Knowing
the
that
end.
the people we love aren't really gone, it doesn't make it any easier to let them go.
But yes. Go ahead if you need to get something to drink,
So we can't
eat.
just think of it as a homecoming.
If you need to take a napsies or go
not that
see, go
simple.
ahead and do so. With your health care
We've
is
all
important.
experienced pain.
Your health care
We
is
all
important.
have our regrets. What we've done,
Oh, wow.
what's been done to us, that's set in stone. The past is forever.
Oh.
But the future, even if it has been written, can be changed.
Can it?
It's true
Unless
that
if
the
you see it.
pain and the anger we carry can make us stronger. But at what cost?
Swear to God, fucking
What
Robert
toll
keeps
does it
like
take?
tracking my fucking wires on my
I
headphones.
believe true strength doesn't come from any of that. True strength comes from our ability to forgive, to forge ahead in the hope of making things right.
Yeah, that's right. We're making things right. We're making things right.
It comes from
We're
ourselves.
making things right. Yeah, yeah.
So focus on the future, not the past. Do that.
And Cloud is over there. He's
and
like,
not even Sephiroth will be able to
nah.
stand in our way.
He's not interesting in listening. Oh wait, that got him a little perk up. Just a little bit. Just a wee bit. Just a wee bit.
Are you finished?
Oh wait, never mind. I changed.
Clock's ticking.
Never mind.
Come on.
Never mind. I take that back. He ain't interested.
Yeah, I know.
This place got to him. This place got to him. Oh, it is not the same right now. He ain't the same today. No, no, no. What? Are you okay there, Barrett? I thought I saw Barrett do like this when he runs, or something. I don't know. For some reason, my game is getting a little bit buggy. Everything's strange. The devil's trying to not make us go through with it. Nope, not today, Satan! We're gonna do this, whether you like it or not. Haha, fuck you. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh, Sephiroth, wait, oh, fuck. Wait, this is the reactor. This is like in a remake. We're back in the reactor.
What's wrong?
I'm fine. Oh, what fun you had.
Was that a smirk? Was that a fucking smirk?
Tell me though. Was it worth
Was it?
Oh shit. Now it's the reactor blew up.
So when you go down the stairs, make a right and go through this little maze spot. You'll find Yuki's weapon.
Oh, okay. Oh, over here?
Let me see.
And the reactor?
What? Dang it! It's not that thing again.
all those lives?
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me see if I cancel it. Going back. How
Okay,
about now?
let me. Hold on.
You see it?
Okay.
It's
finish,
good now?
No, finish clouds first. Finish clouds first. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm talking about when they all get back together.
Oh, when they all get back. Oh, Biggs! You're not supposed to be over here. What are you doing here? He ain't moving. He ain't doing nothing. He ain't moving.
Is what you're feeling.
Ha ha ha. You'll see why.
Oh shit!
It's time you stopped pretending, Cloud.
Stop! Whoa! Wait! We're in the top of the pillar. What is Sephiroth doing to you? Oh shit! Wait! So that's how the Whisper took him to Zack's parallel universe?
I think so.
That's crazy, dude. That's cray. Okay, so there's no way in hell to go back there. Okay, so we're going up like... Oh, hi. Okay. Reno, don't shoot now. Oh, there's Jesse and Tifa. Uh-oh, college memories started to come back.
Your friend died in your arms, and you didn't shed a tear. What is that?
He almost did, but he held back. What the fuck you, Sephiroth?
Sephiroth.
How dare you do this to Kart? How dare you?
Sorrow.
Fuck you.
Anger. Regret. skill.
Shut the fuck up.
Nothing but empty words to you. For you
He's...
are but a puppet.
Oh no, not that word again.
Puppet.
His puppet. I was nobody's puppet.
I'll kill you.
Oh. Damn, he's... Ooh! I'll stab him. I'll stab him. And then Sephiroth hug him?
Yep. I was like, oh.
What the Yowie? Where's King at? Where's King at? King, are you... Did you see that? Pretty sure you saw that on your side. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you did.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh my god, what? Oh, okay, I just saw your chat. Okay, never mind. Oh, yeah, he can see it in the VOD. Shit, oh, that's fucked up. Wait, did he just stab one of those cloaky guys?
I'm not like him. I'll never be like him.
That's right, Cloud. You will be like him. Don't worry, honey bunny. You will be like him.
It's okay.
Don't worry, honey bunny. You will be like him.
Come on.
Right.
Up easy door. Open sesame. I just like to smash things. I smash the boxes. Smash it, smash, smash it, smash. Are you okay, Red? Are you okay, Red? Are you okay, Red? Oh, all three of my boys. Oh my god. That was horrible, though. Oh shit! It's all smashed. Shit. Sephiroth beat me to it. Goddamn him. Yoink, 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 yoink. Oh, this mofo. Oh, these mofos.
You're up. Now. Ready? Here for you.
Oh, that's just a counter.
Do it.
There, I gotcha. Oh, I got it, but I did not. I got a bullshitted that.
You're up. You're done. Now.
Finish it before this. Oh, there you go. You're done.
Let's go. Do it. Now.
Get your ass down here.
With me. Ready?
Get your ass down here. There you go. Hi, bug. Yes, bug. Oh, I told you to get your ass down here.
With me. Let's go.
Yes. Even though it says dragon, but it looks like a bug. It looks like a bug. I say he's a bug. He's a bug. He's a bug. One nasty bug. Am I going the right way? I hate what. No, I'm not. I hate when I get disoriented. Every time I fought an enemy or some shit, I end up like going back where I came from. I hate when I do that.
Right?
Yes, I hate when I do that. Oh wait, am I going on? No. Fuck! I got confused. I got confused. No, this is the way I went. Ah, no. I was right at first. It is this one. God damn it. I was right. Yeah. Ooh, there's more stuff. Ooh. Weapon? Oh, Yuffie's weapon.
Yep, there you go. You found it. Eat.
Oh, it's pretty. Okay, let's see. Attack damage. That'd be recovery, and then let's do this. Sure, why not? Ooh, chakalaka. Okay.
God dang it.
If there's anything here. Oh. I don't like to hear that. Oh, I don't like to hear that on your end.
Yeah, I'm like, uh-oh.
Ah, that's... Eesh. Okay, what's over here? Oh.
Save right here, because that...
Oh, hi. Oh, he a big boy. Oh, he a big boy. I saw another way. Let me go towards that way
Ran
and
to
see.
a bench, dude.
I want to go this way because, like, I see treasure that's calling my name. Hi, birdie.
On my way. Ready?
Oh, what is the wig against? Is it wig against bears? Bullets?
Come on.
Weapon?
No, I thought this bird had a weakness. I was trying to figure out what weakness it is.
With me. Let's go. On my way. Come on. Coming. With me.
I don't know what's against what I'm doing.
Do it. Now. With me.
Now it's going to get after his ass. Oh no, his thing is going down. Kill it first. Kill it fast. 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 Oh shit.
With me.
Ah, I killed him before. Another crazy guy. Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Oh fuck.
Wow, the fact that King is not on and his ass shows up.
Don't be like that though. Okay, where's this big ass dude?
Oh crap.
Oh, I went the wrong way. God damn it. I healed my ass before I fought this big ass thing. Because I had this feeling that he's gonna be a poopy butt. Wait, where'd he go? He ain't here now.
Please, do I have to fight this fool gun?
I'm not falling for that. I need to heal before he comes out and got my butt. No. Let's do.
What
oh, that's for everybody. Nice. Oh, hi! You just decided to appear.
Oh, we're trapped.
Come here. Oh, you don't want to fight? Okay, that's fine.
What the?
That's fine.
Whoa! Oh shit!
I got close to that thing. He don't want to fight.
Whoa! What is this?
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. If he don't want to fight, he don't want to fight. It's all good. I ain't gonna force it on him. He just ran away from me. He's like, oh hell no, bitch. Hell no, I don't want to fight. Okay. So let's see. I'm going down here. Going up. Going up has a lot of loot. A lot of stuff. Mine. Bash. I said bash.
Pressure that shit. Pressure him. Pressure him, Yuffie. Get him, Yuffie. Kicking ass right now. She's kicking ass right now.
Nice.
Bro, what the fuck am I fighting?
Oh shit, give me that. Bash.
Oh.
So...
No, but you ain't eating me.
Wow! Oh.
Oh, hell. No. Are you really?
Oh, now look at this. Oh, what's disgusting it? Oh,
God.
The rating's on the wall. Oh.
Gramps would kill to see this.
too bad we can't take a picture and send it to him. Excuse me.
Beat his ass, Yuffie. Beat his ass.
Can she read that stuff? Oh. She extended her arm. Oh. Oh, wow. Ooh! Hieroglyphics? Like, projectors? Or... what is those? Whoa. Wizards and warriors are fighting? Is that what looks of it? Oh, shit. So what are those? There's a... oh, shit. So they're wizards? Oh!
Yeah.
Listen well, for dusk is falling on the age of our people, the Cetra. And in the long night to come, others shall rise to claim stewardship of this planet. Others who pay no heed to history.
So where is that supposed to be?
We triumphed over the calamity visited upon us by the stars.
I see wizard and soldiers fighting. That's what's great.
For the children of men, fear us.
Oh.
For the children of men.
Oh, the stuff is like glowy. Oh, they're fighting again.
Get his ass. Get his ass.
Powerless to forestall the coming of our end.
Oh, hell, we're gonna fight them. Oh, yeah, we're gonna fight them. Oh, you were in those eyeball looking things.
You're on my way. Do it. Coming. Ready? On my way. I'll lead. Let's go. Do it.
You wake up. He's awake.
You're on my way. Do it. I'm here for you. You're up. Ready? Here for you.
Oh no, you're fucking immune all that shit. You know what? How about you take this motherfucker? How about you take this motherfucker?
You're as good as
Ah, hell no.
Burn.
What?
God damn.
Boink, motherfucker, boink.
Damn, Cloud is losing it.
Oh, is he? Oh, shit.
Yo, Cloud lost his shit.
Oh, fuck. I think I'm close to it. Maybe. Who is speaking? They're huge. They're big. They're huge.
I'm scared. No, hold on.
What is that? Ew, is that Genova? That's Genova, isn't it?
Oh, Oh, air command. Oh, back to air command. What's going on here?
That's Genova! That's fucking Genova! That's fucking Genova's ass!
Cloud, you good?
Homeboy, you good? Breathe, motherfucker, breathe! Blink! Oh, good. There's a bench. There's a bench. Good. Okay, can I smash it? Stop talking! I want to smash! Stop talking! I want to smash! Would you stop talking? I want to smash!
Oh crap, Cloud, no!
Oh, you serious? Ew, we're gonna fight this dude when I was avoiding, because he don't want to fight. Why are you gonna make him fight? Why are you gonna make him fight? You don't want to fight at first. No, wait your turn. Oh, you get, oh, damn, he angry. Oh, damn, he angry. Oh, you got a lot of health points, dude.
No, whoa, no.
Okay.
Bro, wait, are you
Oh, shit! Ow.
Jason!
No, I'm getting Titan on your ass. I'm getting Titan. Fuck that shit. I'm getting Titan.
Oh my god, we gotta stop it here?
Oh shit. Ow! Wait. Yeah. Oh, come on, I almost had a limb break. Limb break, go up, rush it. Hit me one more time. Hit me. I dare you. Hit me! No. Okay, there you go, thank you. Motherfucker. Bitch. Mother. Asshole. Madre cagada. Bitch! Hey! Hopper! Ay! No me skill! ¡Esto me soy tú! Bitch! Come on, Titan! You almost got it. You're almost there. Okay, I'm gonna get out of the way. Let's do you Angie. Titan Angie. Whee! Wham boozle. Did that kill you? Did that get you? Oh! Just a poopy smidget. Just a little bit. What just that do? Your eyes. How burned. Oh, you're weak against fire. Noted. Okay, how about fire? Thunder. Oh, that gave him a shocker. Oh, shit.
Can't hold me back.
You know, I'm just gonna do a little bit, little fire. I'm not sure it's gonna do much. But bloop, bloop, bloop. This music is getting intense. This fucking music is getting intense. I'm gonna heal my ass. I'm gonna do this shit later because I'm trying to catch up. That's what I'm trying to catch up. Because I got lost, and now I'm like behind.
Nah, dude, that looking evil.
Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh, just wait for me there. Wait for me. Oh. Where do you start talking about this stuff? Oh wait, these are the geese. They got boges. What the fuck? Ow, shit. Can I put the camera down, please? Thank you.
Go, follow Vin.
Wait, so the geese make the black material? I might have to look at that shit again. Oh shit! Oh! This is where we saw if the world's gonna end, and that's where, quote unquote, Sephiroth killed. That's where the tornado happened.
Yet I shall remain.
Sephiroth, oh my god!
Son of Genova will at last claim my birthright.
Oh my
My
god.
dominion
See, that's another
shall
one of those
reach into
Sephiroth is.
infinity. It shall encompass worlds unbound by fate and histories unwritten.
Oh, why is this green? Why is it green?
Oh my gosh.
What do you mean?
Oh,
My
you
fragmented
made it.
mother. These errant worlds.
Aerith is like have a green aura or
all
around her.
made whole forever.
There's no such thing as forever.
No, there's no such thing as forever. No.
Oh, that was. Whoa!
No. You're wrong.
Yes,
Oh my gosh.
Oh
Your
my god.
day of reckoning is here. Yet, you need not be afraid. This is but a homecoming.
Get back here, damn it!
Wow, get back here, damn it! Cloud said. Oh no, what is that? Ooh, ooh, the bottle got swiped. Oh, what the hell? Oh, this is the Demon Gate. Oh, I remember the Demon Gate. Oh, I remember the Demon Gate. That was an original. Yep, that was an original, right? Hey, he ain't fun too in the original. He ain't fun. Oh fuck. But the guy set up my ass on a bench because, like, oh my god. Okay, I need. Oh, bio. Let's see. Are you weak against bio? No. Find out. No, he is not. Nope. Well, he ain't that bad. Ow, he's annoying. Oh, you son of a cocksucker. No, let go of me. Oh no, Barrett, help you, bro, mess, bro. Oh shit. What is he? Oh no. I am not food.
Not two of them.
Oh shit, we got two. Okay. No, I want Cloud back again. Because now he knows. Oh fuck, what the hell? What is that? No, come. Keep your eye on this dude. Oh my god.
Never again.
Yeah. No, you gotta be good. Get him. Bam! I just heard Yuffie in the background. No, what? You know when she gets hit? I heard Yuffie in the background. No, what? Oh, you wanna do this? Okay. Oh, I can't do it. That's only with Tifa. Okay. Oh, you got me again. Barry, you're facing the wrong person. The wrong enemy is him. Okay. I'm Angie. Angie. I'm hella Angie. Oh, you just got a smidget left. Nah, nope. Oh, shit. Luck.
Bruh. No.
Come on. Ow. Oh shit, I need a cure. I'm neglecting my cure stuff like that. No. Oh, that motherfucker almost got me. Nope. Oh, red. Gotta let it break. Nice. Get him, Red! Get him! Yes, let's go, Red! I'll go there. No, okay. Well, he's not bad. He's just annoying. Motherfucker. I got you. Come on. Why are you doing like, there you go. I don't know why you did that for. That was stupid.
Still alive. No homecoming for us today.
Garrett celebrated.
We're ever gonna lose? We're unstoppable.
No, this has gotten crazy.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Fuck.
Oh.
Yep. Oh my gosh. They're really doing that.
Damn. Cloud is really stabbing his hand?
He's that insane.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh shit. Shit.
Dude, look at this shit. I'm facing Sephiroth again. He really lost his mind.
Oh, he got gray. He got gray. Oh, mother. Oh, he got gray. Oh, we're gonna follow him? Oh, so we're bringing Aerith, we're gonna follow him? Oh, shit.
Well, snap out of it!
Oh, that's not right. Oh, that's poopy. Is he laughing?
Yep.
Oh, see? Oh! This is the part that I said I wanted to see in the original one. But this is like beyond insane. He just like laugh evil. What the fuck? Dude.
Wait, what's happening?
The temple is collapsing. It's shaking him on itself. That's what it's doing. Shit. Oh.
Where in the hell is he off to?
It's just like, where the hell is he off to?
Dude, what the? Yo. Oh my god.
Hey, watch it!
Yo, this is insane!
Come on.
K-Stitch is coming to the rescue? Oh shit, yeah, the temple is collapsing on itself. That's what it's doing. I guess it.
How come everything started shaking?
Yo, he is possessed, bro.
Star's demise. Find here in
Yeah, oh my god.
If the black materia
Yes.
is removed, the whole place comes down.
Yeah.
You're kidding, right? Please tell me that you're kidding!
Calm down. We just have to return it to the altar.
Oh, Barry's forced.
You first, kid.
You first, kid. What the fuck?
It's too late. We can't stop it now. Besides, there's no point fighting.
It's my materia. No, it's my materia. That's like Rump's fighting over the materia.
Wait, what? You did all that just for this? You should have just been a cutscene. The fuck?
No.
What?
You're trying to
Oh shit!
Oh my god,
Damn
this
it.
is bad.
Think we're screwed.
What is this?
I'm back! Just in the nick of time!
You double-crossing.
Oh. Barrett just call him a double crossing.
No way.
Run! Well, there's still time! Leave the heavy lifting to me!
Uh-oh. It's going away. Uh-oh.
But what about you?
No!
About a bot like me! I wasn't built to last! I wish I had me skip leg day! Can't hold out for long! So run! As if your legs depending on it!
Oh my god, this is gone insane. How's not saying anything? What the hell?
I have secured us an exit.
Are you serious?
Wait, did Vincent know this shit's gonna happen? Because he just came, he said, I.
We gotta move.
He said, I secured the exit.
Off with you!
Yeah! What?
Thank you.
What? No! It ain't.
Oh shit. Oh shit. That collapsed. Oh. They just smirked?
Still with us?
Cloud just smirked when... Cloud just smirked.
Let's go.
When the thing collapsed on K-Sit. What the fuck? Okay, so we're at Aerith again? Dude! Cloud just smirked.
Fucking Sephiroth stabbed him.
Shut up and run!
Stab. Oh, wait. Hold on.
Me too.
Oh, fuck. Cloud, Sephiroth through the stab again. Stab more people. Oh, shit. Who do you stab now? Who do you just go bomb now?
No, King saw songs. I told him Sephiroth did that.
Oh. Oh, I guess we're following Vincent. Go, Vincent, go, lead us the way! Lead us the way! Oh, shit. This reminds me of, like, Ocarina of Time with the whole building collapsing. Like, you gotta escape the castle before they, collapse on you.
Thanks, kid. You're welcome.
That's okay.
Please don't stop.
Reed can get another K-Sith. Reed can get another K-Sith. We gotta move. We gotta move.
We won't. We're gonna make it.
Oh shit! No. What are you doing, Aaron? Stop twirling like a little bitch. Just move.
Usagi, there is chapter 14. You won't believe who's in it.
Oh shit!
Oh my god.
So we're almost at the end now.
Yeah, we're officially at the last chapter. Dang, that was too damn long. This one might be short then.
It was a
Yes. Because the next thing is the Forgotten City.
Oh.
You did. What
Don't
you
play
can.
that music, please.
The rest is up to them.
Ooh! K-Sith got smooshed and starting with this puppet. Or whatever that thing is. Oh, that okay, that's kind of heartwarming though. I'm not gonna lie. That's, oh. Even though K-Sith is just like a toy, a robot, that Reeve can get another one, but still, that's terrible. That's terrible to look at and see like that being smooched.
Wait, what? Huh?
Oh, it's a cutscene. The cutscene. The better cutscene. No, not the in-game cutscene. The CGI cutscene. The one that put more graphics to it. Oh damn.
Wait, what? Now I'm even more confused. What?
Oh, there goes a temple. Now temple is like collapsed.
Now that's not a sight you see every day, eh?
See?
But we saw you.
We've always have more cases.
If I bought my clogs, they'd be sobbing in the streets at the saucer. This beautiful body's but one of many.
Okay, y'all killing me. What?
Oh.
In a
Alright,
dream.
knock it off, you.
Okay, this might be a short chapter.
Y'all
'cause
get
ain't
what
no
you were
way.
after?
Read the room, dude. Like, come on.
Cloud. Why is he look? Oh, I don't like when he's holding that black materia. Uh-oh. Varietygamer. Varietygamer.
Into you. Didn't you hear what Aerith said?
Yoink.
That's mine.
Fine. Fetch.
Ah! He said fine, fetch with the. Oh no. No.
So I guess we're in Aerith's realm? I don't fucking know.
Oh shit! Sephiroth! Oh no, Sephiroth got the materia! Sephiroth got the materia! Oh shit.
This is the key, which grants access to the true counterpart hidden between worlds.
Oh shit.
Get it back!
Whoa!
Yoink! He just went nope. Nope.
At last, the time has come.
He's gonna summon meteor with that thing. That's what he did in the original one. He summoned. Oh, what? What the fuck is that? That's not what he summoned in the original. What the fuck? Oh. Whispers? Did he just summon whispers? Wait, those whispers looks weird. Those whispers looks different.
The black materia.
What the hell is going on here?
What in the world is going on?
That's what I want to say, Rufus. What the hell is going? Oh, and there it goes Hojo.
Has it finally begun?
There goes Hojo being a man. Yep, there goes Hojo being a man. Oh, Rouge, are you feeling okay back? Oh, I don't think he's feeling good. Yeah.
Get us clear.
Get us clear. Get it clear away from here. You don't let up.
Whispers?
Yeah, that's what I said too. Whispers? Sephiroth can summon whispers? What the fuck? Put me in the chat.
No.
My class done. I missed so much shit. Oh, okay. Hold up. King wants to go in the chat.
Oh shoot. I gotta choose a gift. Bracelet?
Prince?
I know, King, you better wait.
I was about to say I could put it like the thing that we made, the server that we made.
Yeah.
You wanna do that? Okay. Okay, here we go. Hold up. Can we cancel that? I'll do that right now. And then where are they? Oh,
wait, what the hell?
Okay, I put King on here too. There you are. And then I could do okay. I'm trying to see how I could do this one on here. With the share screen. Wait.
Oops. Okay, there we go.
Yay! Hi. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. And there we go.
Oh my god. I saw Sephiroth, I saw all that. I was in class and I'm like, we're just trying to keep my fucking squealing.
Oh, his walk animation is. What is going on with Cloud's walking animation? What? Oh no! Don't fall! Don't fall! Don't fall! He looks like he's drunk as fuck. There we go. I want to see his face. I want to see his face. It won't let me see his face. God damn it. Cloud, don't you fall down.
Oh, won't let you go to Oh my god, he looks drunk.
That's what I was saying. He looks drunk as fuck. I'm trying to look at his face, but it won't let me. Shit.
Kind of funny.
This is crazy.
It is cray. And he just dropped the material. Oh damn! Cloud is like, my precious.
Literally.
My precious. The fuck?
Wait, you're behind?
Yeah, well, I got lost.
That is way behind.
Yeah, I got lost. I got hella lost in when we're doing Aerith's thing to do gathering up all the spirits thing.
I like
Hi,
how
Tifa.
Sephiroth just bring it to me.
Well, it's all good because like it's all good.
Please.
Cloud, snap out of it.
Yeah, please. She just pushed Tifa. What the fuck?
He said, "Fuck you, ho. I'm trying to hit this."
Oh, that face, dude. That face, man.
Oh, me.
Wait, what?
Hey, look at Zaki.
Kid, you a big mouth.
Too late. She sees it. She got it in her thing. I see it on Usagi's thing, your thing. So what the hell are you talking about?
Oh shit! The whispers is the whispers preventing Tifa to go. Oh shit! Wait, who's laughing? Who's laugh? That I can't take that animation. That Cloud animation. That looks. Oh, is he laughing?
I'm not even playing the game. I'm just watching.
He just looked clipped though. What the fuck?
It's like I need that. I need to be in me. What's wrong with you?
You can trust me. Let's see if we can it together.
No, they didn't.
Oh no.
Oh my god, what is going on in yours, Prince? Jesus Christ.
I don't know.
Did I heard right? Was Cloud laughing hysterically?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, he became mad.
Oh, yeah. No, you're not doing that pose.
Too bad.
Oh god, that's the gayest thing. Oh lord.
I was like, I don't know what I'm picking.
Whatever happens, I'm here for you.
So Aerith just gave Cloud back the materia?
Thank you.
Look at Sephiroth in the back. Yes. Yes.
Exactly. He's like, yes. Oh my god.
I like how he looks like a puppy.
Oh no. Oh, is it gonna? Oh, she's gonna fall. She's gonna. Oh, he's remembering the first time that he met her.
Aaron.
Oh shit.
Oh
Oh
shit.
shit. Oh, he's. Ooh, that was close. Kinda. Oh no, Sephiroth. Uh-oh.
Oh shit.
I'm like... Oh no. What are you doing? What's Sephiroth doing? Oh shit. Dude, you fuck, really? Is he for realsy? He just cut the thing. He just cut the thing where Cloud and Aerith are like together in. Are you fucking serious?
Almost there.
Oh, he's still holding. Oh, he's still holding on to his life. Song is still holding on to his life. Yep. We're chapter 14 now. We're at chapter 14. The end of the chapter. This is the last chapter.
Song is in grave condition. Perhaps I could help.
No. The medical team will see to him. I think you have enough.
Look at your boy.
Oh, Rouge. Oh, he don't look too good. He don't look too good.
Tell me, Professor, how would you explain the phenomena we witnessed at the temple?
It would be premature to draw any scientific conclusions.
What the fuck?
Oh no. Uh-oh, something happening. See, I'm not looking at it. Because... But the audience will see it, so I'm not looking at it.
Bro, wait, what?
I would have to.
Yeah, that don't look good already. What?
Oh, you bitches. What?
We're being Zack.
Yeah, they did
We're
it.
being Zack. We're being Zack.
Along with a cure for
No.
Cloud. To the left, reactor 6. Which will get blown up along with Biggs
Yes,
unless
it
I
does.
stop him.
Oh, we're being...
No fucking way.
Dude, we're being Zack. We're being Zack. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
His hair was long
What? Oh Lord, have mercy.
and gray.
Mine's delayed for you, so I see everything delayed.
Of all the people.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, that's
Sorry.
odd.
One more question.
Odd the way he said that.
Does she have feelings for Cloud?
Yeah, she likes him.
She does, huh? Can't say I saw that.
It looks
coming.
like he was hurt when she said that.
Because you weren't there.
Oh, so she knows that universe. Marlene knows that universe.
Oh.
Hang in there, Cloud. I got you.
Yeah, because what she just said that. What she just said. Oh, my Wabaru froze. Oh, god damn it. Oh, I need to reset my Wabaru. It froze on me.
Hello.
As usual.
I know you're in there. Time's a wasting, Cloud, and it's not like we have much left.
I need to
This
reset.
is crazy.
I need to reset my Wabaru.
They just kind of fucked this whole thing though with the whole story. I'm like, what are you guys doing? It's confusing.
It's infuriating. It's infuriating, he said. Wait, hold up. I'm just seeing on that screen. Wait, hold up.
I saw that on yours, Prince.
What?
Are we?
What?
We could call it a homecoming.
Uh-oh.
Or homeward bound, maybe?
Listen,
Let's just call
Zach,
it a dream.
don't do it.
Oh shit!
My dream, to be precise.
What the
Snap.
hell? Are you...
Wait, what the fuck's going on?
Yo, what is this is mad
Along for a
confusing.
bit. Okay.
Oh, shit. I can't see. Because I'm trying to reset Wabaru. Fuck. Wait, did Cloud just got up from the real... Oh, yeah, he did. What the fuck? Okay, so are we in a different universe or some shit?
Bro.
Oh, just like Chris. Yeah.
Bro.
Just like Chris.
Okay.
Wow.
You. Okay, I was about to say you fucking crazy. Okay, I'm gonna be transparent. Oh my god, I'm a ghost. Holy shit, I'm a ghost.
Oh my lord, have
And
mercy.
now I'm out. Okay. Hi, Aerith.
Let's take a walk, okay?
So where is Aerith and Cloud at?
Oh. Yes, they did. I hate this. I hate
Because
this.
I'm pretty sure you won't like what you see.
You know I'm gonna have to look now, right?
I would say maybe we're a minute apart.
Putting my foot in my mouth.
What do you think? If we
When
are in
will
the
I
middle
ever
apart,
learn?
maybe.
I think.
Yeah, because like I took a long time in that because I was trying to figure out how to get more Orbeez to do that thing. I was like, where's some more spirits? I can't find more spirits. Whoa! No! Wait. Wait. Are they in Zach's universe? Because that sky was in Zach's universe.
Hey, let's check it out.
Why are they flipping universes? Fucking stop it!
Wait, I want to see the plants. Oh, come on, you're gonna make me do this.
Ta-da! Can I have one? Can I? Please?
Is he trying to say she's checking?
Can I?
Which one do you want?
Yes, you can,
Whichever
Suzuki.
one
Yes,
you
you
pick.
can.
Oh, wow.
Whatever you said, can I? Yes, you can.
Why are you acting so weird?
Oh, the sappy shit. Oh my god.
This isn't you.
Is this what I
Is that what you mean, Dave? You can? I don't mean by the slap. I don't mean by the slap.
I don't know. Actually,
I'm scared.
I'm gonna let him choose.
I want to see somebody come out and ruin this moment.
Warn Cloud.
Everything is free, but remember,
Free?
Just
it's
warn
one
Cloud.
per person.
Oh, she did, huh?
This is it. After much
Yeah, I just
cajoling,
heard her
Cloud
tone.
is about to give his very first gift to Aerith. Only question is, which one will he
Bro.
choose?
She's pulling her hair down.
Why do we need to choose
Right,
this
she
shit?
did. Okay, bye.
Yeah.
Why do we need to choose this?
Shit.
Wow.
We'll go to stump because I want that.
That one.
Ah, I'm so sorry. I meant everything but that one.
You said everything was for free, my dude. What the hell?
I've got something else. I think you'll.
Oh my god.
You said everything but that is like. He said, did he not say everything is for
That's
free?
actually pretty neat.
Everything was for free. Did he not fucking say that?
Perfect, even.
Oh shit.
No!
You motherfucker! You
Oh, I saw
motherfucker!
that.
I'll miss this
Tricky
moment.
ass motherfucker.
Thank you
Oh
both.
shit!
Oh my god!
I saw that!
Oh my god!
Now, where to next?
Oh my god.
That way. Come on.
They're doing this to fuck Jerky, you know that, right?
I was right. She did warn this bitch.
Wow. Where is
She
oh.
did.
Okay, so where are we going now?
Oh shit, what the hell? I saw that! Damn.
It's your lucky day, you two. Feel free to take whatever you'd like. Oh, but only one per person.
No way.
Then we better
okay.
choose wisely.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. One per person. Okay. Is that Chucky bar? Oh, mint?
Oh.
Mint. Or
Okay.
Chucky bar. Choco stick. We'll go to Choco stick.
I'll take one of those.
Then I'll have one of those.
All right. Though these aren't the only treats I've got, you know. How about
No, I heard King Glass. Something happened. Something
He's got
happened.
Zoe on his mind, that's all.
Really? Let's try it.
Sure.
Of course he does.
Well, there's a
Come
reason.
on, enjoy.
Hey, yo?
Yes.
Mm.
For not death, but a homecoming that awaits them.
Gummy?
Yes. So it. I mean,
Oh, he don't like the gummies.
Figured I'd pull out all the stops for my last hurrah. Guess I pulled out one too many.
Wow.
I don't think he likes the gummies very much.
Needs a little sugar, maybe.
Yeah, and take out whatever's
This is
making
too
my
much
tongue
shit to
tingle.
intake.
It sounds
Yucky.
to me like I need to start over.
Well, Cloud is
If
being
only
honest
we
about
all
that,
had more
so
time,
yeah.
right?
Oh god, this is interesting.
Pretty sure I only asked to meet with Professor Hojo. Not a whole platoon.
Oh shit.
Yeah, nigga, what'd you think?
Whatever.
Oh
The
no.
world's about to end anyway. Got nothing to lose and everything to gain.
Is he gonna fight them soldiers? Oh look, he stole that motorcycle like Cloud did. He stole that motorcycle like Cloud did. What? He stole the motorcycle like Cloud did.
Yeah.
So this is where you've been hiding, in a world that has accepted its fate.
Uh-oh.
Hey, what's that?
Oh no, Sephiroth is like watching her?
Let's go see it.
If Sephiroth is watching her?
Just as you must.
Oh shit.
Okay, where are you taking now? Oh, I'm not moving. Okay.
Sorry, folks.
Oh,
I've only got
picture
one
taken.
shot left.
Okay, this is a picture taken.
We were next.
We've been waiting for ages.
We don't have any photos
We
together.
don't have any either.
What? Whoa, 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 that's a lot of hold up.
Wow.
How about you all pose? Cutest looking couple gets their photo taken.
I saw that.
Oh, I'm seriously gonna do this?
Hmm.
I'm seriously gonna do this.
You need
Crap.
a little fudge.
No, no, we're not doing that.
I love this.
I'll do this one.
Okay, you two. Smile
That
real
I'll just do
big
that
for
one.
the
I ain't
camera
doing
now.
the other ones. I ain't not. Nope, I'm doing this one.
Oh.
Hold on, Biggs. I'm coming.
This is very trippy. If you were on fucking mushrooms, this would be fucking an experience. Serious.
Get high.
Wait, Stamp
Yeah,
changed
right.
again? Did Stamp changed again?
What gives? Reactor busted?
Well, look what you're holding.
Seems it's all
I
out
didn't
of
even peep
Mako.
that. Oh,
I'm
never
still
mind.
sucking away,
I peeped it.
but the only thing it's pulling up is dirt.
Meaning
Let the life streams bone dry.
Oh shit, that universe,
one
like live
reactor,
stream is
blah, blah,
bone
blah.
dry?
Planet's done either way.
Oh shit.
So are we.
That's what I thought.
Run!
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Stamp did changed.
Well, here we go.
I changed it.
Yeah, Stamp changed again. Cause
it?
like remember at the end when Zach lived,
barely
it was
made it
like
through
a
testing.
wild
Figures
or
that
like a
it failed
kind of
for
terrier or some shit. But it changed again to
What
a,
am
like
I
a
still
pug.
doing here? Why
Stop
did I
changing
have
this
to
shit. It's
survive?
confusing.
Look at me. I'm useless.
So
Can't
that means
even
there's
make a
more
damn
universes then.
you're not useless.
Yeah,
For a
so is
moment
that what
there,
they're indicating?
I thought
That
my
there's
life might
so
have some
many
meaning.
universes?
Oh wait, there's no health bar.
It doesn't
Possibly.
mean shit.
I just peeped that, yeah.
Well, that's where you're wrong. Wanna know why?
Possibly.
Oh,
Because you mean a lot
it's
to a
possible,
lot of
because
people.
it sounds like that's what they're
So
indicating.
come on, man.
Yeah, cause when Zach survived, that one was looked like a terrier or some shit. But when
Right.
Biggs just finished the bags of chips, it was a goddamn
What
pug.
do you hear?
So that means there's
Yeah,
more
about
universes. That means there's more than
Right.
one universe that
Never
Zach
mind.
is alive.
Kind of obvious now I
Crazy.
think about it.
Right.
World may be ending and all, but a bombing's still a bombing.
That's part of it too. But mostly,
But I guess
I
this
find,
un-
I find it annoyingly
That
interesting
bleeding
that they do this.
It'll get you killed.
I don't know. I wanted to take action.
Yeah, Zach
Take
wants to.
charge.
Oh,
Take control.
I just peeped what
To
Red
know
said.
that I had a choice.
Uh-huh.
That this path,
Uh,
this world was one I chose.
Uh-oh. What do you got in mind?
I wanted to take back my life.
Oh, this song! Oh my god, is this song?
Oh, Lord have mercy.
No! No!
Biggs? Buddy?
Biggs! Oh shit, Biggs!
No. No.
Biggs.
Get up!
Is Biggs dead? Is our Biggs dead?
I think so.
End of the road, huh?
What?
Fate's
She
got
took.
one
Oh my
twisted
god.
sense of
Jesus.
humor.
I did shit already. God.
Oh no, he's gonna fight
Yeah,
them
it is. I
so
saw that.
I'm always
Down
the
jumping.
punchline.
But I'm sick of taking its shit. This is my life. I make the rules.
Oh, dude, I gotta get this song. I gotta get this song. I love this song. Every time this song comes up, I blast this out loud in the car. Price of Freedom? Oh my god, I gotta get this song. I gotta get this song.
Can't move.
Later.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Hey, why'd you pass on us?
Well, for starters, you don't look like you're on a date. More
There you
like
go. That's what I was aiming for.
This is interesting.
Well, I don't think that's true at all.
Just have fun while you can, huh? See ya.
That's what I was aiming for. I ain't doing no cutesy wootsy photos.
Where shall we go to next?
Oh, okay.
Oh wow.
Oh, they're gonna do this? Oh, man.
Oh my
What's
god.
going on with this place?
Oh, my God, it's
I know,
hilarious.
I know.
dumb.
I know Biggs. Oh shit, Sephiroth. I know
Well,
Biggs. No,
I'll tell you when we get to our
Biggies.
spot, okay?
Where's that?
You really have to ask. It's one of my most favorite places. Can I
Oh, the
make it
church?
any more obvious?
The church? Understands that the Whispers are taking these characters to another alternate universe, maybe? Is that what you're saying, Suki? Or
Oh,
that that Cloud and
doing
Aerith
something.
could see their alternate universes, how they feel, or something like that? No, you're not getting it. Oh,
Biggs.
Wait. Johnny?
Or Aerith.
Hey, I see that.
How the hell am I supposed to choose?
Uh-oh.
No, I got time. Oh,
Oh, shit.
Yo, this is
Tylenol.
that big.
Sephiroth. Hey.
Oh,
There's too
no.
many alternative universes. Stop fucking going through time.
I'll bring some.
You want a piece of me?
Excuse me.
No.
Okay, then
Not
explain to me, Suki Wiki. Oh, shit! Dude! Oh,
There's a lot going on.
what the fuck?
Really
Where did
is.
he take his...
I thought this shit was supposed to
Where's
end.
the-
What happened?
What?
So I can't even save the game.
No, you can't, right?
It was
Some
all
moves are
you,
almost done.
wasn't it, Sephiroth?
Oh, okay.
Dude! What?
Yeah, because he's on the project, but there's no save option.
Oh.
Where did Whispers taking Zack?
Well,
Where
it
did
isn't
Whispers
over
taking
yet.
Zack? Oi! Oi! Wait, that's Aerith's flower.
Oh, okay. Yo, what the fuck?
You'll see.
Oh, okay, where is that going? He just going, oh no.
No, Tifa looks so worried. I feel bad.
Sorry to disappoint. Well, thank me for the ride later. Gotta find Eric first.
Nah, Barrett.
Delete by Sephi?
This is it, right?
Wait, so
First spot?
Sephiroth is deleting some type of in a
Bingo.
universe or something?
That was easy.
Sounds like Sephiroth is taking control of the
I told you
entire
it was
planet. of
obvious.
Xena. That's what it sounds like to me. He's changing shit.
Well,
Is
you'll have to
is
give me
what
a
King
harder
said
one
is
next
true,
time.
Suki? Is that what is going on? That
Next
Sephiroth
time?
is changing the universe
mean,
because of
why
the
not?
original Sephiroth
Yeah,
Probably.
why not?
can't
sounds like
do
something like that.
what he needs to do, and then he telling all this other Sephiroth is like, hey, this is what I...
At least I know now.
That's the OG Sephi.
Where you
Okay,
and
so
I
the
stand,
OG Sephi
Tiny.
is telling all the other Sephiroth to do what he has make a mistake and say, hey, this is what I done wrong, blah, 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 blah. Right? Am I getting that
Thing
right?
is, Cloud, I really like you. But then, like
'Cause as
can
we
mean a
saw
lot
in
of
the
different
dream.
things, can't it?
See him everywhere.
Who knows?
Because
God damn
there's
it, Suki.
likings, and then there's
Why did you
liking.
yell me?
Seriously.
Okay, now I can
what's
say it
going
properly.
on?
I know I said auto-save after all
It's
that.
been weird all day.
You might as
Not
well
gonna
save.
You damn much.
Save it, yeah. That was a lot of shit going on. You're gonna save that, definitely.
I'm
I
sorry.
kept calling my phone. Like, can y'all let me finish?
Just pay attention. Okay. I'll Cloud is hugging
Whatever
Aerith.
happens, don't blame yourself.
Oh, yeah. Watch that
Oh,
part.
wait, that part. Wait, what she said, whatever happens, don't blame yourself. Wait, is she talking about the Avid children, Cloud? That he blamed himself because of Aerith's death? Is that what she mean by that?
Probably. I'ma shut up.
Thank you.
Have fun watching.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I'll
just
be
keep
okay.
watching. Yeah, something's going down because I can't run.
Wait, she let her hair down. Why did she let her hair down?
Here. Take it.
Why is she giving him the white
There.
materia?
I'll give that to you.
This isn't about me, though. It's about saving the world. And you.
Wait, why is she
There's
giving...
something-
Wait, what's about this white materia? Why is
So
she
thank
giving...
you, Cloud, for everything.
Okay, I don't know what's going on here.
What is this?
That's what I'm saying. What? What's going on? Wait, he fell to the floor? Sephiroth!
I saw what Red said. That was interesting.
That was Sephiroth.
Yes.
That's the...
Yes, it was.
Wait,
exactly, yeah.
that was the OG Aerith?
Yep.
The Rock! That's the OG, that's the original Aerith!
That was
I
her.
feel like what they did was purposely put different universes and put it in this rebirth, quote unquote. I'm not sure if Sephiroth is trying to do wrong by right, or I don't know, but it's very
The true
confusing as fuck.
nature of reality.
I think what I heard, I could be wrong though, I think it's with like the original Sephiroth is telling all the other Sephiroth what he has done wrong, that he what he done
Or
wrong.
something of that nature.
Yeah, something in that nature. Because you know, in the original, he stayed quiet. He stayed hidden for a bit. He said, and then maybe he told the elder Sephiroth, "Don't stay hidden. Just keep yourself known, like frequently or some shit like that."
Fucking
planet
weird.
encompasses
Oh
a multitude of
shit!
Ever
Just to make a
unfolding.
fucking game. Fucking Square Enix.
Some quickly perish,
Couldn't leave it
while
alone.
others endure. Yet even the most resilient worlds are doomed to fade.
What the hell is this?
Nevertheless,
Hey then.
their loss is not to be mourned.
Well,
For it is not death,
what's that
but
fun?
a
It's like
homecoming that awaits
Vampire
them.
Boy.
In the planet's embrace,
She
all
said,
life
"Whoop."
is as one.
Mm.
All born are bound to her.
Either
Should
you're
this
talking about
world be
Rufus
unmade,
or
so too shall her children.
He'd tell you that he only cares
Vincent.
about the planet.
Vinny.
That he'd
Vin-
do
oh,
everything
yeah,
in his power to protect and
Shit,
preserve
I will
it.
sleep
But
in
this
the
isn't the
coffin
way
with
it's
it.
supposed to be.
Bet you would, amongst other things.
My lord.
Oh my god! Oh fuck!
To the planet cloud. To her ecstatic cries.
Uh-oh, I saw that.
Wait, is that?
Whispers, those whispers are like, ah, niggas, we not ready.
I thought you might finally understand.
Oh, Kyle's having a headache through this. Whoa!
Lend me your strength.
Oh Jesus!
Let us defy destiny together.
Oh.
7 seconds till the end.
Oh,
See,
wow.
7 seconds.
Perhaps.
Is that the time that like Sephiroth was killing Aerith like 7 seconds?
Let go of the past, Cloud.
What the?
Probably.
That's probably the original Sephiroth. That's probably the original Sephiroth.
Oh,
that's probably the original Sephiroth.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Oh my god, yo, this nigga just ripping through time and space. He don't give a fuck.
Sephiroth, whack the shit!
Oh no!
Yeah, he look pretty.
All that.
Yeah.
Holy shit! That's Cloud! Wait, that was Cloud in a rope. What the fuck? Yeah, let me out. Let me out. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Let me out.
Oh my god. Oh, this not good. Oh my god.
There, he's up in his grill.
Oh, I love this stuff. It's so pretty.
I told you.
It's checking my freaking wires.
That's it.
Just grab Cloud, kill everybody else, end the story. God.
What blessing? What blessing? What blessing? Sephiroth, give us a what blessing?
Oh my god. Whoa, what?
Oh, damn. Okay, where are we now?
Have fun, baby. This is gonna be fun.
Yeah. Go.
Where am I?
Yeah, where are we? Oh, he's still got the white material in his hand.
This is intense.
Very poor form.
Very poor. What do you mean by very poor form? Oh, fuck the whispers! These whispers are different. They got eyeballs.
You have somebody in your chat talking to you, my nigga. Lobby, saucy lobby.
Oh, right, I can't. Oh, shit. Where's the other whispers? Come here, you. Don't run from it. Nice. Come here. Don't run.
Oh, no.
Don't run. Don't run from it. Oh, he disappeared. God damn it. Come here. Oh, I think I should just ignore them. I don't think they're in. I'm just gonna ignore them. Did you fight the whispers or did you ignore them?
I had to fight them.
I'm just ignoring them. They're being wispy and I can't get them. Motherfuckers.
Really? Yeah, I'm getting them with no problem.
Well.
Oh, hi, Aerith.
Meet again.
Meet again?
You're okay. Sephiroth's here. I can feel it.
Is this the OG Aerith or is this like this Aerith?
Yeah. But forget about him for now. Just focus on yourself, okay?
But I'm fine.
Oh, okay, that's gotta be the OG Aerith then.
Focus on you, Cloud. The one I've been trying to find. The real you.
Huh?
Yeah, that must be the OG
Leave
Aerith.
Sephiroth to me. I can handle him. He's planning to use the black materia, but I won't let that happen.
Oh, no, actually, that must be this Aerith.
By etc.
Yo, what's up, mommy?
Because that quote is almost like the original one.
And I'm the last.
Oh my...
Oh, white materia. Oh look, she's switching to materia.
Thanks for returning it to me, Cloud. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that materia has no color. What the?
We're pretty much just trying to finish up the game.
Oh wait. Okay, so this is our Aerith because I remember that materia has no shine, no nothing to it.
It looks empty.
Yes, I'm glad you caught it.
Well, what?
It's gotten intense, man.
Aerith? Aerith!
Boy! White whispers? White whispers. I'm trying to move him out of the way. I can't. I want to see his face when he does it. I can't see. What is these white whispers are doing? Stop! Let me alone!
Get Vincent!
Get out of my way! Let me alone! Oh damn! Oh damn! Oh, we're gonna crawl. We're really gonna crawl this. We're gonna do this shit again.
We're trying to save Aerith. And of course, Cloud's by himself.
Oh, it's getting. This is getting. Wait, I can't see shit.
Oh, gosh, I don't like this. I'm already scared.
Whee! Oh, we're back here again.
Nice.
Oh, we're back here again. This is a long ass cutscene. Almost like Yakuza long. It's almost like Yakuza long.
Is somebody watching TV?
Oh wait, since King's here. Yeah, good. Look, there you go.
Right.
Let me make print smaller. There we go. And then move.
So what's going on now, baby?
There we go. That looks better. There we go. Huh?
Okay.
There we go. Now I got you in there, King.
I want to go get make me oatmeal and get some peanuts.
Peanuts. Peanuts, these nuts. Ow! Why does slap, Suki? Why does slap? Why does slap?
Okay, what is this now?
Come on.
Oh, no shit, I can't rest.
Huh?
Oh, man.
Damn. Yes, after this spot, that'll be it.
Oh, after this spot?
Oh, you'll be fucked. Guess you gotta.
Hey, shut your mouth.
Nine?
That's not what I mean.
I can't tell because that's how you be talking.
Wait, is that Cloud?
Talk
Oh.
about in the game, baby.
Oh shit, Cloud is back. Is
Was that too? No.
Cloud!
Wait, how did he get over here?
Please tell me you're okay.
Okay, where are you at?
Yeah, he good, he good.
I'm fine.
Didn't know if it was Mako poison.
Damn, Usagi, you're so behind.
Yeah, I told you I got lost.
Yeah,
that's okay.
I got hell lost.
you can thank
Yeah,
me for
I got
the
hell
ride
lost.
later. Gotta find Aerith first.
Okay, I
She
did
told us that an ancient
save.
city lies just beyond these woods.
Yes, you
and that the
cannot
Scepter built a very
rest.
special altar there.
Oh no,
That's where she's
you're
headed.
doing that
I'm
thing
sure of
again.
it.
Problem
Oh
is,
wait, never mind. You're
Sephiroth
back.
stole
Okay,
the
never
black
mind.
materia, meaning he could destroy the entire planet any minute. And Aerith said
Oh,
she's
wait,
the only
this-
one who can stop him.
I try to
Where is
recognize
this
this
place?
music. Hold up.
No one knows but her.
Yo, my heart is like,
What separated
This is
them
Genova's
and
thing.
she's praying.
out there.
Oh hell no.
Oh shit.
Hell no.
Yup.
That sound like Genova's theme. I don't like that.
That way.
That's not good.
That's Genova's theme. I don't like that. I don't like that.
Sometimes you just know.
Oh,
Girl.
is this it?
So, Cloud,
You don't want to go, huh? I
I
can
heard
tell.
something.
God.
Okay, I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna fucking save this. Cause like I had this feeling we're at the end. We're at the end.
Yeah, I think so.
We're at the
Sephiroth
end.
the ever-living
Yeah.
Cloud back in the Temple of the
Damn.
Ancients.
You heard wrong.
Damn,
Didn't
I
go
don't
down
fucking
like that.
change.
Okay.
No,
And
that's
how
the
exactly
forest
did he
thing.
get the
That's a
materia
forest
from you?
thing? Hold on, hold on.
Is she? Does that hurt?
You don't
What
always
you
have to
want,
play
baby
the
girl?
badass,
You want a
you know.
peanut?
All right, fine. You win. You
For a
beat the
peanut?
shit out of
That's
me.
almost sound like
Took the material.
Genova's theme.
It's my fault.
Oh man.
No. Oh no. Is this the
Should've been there
infamous
for you,
thing?
but I wasn't.
I think this is it.
Mmm.
Must have been some dream you were having. Judging by the way your eyes were twitching.
Hold on, give me a minute. Give me a minute after to think about it. Hold
Either
on.
way,
I'm trying to remember this song. Hold on.
Yeah. I got sent to another world. Apparently, there's at least a few more than one.
I can't run. That's concerning. I can't run.
I'd explain, but don't think I can.
I still hear the Nova thing.
What's happening?
I still hear the Nova thing.
Shit.
Is it just me?
My shit is not.
Is there something?
What's wrong with my controller?
Oh shit!
It's not.
No.
That oh! I don't like the sound of that. I don't like the sound of that.
I'm afraid to say it, but if the whispers control.
Damn, I got both of them. Oh no, hold up.
Mean we were destined to be separated from Aerith?
Maybe.
Okay.
Yep.
It's over. Bye.
Why'd I
Come
have
on,
to
do
open
it.
my mouth?
Oh, you can't? Oh, no.
No.
I'm about to do something, but okay.
Oh shit.
Oh, you
shit,
got
oh,
one of them.
shit.
Okay. I'm working on the other. Yeah, just keep doing that.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Okay, you got it. Thank you, Suki.
Bro, what?
Thank you, Suki. Thank you, Suki.
No. I don't know how he stopped that.
Yeah, just ban block, ban block.
Hey,
Yeah. Thank you,
Promise
Suki.
me, if you start feeling
Bro!
sick or thinking weird thoughts, you'll let us know, okay?
Damn, that's like 5 today.
For
Shit.
example,
Yeah.
stuff like
Wow, that's crazy.
thinking I'm not the real
Okay,
me.
now he pissed. He's like, really?
You don't have to apologize, but I do want you to talk to me
I
or
was about
someone
to
at
You
least.
said nah.
You know what? I'm gonna do this right
You
now.
said nah, bro.
Through the whole entire stream, I'm gonna do this right now. Slow mo. On.
Wait.
Following
Uh-oh.
chat.
Uh-oh.
There you
What?
What?
go. I'm doing this for a bit. I'm doing this for a bit.
Cloud, I've apologised to everyone else, but not
What?
to you. So I'm sorry for giving the keystone to Shinra.
Yeah,
I
bro.
truly am. I just thought that since it
Are
was so
you really
dangerous,
sorry,
I'd rather
Casey?
something happened to one of them than to one
Bro.
No need to explain yourself.
of you. You're a good man, Cloud. I don't deserve your forgiveness.
Wow.
Oh, I'm still pretty pissed. Just got bigger
Yeah.
fish to fry.
He said he's still pretty
That makes
pissed.
sense.
He's still pretty pissed.
I'll do what I can to help, and we'll fry those fish together.
Don't worry, guys. I'm gonna do this for the rest of the stream, but I will change it back. These goddamn bots! I swear to God, you can't have
What is
nice
that?
things.
Yo.
Okay, now we'll start. Oh, look, it's a Forgotten City.
Oh,
Hi,
whoa,
Vincent.
whoa, whoa.
The grand metropolis, where the ancients
Oh,
once
I
gathered
heard
to
that.
pray, thought lost to time. Until today.
Yeah.
Wait, that song. That's Evan's Children.
This is it, right?
That's from Evan's Children.
You know, I think it is. Yeah, Gramps told me all about it when I was growing up. He called it the Forgotten Capital. Said it was the heart of Cetran civilization, but I never thought I'd see it.
And this place screams fancy altar. Barrett's gotta be here.
Oh,
Well
shit.
then, let's go get our girl.
Uh-oh.
Look at this up.
Oh, the whispers. Oh, no, the whispers. I know the whispers.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say those assholes are fixing to get in our way again.
Look at them, though.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. They're different. Don't
Yeah.
belong to fate or the planet.
Yeah, they are different.
They belong to Sephiroth.
Oh, so Sephiroth getting control of those whispers now?
I think
Oh,
so.
shit. Sephiroth's like, I'm waiting. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. It just cut to the, like,
What is all this?
to that scene. That quick.
The end.
I mean, that's what he said in the ending of. Yeah, he did that. Yes, he did. He did say that.
Yo.
Hi, Sephiroth. God, I bet it was a bitch to get his hair rigged like that.
I know, right?
Good.
Cause they said in the average children, they like
Right.
the rigging wasn't what they're to their liking or something was going on. They had to do that manually, strand by strand by strand.
It's upon us.
Yeah, it's true.
Reunion.
I was like, oh, I feel sorry for the developer. I feel sorry for the team. That was gonna be a bitch to do that, strand by strand by strand.
Oh, fuck me.
Oh, what is Sephiroth doing? Oh shit! Everybody jump!
Oh, I'm not ready for this fight.
Oh shit!
Not this again.
Oh fuck!
Yeah, you're not ready for this. Have fun.
Shit.
Oh fuck! He let out a stinky. Sephiroth let out a stinky. Oh fuck!
These ones white.
They sure don't like
Oh
us.
come on! I want to destroy that. Oh, I can't go back up. Oh god damn it! Oh well. I guess I can't go back and destroy that thing. Oh well. And I wanted to smash it. Hi, whispers. Wait, we're finding these type of whispers now? Oh, okay. What are you guys? Oh, what did it do to us?
What are you even?
Oh, you got fire. You know what? I got fire and grunt. Bitch. Oh, you like them apples?
Does that say? Oh, that says life what? Life winner.
Oh. Oh, you're still trying to throw it. Oh. But you only got fire, and I got fire and grunt. Oh, Titan Zone's got it up. Oh, what are these whispers doing to me? Stop it!
Oh, what the hell is this? What is this? What is this? What is this?
Oh, you know what? I'm getting Titan on your ass. I'm getting Titan on your ass.
Get him.
It's either Titan or Alexander, so I just...
Oh, not the... God damn it. I'm gonna go down.
Yeah, you think so?
Oh, shit. Ow! Damn! They hurt! These whisper hurt! Lazy. I don't know where Bahamut is. If the Bahamut's in Nibelheim, goddamn Owl will lead us astray. I can't tell. I don't know where he's trying to lead us to. And I was just like, you know what? Fuck you. I ain't doing that shit. And you trying to lead me to Hogwarts? I ain't following. I don't know where it is.
Get the barrier. Here we get the barrier.
Damn. Ow. Motherfucker. Let me hold this. Hold up. Hold up. Come on.
Watching this
Where are
like
you
a
at?
movie.
Release. I noticed if I hold that long for a long period of time, the stronger it gets. Oh no! There's another whispers. So both of them are fighting us. So I don't get what these whispers are doing.
Baby.
On the expressway.
I don't know if you'll survive this. Well, maybe you will. No, I can do that.
Have faith, she will survive it.
How are we supposed to get through?
Of course. Of course. If he gets it.
Just gotta say the magic words.
Yeah, blast it, Barrett.
Daddy's coming home real soon, honey.
Oh damn. Oh, ow.
No, thanks. I'm good.
That's kind of white. How are we gonna get through there?
Okay, what the hell happened here?
Wait, it's not. Whispers are
Oh,
fighting
they're
each
back.
other? Oh wait, what the hell? Wait,
Oh, nah.
how'd that happen?
Oh, this no. I don't like this fight already. like.
No.
Oh no, Cloud's gonna go in there by himself? Even Vincent's helping?
Oh, this is some bullshit.
Yeah, no.
Yippee.
Oh, Cloud went in there by himself. Cloud went in there by himself. What the fuck, dude? My eye itchy. Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good. Now let's do. Oh no. Oh no.
Damn.
What the ball? What the bulb sphere? What the fuck? Where do you come from? Hello? I can't destroy none of these. What is this? Huh? Are we going? Oh, okay. So this thing, we're going. Oh, okay.
Wow.
Oh wow. Ooh. I gotta say, this is kind of pretty though.
Oh, jeez.
This is a lot of shit you're doing.
Okay.
There it is. Oh my gosh. Wait, are they falling?
Thumbnail purposes.
I know your ass ain't flying.
Like, wait, they're flying? Also, your
no, this is bogus.
Subtitle thing is 100% not working. Wait, what do you mean it's not working? What, my subtitle?
You know what this? What?
Wait,
all
my
coulda
title?
ended it?
Wait, my title thing?
This all could have ended if fucking Cloud gave Sephiroth the booty. That's it.
Hey, yo!
It fucked up everything.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to read this. Hold on, let me flip.
Of course, you freeze.
Damn.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
That's
Oh,
ridiculous,
okay
I know.
then. All right. Oh no, there's a bench. There's a bench. What do you mean my subtitles? Oh, my subtitles.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Where's my freaking? I cannot.
Oh, I was trying. Oh, okay, that subtitle. Yeah, I was trying to do a subtitle thing for, you know, for the audience that. Yeah, you need to adjust it. I don't know how to work that thing. I just saw that, and I think it only works for the older OBS because I can't. Let me see if I can cancel this out from here. Because I think it only that works with the older OBS. The closed caption. Okay, let me.
I gotta give it to Tifa.
There
She's
you go.
hanging in.
That should do it. So
Oh,
I don't know.
yeah.
I don't know how to do. I don't know how to work that thing. Honestly, I don't know how to work that thing. I was trying to, you know.
I see what you gotta do.
But I don't know how to work the thing. I think I got the older version with the older OBS because it has the plugin where I could do the text, colors, blah 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 blah. But I don't think it's working on me because again, it's probably the newer. I got the newer version of OBS. That's probably the older version. Wouldn't surprise you. Suki, we don't talk about it. We don't talk about that, Suki. Come on. We do no, no. No, Suki. No. Hold up. I can't get my. Hold up. Okay, only your pinky.
Oh, planet and its faithful stewards, please, lend me your strength.
Oh, that's not good.
I do this wrong. You never taught me how to pray. Please, as the last
Wow.
I may never
I'm
that's not
watching your
good.
screen, Prince. It's
No.
very intently.
Oh shit. Oh no, she's praying.
the others safe.
Oh shit, 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 shit.
They mean
That's not
so
good.
much to me.
These whispers won't stop. Ah, get out of my way! Get out of my way! Whispers!
You be go.
Oh no, Cloud. Yeah, you use these search again to bypass the whispers. Protect you. Oh, okay. Get out of here, whispers. Okay, now what's it doing? What the whispers are doing? Oh shit. Oh fuck. Fuckity fuck. No, what are you doing? Stop. This whispers is what?
There we go. Got the head.
Oh wow, nice.
No, I'm gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. No.
They say they had a mix of you.
I can't do it. Shit.
I see Tifa going in.
Oh shit, Sephiroth. Oh no.
Hey.
No, shit.
Yo, everybody, yo.
Yeah.
Shit! Ooh!
Finish this shit off.
Dude! Fight it, Cloud! Fight him off! There you go! That is... Yeah. Oh! Cloud, fight him off! Cloud, fight Sephiroth off! Sephiroth didn't kill Aerith! Sephiroth didn't kill Aerith!
Get him.
Cloud, fight him off!
Oh no!
At least I think. Oh no! No! Wait, what this bullshittery is this? Wait, is this the original one? Is this what we're seeing the original? Oh shit! But I thought we saved her. Okay, what kind of bullshittery is that? I thought we saved her.
The Sephiroth said, he laughed. Okay, you didn't save her.
No.
What the fuck?
Aerith!
Yo, Red, yo, it's going in.
Dude. Just pay attention. Okay, I'm paying attention. Damn, Sephiroth's going cray-cray.
Can't do it. No, you cannot.
Don't wait.
Or you're gonna get confused. Or I'm gonna get... Oh, he's crying. Or I'm gonna get... I'm probably gonna get confused either way.
Oh shit.
Wait. Is that the original Cloud that... Wait, No, nothing OG. No, nothing OG here. Okay, nothing OG here.
It's okay.
Can't do it.
You got it.
Get his ass.
Oh wait, is that supposed to be Sephiroth?
I'll kill you.
Oh damn, Barrett's Angie. Wait, it went to blood and not blood? Blood to not blood.
And so it begins.
Oh
confluence of worlds and emotions.
How is this little nigga
Loss,
still alive?
chief among them.
Not really.
It engulfs
Not really.
every moments of joy, transforming them into
Enlighten me,
rage,
Suki.
sadness, hatred. Never have
Everybody's got that anime like shock face, like.
Oh.
Cal thinks he saved. Oh. So we didn't save her then. So Sephiroth doing that shit, thinking that we saved her and we didn't?
You'll never see the truth with such clouded eyes.
Shut up!
Damn, Cloud Angie. No, how his version is not bloody? Yeah. That's what I was seeing with Tifa. Tifa was like in her wrist. It was bloody and not bloody.
We're gonna fight together?
Say what?
Oh, that's impossible, right? No, stop. Stop this right now.
Stop this right now. Wow. See, I'm not looking. That's why I have it for you guys. For you guys. I'm not looking. I'm not looking. Ew, you ugly motherfucker. Oh. You ugly motherfucker. Oh, we already got a level break there because they all angry. They're all angry. Why is Yuffie on my side?
Yay. I don't like this. I don't. You're gonna lose your mind.
Huh?
You're gonna lose your mind. Your mind.
Oh, I'm gonna lose
your mind right now.
Shit. Ow, I'll destroy your berries so I can get your ass. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. And release! BAM! You're just doing that when you're over your feet.
Do it again.
Oh, wait. Are we switching characters? Is this making me switch characters?
Damn, yo, I'm tight.
Oh, okay, what is Genova doing? Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
I don't want Yuffie on my side, I want red!
Oh, shit!
You're ugly motherfucker.
This thing's going down.
Hold it, hold it. Just move it and bam. Nope, nope, nope. No, the tentacles are like beaming me. Oh no, it's that wing looking thing. Not the tentacles. Oh shit. Oh, fuck. Okay, hold it. Oh, where'd you go, you motherfucker? Oh, I still got it. Oh, I still got it. Okay, nice.
Oh, dang, he's trying to fucking y'all up.
Oh, shit. Ow, ow, fuck. Where'd you go now? Ah, ooh, yes, come here.
Angie King. Angie.
Beep. Rat. Okay, hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Just a little bit more. Back. Oh. Third, I think this is the third phase. Yeah, this is the third phase. Oh shit. Roll the beam. Oh, the beam, 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 beam. This Genova's ugly. This ugly mother. Oh, we have. Oh, so we're being all characters to fight this mother. Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, so we're being this.
Giving it my all.
Bam. Hey, Sid. Oh, but...
Yo, this is crazy!
I love it. I love it again.
No!
Bye.
By myself!
Bye.
Bye, he's like, bye. Oh, okay, so all of us gotta fight Genova. Got it. What? Me or?
No. What Cloud said, he goes, I don't care how big you get. I'm like, okay.
That's what he says. That's what he says.
Right? What you doing now? Yeah, yo.
Bam! I got thunder grunt. Destroy the wing! Blue! Shocker! I gave him the shocker.
Oh, he is immune. Oh shit, you're right.
Oh shit!
Hasn't been boring.
Okay, that worked.
Oh, okay.
You guys gotta go up my limit.
Oh, okay.
I see.
I got spit on. That was nasty. That was disgusting.
Now I know you lying.
Had to go and hit the beat.
I'm fighting the head. I'm fighting Nova's head.
Where am I going? Wait, hold on. Tell me what it is.
Oh, okay.
There really are.
No shit. I gotta get away. But I need... Oh god!
What the fuck?
Oh, I hope I just... Oh, I hope I beat it, because, like, oh, my health is, like, poopy! Yeah, wait.
Why you gotta do shit by yourself, buddy?
You look so cool, though. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Oh, they're doing, like, the fight almost like an Abbott children. Dude!
Ready? Oh my gosh. I can't fucking dodge.
Damn! Shit! I took out 9,999. Holy shit! Can I heal now? Can I please heal? Can I please heal? Because I need a heal. I need a heal. I need a fucking heal. I need. Oh god damn it! Yes. Oh shit! No!
Let's finish this.
Now that's bullshit. That is
Oh come on! I need. Okay. Ah! Oh shit!
Take some potion here and there.
Ah! Okay. Back in action. Hold it. Back. Motherfucker, you're a mutant. I wasted a fucking limber break. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me right now?
Oh, you know that's the game.
Ow. Oh, this is poopy. This is bullshittery. This is...
Do it. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Why are you not doing that? I don't know how to activate that, honestly. I really don't. Oh, what am I doing? I don't I'm not wasting it because then, like, I need to wait until if I can take some damage because look at this shit. I can't even do no. Oh, I got peed on again.
Ew, you got peed on. What the fuck? This one is R. Kelly? She got peed on.
By your dog.
No. Sonova just threw something yellow at me.
Oh.
Oh, I'm already didn't pay attention to it. Okay, now I can use my lemon break.
That's that.
Oh, you see? Keep dodging the. Oh, you son of a. Oh, I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you.
God dang it.
Yeah, you get a sharker. You get the fucking sharker. Bitch.
Let's do this. Come on.
Yeah, I like how he's watching you guys.
Yeah, he's watching.
Who is watching?
What now?
Yo, this is crazy.
Holy fuck!
Holy jeepers. Like, Zach?
You mean to tell me I didn't die?
Wait, where's he going? Where are you going, Zach?
Wow.
It's like a light.
White, as far as the eye can see.
Yeah, I want to see white.
Oh,
Where are you going?
Anybody there?
Oh, whoa.
What the hell in here?
Whispers. Wait, whisper. Wait, what? Hold on. Cloud? Wait.
That doesn't make no sense.
Wait, there's no way in hell.
How about that?
Oh my god.
Wait, Cloud just standing there. What the hell? What's going on? Why is he still standing there?
Well, nice to see you too.
Why is he still standing there?
So, I hear you've been pretty busy.
Huh? Whoa! What the hell? What just happened? What just happened? How does that get in there?
Oh no, bad feeling about this one. Hold
How
on.
the fuck does that get in there?
How's about we save the catching up for later?
Someone has a bit. Maybe not.
Fuck you.
Maybe not.
Oh shit.
Dude.
He's not playing.
Dude. Zach and Cloud. Zach. Are we fighting him together? Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god, forget you were behind.
No, my feet. I told you I got lost.
I forget. Oh my god.
Cloud, you ready for this?
Yeah. All right. Follow my lead. Look at you taking charge. I like it.
Look at that. Oh my god.
Deal with
Hey,
that.
I can change them. I can change it. Let's
What the
go.
hell happened to you? You are a soldier. How could you turn your back on everything we stand for?
Easily.
Right. As long as you get what you want, who cares who gets hurt?
Oh no! I got stabbed by him. I got stabbed by him. Okay, stop.
We're not done here. Gotcha.
Damn, Cypress keep going like nailing on me.
Little puppet. It's almost endearing. I'll kill you.
Damn.
Oh,
Is that hatred even real?
you know what? You're gonna get.
Oh.
Listen, you're gonna get that. Use it. ATV.
Okay, triple that.
Maybe use an ATV.
Great minds.
We're gonna do a little bit right.
We got it.
Finish it.
Oh, you just gotta smidge it. You just gotta smidge it. You know what? Back. No, that didn't do it. Oh, shit.
Just as worlds
Oh,
unite,
snap! It's
so
fire!
too do they part.
Oh, shit!
Come on, man.
Die! No, what is
Cloud, save her!
what does Sephiroth do? He separated them two again!
Oh, wow. Okay.
He
This is
separated them
interesting.
two again! No! Cloud needs his buddy! Cloud needs his buddy! That's not funny,
okay,
Square.
so I
Zack
guess
needs
he's like-
Cloud needs his
Yeah.
buddy!
Yeah.
What is that?
Oh, jeepers. Oh, jeep. Whoa.
Wait,
Oh, no. That's almost like the last boss, the second last boss to Sephiroth. That's what a Sephiroth is for. Oh, hell.
Don't care how big you get.
Yeah, I saw that.
No. Ow, that hurt.
Oh, I know who that is. That's interesting.
Give me that body. Give me that body. Nope.
Yeah.
I need to cure though.
Oh, snap! He was pissed. He was pissed to blow up.
Ow, bitch.
Oh!
Damn.
I see that.
Owie.
Yeah,
Owie
right?
pooples.
I know who that is. That's interesting.
Oh.
Let's see.
No. Away from me.
It's the way he just went back.
Okay, I wanted to finish this. I don't care right now. Ow, bitch. Stop pushing me back. Son of a
Like
bitch.
double Sephiroth? Is that supposed to be what that is?
Yeah.
There's supposed to be the original one and this timeline one.
Oh, so they're combined.
Oh, fuck. At least I think so. Your body's done. His timeline is still in the crater.
Oh, okay.
How can he be here? Huh. So maybe my theory is wrong. Hey. Damn, okay, so we're climbing now? We're climbing?
Oh,
Get away from me,
no.
Whispers. Get away from me, Whispers. Oh, shit.
Kill them.
Oh, shit.
You know, obviously, I'm rooting for the villain.
We gotta hop. Whee! Yeah, slice his face. Slice that him. Slice that face too. Slice it like a cheese cake. No, I guess I don't need to do that. I thought I was low. Never mind. It's okay. I got a lot of potions, a lot of ether. I'm easy. Yeah, Sephiroth Reborn. That's what the game is called. Oh, son of a bitch. Nope. Yeah, stop pouring your armpits nasty stink on me. Oh, ouch. Nope.
He's dead.
Nope. Motherfucker, nope. Bitch. Ooh.
Oh, shit.
Oh, he slices chesty. Oh, he slices chesty open. Oh, the whispers are coming out.
Yo, buddy.
Any sign?
Maybe the whispers got him.
You think they took him somewhere?
Oh my god. Ooh, that looks like a turd. That looks like a dookie turd. Sephiroth's looking at dookie.
What? Therefore, taking a dude.
I think when it started, oh, what is this monster? When Sapphire's came down to like for Barrett and everybody else to fight him from the sky, it looks like a dookie, like a red hard dookie.
This one's for Aaron.
Bahamut was oh no. Ow fuck.
Yeah, we're trying. It ain't working.
Oh shit.
Not looking good for you.
Oh no. What? Okay, what is Bahamut doing? What? Yes, motherfucker. Yes, motherfucker. Yes.
Yeah, no. It's not looking good at all. It's so crazy.
So, Heartburn has normal. Yes, yes. I believe so, yes. Part 2 has Neo Bahamut. Oh, Part 2 has Neo Bahamut.
That didn't do shit to me.
I didn't get it. I didn't get him. Okay, now it's time for you, Steph. Nope.
Take out the wings. Let me take care of those wings for you.
Those wings.
Damn. And I get the wing. Ow, fuck. Ouchie. Oh, now an Ingy. Now an Ingy. Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
Oh, angry.
So, Ingy. Oh, there's a two-headed Bahamut. No, stop. Stop healing it. Stop healing it. Stop healing. Stop healing.
Damn. Look at that. No, that was in there.
Nicely done.
Oh, they just keep on healing. Whispering. Oh, fuck.
I'm amused at this, at all of this.
Wait, am I? Do I? Yes, Alexander, get your ass in here.
Don't let me down, y'all.
I'm popping between both you guys' screens. Oh my. I see your screen, Prince. Carnos! Atonement!
Take the wings out, take the wings out, take the wings out! No. And then red. Damn!
Oh, shit.
Nope, whatever you're doing, don't want that. Don't want none of that. Nope. And snap. No, stop healing.
Damn it.
Oh, Zach. Oh, we're being Zach again? Oh, we landed on the church?
Whoa. It's immune, babes.
Yeah. Beat this stupid wing.
I know. Trying to beat the wing.
Oh, shit. Oh, that's not... Oh, shit.
What in the hell is going on?
That's what I want to know. What the hell's going on, Zach? That's what I want to know, too. Oh, shit.
What the fuck?
Cloud remembers the thing! Cloud remembers the thing! Cloud remembers the thing!
Protect your honor as a
He remembered the line! Zach! Cloud remembers the line! Cloud remember the line.
Let's settle this once and for all.
Ow, motherfucker. Ow, ow.
You're too much.
Gotcha.
Is that a good thing? Zach, stop moving.
Got me good.
Yep. Oh, about to move, whatever that thing was. I think that was like a barrier or some shit. Did you just ate me? Nasty ass! Let go of me! Oh, you stabbed me. What? I have no idea what that little circle is thing, but it's not working out for me, so I don't know what that is. Did you try to lick me? Nasty. You nasty ass, you nasty. Oh shit, shit, get away.
Damn, that's in the bed.
Oh, he ate me again. No, 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 no. Ow. Ugh.
Oh, shite. Yeah, okay. This is interesting.
Did you just wink at me?
Heartless Angel.
My honor as a soldier. We're not done here.
Oh, that's the thing that the on Price's Board.
No stopping me.
Unholy games. I'm just naming all his moves. It's kind of fun.
Yes.
Oh shit, that's alright.
Oh, what the hell?
Oh,
get him, Zach, get him!
Oh, yeah. Kill him! Kill him! Ah, it's not! Harder!
Yeah, you feel that?
Very,
Oh,
yeah,
damn it,
you
never
feel
mind.
that?
Oh, that even did nothing. I'm kind of tired.
You is not in the good. You is not good, baby.
He's rebuilding himself.
Yeah, he's really folding himself.
We keep fighting.
Shit.
Call me crazy, but it feels like someone's helping.
Crazy? I was crazy once.
The wings
Fuck
are
me up. Rubber tip. While we were for rats. I think I said that right. I'm not gonna go tonight and have fun. Thank you, Suki. Thank you for what you've done. Thank you for everything. You know what I mean. But I will. You will have to fill me in. Oh, what's going on? Ow, fuck. I need answers. Thank you for providing. What? Baby. I'm not hurting this thing. Oh, fuck. What?
Interesting.
Hydrate. Yes. Hello, Captain Head. Hello.
What?
Hydrate.
My Jesus.
Thank you for the hydrate. Hold on, let me do this before I pause.
Are you serious right now?
Why you?
Oh, shit. I wouldn't know what.
Not the thing.
Oh, I can't see what I'm doing.
We gotta take out the barrier.
Get out. Okay, now I can see. what you're doing. Are you a YouTube bio?
Better you than me.
Ooh,
Never seen him do that.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
How about them wings? Oh, I see. Blue? No. Oh, well, they're immune.
Keep coming in murder.
Who's up for a fight?
Bam! 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 Ow, look! I'm not hitting the core very hard. Ew. I think it would be better if I fight them wings. Oh, fuck. There's no way in hell I could fight them core.
Come on. How's this?
His wings like had RGB bullshit. Ow, shit. Oh, that's Kira. Oh, that's Kira. Hello, please. Hear me, hear me, hear me, hear me. So the wing can't get attacked, but it can do magic, I'm guessing.
It's those stupid wings!
Ah, yeah, I heard ya. Ooh. I can slash
My
wings.
favorite theme.
Here we go! You're gonna feel this!
Oh, come on now.
Oh, you lucky little bitch.
You lucky little bitch, what?
Oh no, you'll find out why I said that.
Oh, that was a cheap ass shot, buddy.
What? How? Oh.
We've got to take out the barrier.
How am I gonna take the barrier if the fucking wings are like immune to every fucking shit I'm throwing at? That's just simply impossible. See, no matter what I fucking do.
We've got to take out the barrier.
Well, I'm trying. But no, it doesn't matter what I fucking do. It's not working.
Aerith, oh my goodness, girl.
Oh. Yes, I'm watching your screen.
We've got to take out the barrier.
I know I'm gonna take out the fucking barrier, but I need to build my ATV. Shut up, Tifa.
Oh, what the hell? Oh.
Thank you. The end was...
Don't give up.
You can't go out like this. Come on. Come on, man.
What is this? Yeah!
I'm getting really pissed off at this one.
Hold up, man. You get ready.
That was a good one. You're mine.
Stop attacking that. I need to attack this.
The barrier.
It's those stupid wings!
Here goes.
No! What? No, I'm busy doing something. What? Hold on.
chases me no matter what I fucking do. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
Crap. Just finish me off. He really just finished me off. Maybe a few more hits.
That was a good one. My boy.
Oh, he did one. He did a few more hits.
I know, I saw that. I saw that.
Why did you see?
Shut up, Tifa. I get it. I get it. Shut up. I'm trying to.
Oh, you gotta restart from there?
No, I faced it, bro. Yeah, I had to watch this. Oh my lord.
I'm not sure if I got it right or not.
Can't skip this.
No, you don't.
How do you fight this damn thing?
I can't skip. Come on, y'all.
Not sure if I got it or not.
Hey, come on. Right again.
Oh my god, stop! I know it's them stupid wings. Shut up! I'm just doing that so that way I can get them wings.
God damn it.
Still need more than that. Well, I know it's a stupid wing. Shut the fuck up.
I already ate.
Oh, I need to heal. I need to heal. These wings are annoying. They're getting on my nerves. I'm starting to get irritated.
Yeah, those wings are annoying.
Where's your warrior strength?
Yes. Because, like, magic, like, physical attack doesn't work on it. So magic attack doesn't even fucking work on it either.
No.
So I don't know how to fucking get them damn wings.
That was a good one.
the music for me.
Oh, it's weak against bio? Okay, I did not know that. It weaks against bio. Okay, let me do this again.
I see that. I'm watching your screen, Prince.
Yep. Oh. Oh, what?
This one sticks with you. You can do this.
Yeah, his wings are immune, weakness against bio? So I did not know that till the last fucking minute. That's good to know, because now I'm gonna finish it off. There we go. And the core should be easy to get.
This is what I get for stepping away right now.
There we go. Now I got it. Damn. It took me a while to figure it out with the fucking wings. Jesus Christ.
I know, the wings are kind of...
Yeah, but it's weak against bio. It's weak against bio. If the bio will hurt it, like, ouchies. Oh, shit.
Your friends record here. Well, let me follow both of you. I
Shit. Oh, that's a bunch of poopy. That is a bunch of poopy butt.
It is me!
Oh, come on, Tifa, just stop that! Okay.
Hi, guys!
Huh? What's going on? What? What's up?
Everything's good, just watching, Prince. Added both of you. Okay, or follow, whatever this thing is in here. Okay. Oh,
You like
I
her,
see.
take it personally.
Alright. Down in yours.
There. I'll pull off some bull crap.
I like Abby says. Oh my god, he's gonna pull some shit. I hope he kills you again. You see, I'm rooting for Sephiroth. Oh, thank you! Obviously.
a little
my
break.
God.
Hello? There you go.
Oh, I saw that. They're rooting you on, friend.
Yeah.
I appreciate it because I lost with one hit kill and that made no damn sense.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Really?
Oh my lord.
Okay. Now I got the damn wing.
Oh my God. Oh, go. Please. Kill him again with that one hit. Oh my God. This is hilarious watching you do this.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Oh my God, that was pissing me off. This bitch! Oh no!
Let's end this.
I'm sorry, I had to do it. I had to do it.
Yeah,
Yo.
it's okay, Puffin. It's too much. It's too much.
What my God.
I had to beat this kill man down. God!
It is quite unfortunate.
Alright, let's do this. Let's do this!
He's not yet defeated. He just flew away. That's all.
Oh, Sephiroth's team. Alrighty, I see. I hear it. I hear it. Nope. They ain't getting my ass. Oh, wait, you said that he did a one-hit kill thing? He did a thing like in Kingdom Hearts. Oh,
Yeah,
like
he did a one-hit kill thing. So yeah,
Oh, shit. Got it. Noted. 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 Oh, fuck. Fucky fuck. Hamburgers! Wait, is this when he does a Kamehameha wave?
I am so disappointed.
Nope.
Yes, he's not dead. You're up. Just
Shit.
wait a second.
Nope.
He wasn't there. He was disappearing.
No. I don't know. Oh, no.
Wait, never mind.
Wait, we can fight the sword? What the fuck? Oh, this tornado works.
Alright, Fuji, I guess it's your turn.
Oh, wait. Oh, shit. Ow. I got stabbed. Go, let go of me. Oh. Stop it. Sephiroth, stop stabbing me.
Okay.
No, bad. Sephiroth. Nope. No. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I don't
World to world?
I think so.
It looks like it.
Gotta dig deep for this one.
Shit. I can't do anything like that.
Stay strong and carry on.
Oh, I don't like when he's doing like that. No. They're trying to work out. Yeah.
You ready?
Okay, hold it until at the end, and then BAM! Oh shit, is that a one-hit kill? I don't know what it looks like. Oh shit! I think that was it. And I dodged it. Oh, stop stabbing me! Bitch! Stop stabbing me, you bitch!
Oh, okay. It must be jumping like from different alternate world or something, because that's interesting.
Oh, now there goes that damn tornado thing again. Sephiroth and his damn tornado, man. Stop stabbing me, you bitch! Oh, come on. Stop stabbing me. Bam! Bam! Bam!
Are you kidding me?
Oh, fuck. No, that's how you're not gonna have your whisper hugging me. Fuck you, Sephiroth. Fuck you.
Oh my god, no.
Nope.
Oh, now I'm so confused. I guess I was looking up. There goes. Okay.
Yeah, I'm like, wait a minute.
Nope.
Let's play with Iva.
Ow, 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 ow. Sword, owie. Stop, let go of me. Stop stabbing me. He won't stop stabbing me. That son of a gun won't stop stabbing me.
Wow.
Oh shit. Oh. Oh fuck. That was it. That was the let.
Ain't dead yet.
This can be very confusing for somebody who's never played this.
Any last words?
I need to get. Oh, what? My ATV! Come on now! There we go. That's the one-hit kill thing you were mentioning about.
What the hell?
Still up for it?
Oh, that makes
Yeah.
Stop stabbing me!
Don't look away.
Not again, not again, not again! No, wait, away from me, 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 away from me!
He does.
Son of a... Fuck monkey! Oh, what kind of bullshittery is that? Oh god.
I think he can only see her. Is that what this is?
I think.
Go on.
He's upset, but everybody's kind of like, yeah, I think, yeah.
Trying to get my ATV back. I'm trying to get my ATV on.
There. You saw that?
Wait a second.
Oh, it's not there.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, stop, Sephiroth, stop.
Yeah, that was scary.
No, not again. Fuck.
Your boy.
No. Oh, no.
Notice how I only stabbed, but Cloud was okay, like you see in Aaron.
Oh.
When Tifa was looking at Cloud, Aaron wasn't there. I'm still waiting on you to cosplay this too, King.
Rufus? Yeah, I got it too.
You'll feel better in a second.
So many.
Need to heal up.
No more games.
On it.
Here he comes.
I'm just...
Oh, where is he?
Fuck. Oh, God.
Here he comes.
I am like using all my Phoenix down and shit.
Good stuff.
I'm here.
Whoa.
No, leave me alone. Come on.
Let's dance, asshole. Aaron. All right.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we'll get time. I'll get time to heal. Can I get it? Oh, I can't fucking heal.
Yo, he's losing his mind.
Yo!
What's going on?
Yo, this is nuts!
Oh, this. Okay. Okay.
But here, look
Sever your fate. Gotta step it up.
Puffin got here in the background.
Oh, yay!
She's cooking.
Oh shit. Oh my god.
What the fuck is that?
Okay, Saffron, that's it. I'm pissed.
You'll be more pissed
Ugh!
Well, that sounds good.
Damn, I beat him. I fucking beat him. Shit. You know what I said about Saffron? That I finally beat him. You know what? You want to know what I said? You know what I think? You know what I fucking think? This is what I fucking think.
Oh, that makes sense.
God damn, you picked the wrong time to do that. Here,
Why is he laughing?
Because he knows.
Oh,
this
but
isn't
my
over.
head like it's laughing and he calls like, what is he laughing?
God. You took the wrong time down. I couldn't hear what Zach was saying.
Shit.
Hey, now I gotta YouTube it. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I got pissed. Doggo got pissed.
Listen, what Zach is saying, he's putting on tight and flat.
I'm sorry. Doggo got pissed. Doggo got pissed.
Super long.
Dude, that's all Zach could think about.
Yeah, pretty much.
This is way too much.
Ooh. God, that was.
In the,
Oh, an actual pretty cutscene.
Why she disappeared? Aerith disappeared. Disappeared.
So
I think we're finally done.
I see that. Look at Vinny.
I fucking love Barrett.
Chilling.
Wait, is it over or do I have to do Zach's part too?
We got him. Oh, she's not. No. Wait a second.
So
Hold
this
on.
is it, huh? Time to say goodbye.
Oh.
Her spirit's just lingering.
No, don't
Oh,
say that,
yeah.
Zach.
For now.
Yeah, see that?
Oh shit. Where does Zach fell? Zach fell? No, don't do that song to me. Don't.
Aww.
Why? Why Square had to do this to us? Why is Zach gotta?
Oh. Okay. She say it.
Why does
Yeah,
Square had to do this to us? So that means Zach actually did died?
Graphics.
Does Zach actually did died?
Oh. Everybody's sad.
We just can't have nothing nice. We can't have nothing nice.
Cloud does see her on Avid Children, so.
Right.
Yeah.
So I feel like it combined all of them.
Right? Ah, that is sad, I know.
Yeah.
Wait, he still got it?
Yeah. Wait a second.
I thought he gave that up.
Oh.
Bro.
Yeah. One sec.
Okay, that was tight.
Yeah, let me think about Sephiroth a second. I saw that.
So she actually died.
Vinny
There's no
coming
way
up
to
the
save
stairs.
her.
Aerith,
No. She dead.
wake up.
Whoa, whoa, that's trippy.
Oh, Cloud can only see some shit.
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh.
Let's go get Sephiroth. He's hiding up.
Oh.
That
That's
is
tripping.
Trust me. He is.
This shit ain't over.
Look at that girl, Yuffie. And Tifa too.
I will say Sephiroth battle was a bitch.
It was.
They're coming out with another one, ain't they?
Yes,
Yeah,
the third one will be the 2028. There will be the last one.
Jesus Christ! Anything to milk people of their money.
Oh, shut up. You enjoy Sephiroth.
I do. I'm not gonna lie.
Alright? I want to no complaints. That's what we got on this game. Where's Sephiroth at?
That's true. I can admit to that. At least I take accountability for that.
They trying to milk folks. Bitch, you love Sephiroth. Be quiet.
I do.
Let's get moving.
That's all good, do. I can't help it, but still.
Sounds good.
Guys, you know, King is simp for Sephiroth.
Exactly. So I'm like, don't you bitch about, oh, yeah, they trying to milk folks. The game, you watching.
Shit.
I'm watching it and I didn't buy it.
They know what their fans want. More Sephiroth. Exactly, Hobby. Exactly.
Yeah, they do. They're smart. It's fan service.
Fan service. No fan service.
It's strictly fan service. This was fan service. I'm sorry to say, but after watching what I've seen, come on, man.
Shit.
Next one will be worse.
Yeah, it's gonna be bad.
Oh, that's kind of sad.
So Cloud just only can see her
Tifa.
and nobody else.
Come on.
Give us Sephiroth at the beachside store.
That I would watch.
I would watch. Yes, yes.
I know you would.
Yeah.
I would be salivating over that.
Oh,
I mean,
Tifa, but look like she's about to cry. Don't, Tifa, don't do that to me, please, please.
Oh shit! Here we go. Is this Sid's little invention? Yeah, it is. Like
The tiny Bronco? The tiny Bronco,
Oh
yeah.
my gosh, I hear the song. That means it's over, isn't it?
Aww.
Oh, did you see your boy? Did you see Rufus? Did you see your boy?
That's yeah. We finished the game.
Holy shit. Oh, she said goodbye. No promises await at journey's end. Wow.
Oh, dang.
Anyway.
Okay, show me some Sephiroth. Fuck all this.
My God. Oh my God. Maybe like an ending cutscene or something, like the credits.
He wouldn't have if you'd spent
Yep.
some money on
Aerith
this.
is. Yep. Wow. Wow.
You're probably right.
Oh,
Rich kids do like
what does it say?
things
Chapter
just
6
so.
is now available. You could do it on hard now.
I ain't fucking with that.
I'm not doing that. That's something. No, yeah, that's something for a later date.
Oh, changing boots. Oh, nice.
You know, Glenn.
All right.
Okay, so now what? That's it. You're done.
This war's
Yeah, that's
Fuck
over.
yeah.
That's it.
You can now play
That's it. Game's over.
Yeah, we are.
You're
Yeah.
done.
We actually finished it
You cannot
today.
leave the main menu at this time. You can now replay any chapter from the beginning of access and chapter letter via main menu via faster.
Oh shit.
Regardless, the plan is already in motion.
What?
Wow, that was crazy.
Wait,
That
Rufus
was
can see
sick.
Sephiroth?
Damn. Shit. Oh man, Hobby, thank you guys for coming to our stream. I'm sorry I'm gonna have to rush and leave because my mom's like, I'm hungry, let's go.
Oh damn! I guess no Wuthering Waves.
You deserve.
Well, later on tonight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, later tonight. But yeah. Let me get up out of here, y'all. What's your rating? You know what? I'm gonna give this one a 8 out of 10. Cause it was like, listen, it's fun, but it's lots of confusion.
It's a lot. I'm not even I can't even keep up with this shit.
Yeah, the game is beautiful though. Lots of funny moments. Cool ass fight. Like,
damn, Rufus got insane.
The music is great.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yes. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you so much. We're yeah, so me and Usagi, if you guys want to talk about it too, by all means. By all means.
Abby and Puffin. Bye guys.
Yes, thank you guys. We gotta do this again. But yeah, we are officially done doing our streams together. Usagi and I will think of another game, all that jazz.
Yes.
Alright. So yeah, y'all take care.
I'm still going with my shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to run because I'm sorry, but no, my friend's like rushing me.
No, you're good. No worries.
I know, like, oh, girl, get off the game. I'm like, I need to finish this because I refuse to start this over.
I'm asking, is it cooked? Is it made already? It's not. You gotta wait.
We're not doing steak again. They got pushed back again. So fucking we're doing Taco Bell. So we're like, oh, come on, hurry up.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, serious. I'm just like, are you kidding me? So that's why I kept getting interruptions and shit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, yeah, let me get out of here.
All right, baby.
Alrighty.
Let me turn all this off. Oh, stop streaming.
Is he? Is Zach alive or is he dead?
I think he's alive.
Oh, he's still alive? Even though that one world was about to end, there was go.
I think so. Okay, let me do this real quick. Just
You're almost done, Usagi.
You said I'm almost done?
Yeah, I'm on your screen now because obviously Princess is done. Rushing you, yo. That's crazy. I can't believe the audacity.
I was like, I just want to finish this because I told him like I can't save.
No, because that one thing was like you can't save.
No, I cannot. I'm like,
oh, look, they're repairing the tiny Bronco.
Yep. Oh, you made it. You beat it.
Yeah, yeah, she's done.
All right, let me get out of here. All right, I'll see y'all later.
Alrighty.
All right, bye.
Oh shit.
Nice catch.
So, what errors actually do anyway?
Okay, and then you're so let me. I'll put you there. It's fine. So Cloud is the only one that sees her then. Oh, did you got disconnected?
And with that, we are cleared for takeoff.
Yeah. Okay. You got disconnected. No. I mean, if you gotta leave, that's fine.
Oh, me, I couldn't hear you because my thing was off.
Fair.
Oh, me, no. I don't have to leave.
Oh no. Oh, okay.
I'll wait till you finish yours too.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, in this one, you don't have to wait for us to put you in. We just like go to the general thing. It's private. It is. Yeah, it's private for us. For us three.
Oh, thank you. Thank God.
You
know, before it was like a little difficult or whatever. I was like, damn, I can't join.
Oh no worries. Like I made a server just for us three.
Okay.
So that way we have like these ducks.
That makes sense.
Wait, he still had the black materia?
The hell?
Yeah.
Stop. Oh, shit. Oh.
The reunion.
Oh, don't talk about that. Cloud, don't talk about that.
Yeah. One sec.
Please, don't talk. He seriously.
That's what I said. I'm like, real for real?
He seriously put that on his sword. He seriously put that in his busted sword. I don't want nothing near that thing.
Look at
You have
Vincent.
to promise
I know,
not to
right?
look up.
Whoa, what the fuck?
Don't look up.
Well, now I gotta look.
Look.
Don't look up.
Fucking Cloud
don't let
is
it get to you.
tripping.
Don't let what get to me?
Why
It's
did
not
Cloud?
real. Just an illusion.
I'm not sure why he can. That's what I
Now
was
let's go
wondering.
get
Like, he's the
Sephiroth.
only one that could see like the different
He's hiding
phenomenons
up
and
north.
the other like universes
North.
and shit like that. And
Yeah.
I'm noticing that.
He is.
I think I need to ask
Soldier's
Suki
intuition.
to explain it to me because
Oh,
he knows all this stuff.
Better hope you're right.
Right.
Or maybe
There's
I should
something
look.
with Cloud.
Or I could ask, or I could look up on the lore and all that stuff and do a little bit of research. Maybe I will pay attention.
Just remember, we got everything riding on this. And that's a load you'd best be ready to carry.
Yeah.
Oh.
No heavy loads.
No heavy
Close
loads.
the capacity as it is.
No, capacity is an app. What do you say?
Supposed to mean? I find that offensive.
I can handle it.
Barrett's definitely a heavy load.
Hey, big boy. Oh, my Wabodo froze again.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It froze on me. What the hell?
That's sad.
Take care.
You gonna be okay?
You know, I'm
getting
just
back?
gonna let it be because it's almost over, right?
Yeah, it is. It's actually just this part.
And if
I'm just gonna let it be like this. Fuck it.
Good idea.
Because this is gonna be
Don't
almost
worry.
over. Why bother
It's like a
resetting
second home.
Wabodo?
Right.
I guess. But what if something happens?
Oh.
Jeez.
Then I'll send up smoke.
Thanks. I'll keep an eye out.
That's cute.
Yeah, but according to everybody else,
I'll put everything
she's a
I
ghost.
into my prayers.
Yeah, she's dead.
I'll
She's
stop the
dead.
new year.
She is super uber dead.
I'll leave the rest
Yeah.
to you. Good luck.
Aaron,
Yeah.
I will stop Sephiroth. Trust me.
So he didn't make it.
Oh
The
my
7
God.
seconds that Sephiroth was saying.
You promise?
Holy shit.
Promise.
What?
Wow. You have so many what's that called? Bots in your views.
Box interview?
No, you have so many bots in your viewers.
How can you tell?
Cause I have a thing called moderator mode.
Oh.
Yeah, I can tell. Do you want me to like block them? Like, damn, there's a lot of them.
If you want, if you know which one's the bot, yeah, block every
I
single
know
one.
which ones are, cause I have a whole bunch of them added on
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Prince. Okay, dokie. These are all fucking bots, bro. Doing my work.
Yeah.
Definitely a fucking bot.
Damn, that's a lot. I didn't even. Damn.
Bots, bro. This one is a bot. I know that. This one, hell yeah. Definitely not that. It's a lot. I have the fucking thing that says the Twitch bots view list.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I say 8 VD. Oh my lord, girly. That's so sad.
It is. We can't have nice things without, like, these motherfucking bots ruining every fucking shit.
Ruining every goddamn thing, always.
Yeah.
O-A-S-A.
Okay. Now, it's done!
No, maybe not her. Yay!
Yay!
Don't.
Oh, let's go raid this dude. Let's go
Yep,
raid
that's
this
bot.
dude. Because he
That's a
was in
bot.
my stream earlier. Let's go raid him.
Trap snap. Okay, no. We're good. Doggone head. Definitely not. It's not Earth.
Well, my Roboto froze on me. I'm sorry, guys. It froze on me. Okay, so we gotta raid Jojo. Oh, I forgot there's a J on Jojo. Oops. Ah! Whoopsies.
A Tarset, yeah, I knew that's about. Hell yeah. And one more Tango bot?
Okay.
I thought that's a bot too. Okay. I think I got all of them.
Okay. Oh, it even says it's bot right there. You're not clever.
Right. You're very fucking clever, bro. Fucking dumb fuck. Let's see. And that's what I was looking at. I said, huh? Well, let me see one more. Okay, no, we're good. Okay, yeah,
We're
I got them
peachy.
all.
We're peachy. Oh, another
Yep,
one just
yep.
popped up.
Oh, good. I think. No, these are not. I looked in. There's a list that has. I have a list. Kind of like gave me of all the ones that are.
Right, right.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Thank
You're Gucci.
you,
Yeah, you're
King.
welcome. I didn't even know I was a moderator.
Oh, I thought I told you that you were.
Oh, did you? Oh, I fucking forgot.
No, you're good, you're good.
I forgot.
No, you're good, you're good.
Okay, now I know.
Yes, yes.
Okay. You're welcome.
Alright,
That
we're
was
gonna
fun.
raid Jojo. Since now we're
Thank you.
done with Final Fantasy VII. I know we're gonna finish it today because we were so close. But yeah.
I know, so close. So close.
So close. My Sephiroth kicks my ass, man. Fucking.
I know. It's so funny. It was interesting to see that. I won't lie. I'm like, yeah, I'm over here rooting for the bad guy. God.
Anyways,
Alrighty
we're gonna
then.
raid Jojo. Alrighty, everybody. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next time. Peace out. Love you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.